Well, good morning to you and welcome once again to the Grenada National Stadium in the Spice Isle. Day number 2, the Guyana Harpy Eagles against the home side, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's round number 2 of Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championships 2023, and we ended day number 1 on a damp note, literally. Rain yesterday evening, and today, as you can see in your picture, some clouds developing, but we have some sunshine, we have enough light, and we are ready to begin promptly at 9:36. That's the time the umpires decided they're going to start play today on day number 2 to make up for time lost on day number 1. We are ready with the Windward Islands Volcanoes to resume on 292 for the loss of 8, with Captain Alec Athenaeus converting his 8th first-class half-century to his maiden first-class century. What a knock it has been, the highlight of day number 1, but in the end, some late wickets for the Guyana Harpy Eagles brought them right back into this game. So now, Ryan John, who is also on a milestone, his maiden first-class half-century, will resume this morning, and with him, Preston McSween. Not much in terms of batting to come, with just Darius Martin, the number 11, available for the Volcanoes if they lose a wicket very early, but I'm sure they will want to bat on for as long as possible to get as many runs as possible. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're eager to get the opportunity to bat on a track that seems to be very flat, and I'm not sure that with the batting lineup that the Harpy Eagles possess, they'll want to pile on the runs when the opportunity presents itself. The weather this morning is not too bad at all, but we have some overhead clouds hanging around. It's a bit cool to start with this morning. It was a high humidity when we got to the ground, but since then, like an hour ago, it started to get a bit windy and the clouds started to drift much faster than they were about an hour ago. So we should have a very, I wouldn't say a cat and mouse day today on day number 2. We're hoping not to have that. We should have mostly cricket today on day number 2 in downtown St. George's in beautiful Grenada. Well, let's run through what happened to you. What happened yesterday for you? The Guyana Harpy Eagles were asked to bowl first after Athenaeus won the toss. As you can see, the players making their way onto the middle. Milius and Robinson opened again for the Volcanoes. Milius did not capitalize on good form. He went for 2 very early. Robinson 5, Kavim Hodge 14, Sonny Lambris 47, Athenaeus, who got his maiden 100, 141, Justin Greaves 21, Devin Walker, the wicketkeeper, 4, and Kenneth Demba, no score. The batters dismissed. So Veerasammy Permaul, who picked up 2 late wickets on day number 1, will pick up the attack to complete the 7th and 9th over of the innings. And after this, there'll be the 80th, and I'm sure the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking at that new ball that will be available to them. Umpire Jonathan Blades is very pleased that all is well on the field, confirming with his official scorer, and we are ready for ball number 1 with Preston McSween receiving from Veerasammy Permaul. And starts down the leg side and ends the over that started since last night. So 1 over to go before the second new ball is due. Not sure if the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be able to take, will want to take that so early, but we'll see. Remember, we had runs for Beaton working up some pace yesterday, picking up 2 wickets. Now Smith did not look himself, picked up the early wicket, and the rookie cannot be too hard on him at all. Shamar Joseph picking up the other wicket in terms of paces. 2 wickets apiece for Permaul and the other spinner in Kevin Sinclair. John Ramsing here, and alongside me this morning it's another Guyanese, and we're actually giving you some of the Grenada and some of the Windward Islands hospitality. Brandon Corlett, good morning, Brandon.
Good morning to you, John, and to all the listeners around the world.
And this morning, prompt start, 9:36, trying to make up for some time lost on day number 1, and it should be another action-packed day here at the National Stadium in Grenada.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the outfield, very quick, so the batsmen actually get value for their runs. So we should expect more runs today.
Kevin Sinclair will bowl 80th over of the Volcanoes' first innings. You had an opportunity to look at that innings yesterday of 141, a maiden first-class century for the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and just his second assignment as captain, mind you. I'll get your thoughts after this Kevin Sinclair delivery. Sinclair bowls to John, and he continues from where he left off yesterday, being very positive Yeah, your thoughts on that 100 yesterday?
Yeah, having scored 41 and then followed by a 51 in the second innings, it was fitting to, you see, Atanes convert those starts into his maiden first-class century. Very classy innings.
The first run of the day is off the bat of Ryan John. He gets a single down towards short backward square and hands a strike over to Preston McSween. And when the Volcanoes, well, should the Volcanoes get to 300 runs, some batting bonus points will be available to them, so they must be very much mindful of that. Likewise, the Guyana Harpy Eagles want to pick up the remaining wickets. They get bowling points, and both teams will want as many points as possible from this encounter, knowing that some overhead conditions may be a big factor in this game as well.
Yeah, definitely. We know Guyana Harpy Eagles came into this match with 20 points, leading the point standing. So points are very important, and we know there is a break after this round.
I'm sure you had a look at the pitch this morning. Your thoughts, because it is the center of attention today, literally.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a good pitch, good batting pitch, I would say.
This one is tugged away with lots of bottom hand, lots of muscles from McSween. I'm sure he wanted to get more connection, but he managed to get off the mark with a single down to long on. He opens his account.
Signaling some intent there early, Preston McSween.
Yeah, we'll give you an update on what's happening in the other venues at Stumps on day number 1 as well, because today is day number 2 across the region. There is Sinclair again. And Ryan John seems very compact in defense, and he ends the second over, well, ends the first full over of the day, and that's the end of 80 overs in the Volcanoes innings, 294 for the loss of 8, and they're pressing on. So at Coolidge, Jamaica Scorpions against Barbados Pride, the defending champions. Jamaica in their first innings bowled out for 140. At Stumps on day number 1, the Barbados Pride in reply 89 for a loss of 2. Over the saw Vivian Richards cricket ground at North Sound. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the home side against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force opting to bat first at Stumps, finished on 151 for a loss of 3, with captain Darren Bravo unbeaten on 74, and with him Karaya on 32. And earlier we saw Jason Mohammed getting 34. So the cream of the batting for the Red Force really standing up. Keegan Simmons in for Vikash Mohan, who got injured in the first round. Did not last too long. I think he got just about 5. So Pamal starts a new over from the Darbo end, which is the northern end here at the Grenada National Stadium, in cool conditions this morning. Not the blistering sunshine that we're accustomed to in the Caribbean. Some weather maybe around the Caribbean just for a little bit. Looking to get his 3rd wicket of the match. There's a big appeal. Jonathan Blades is not out. There's Preston McSween playing across the line to a full ball, almost losing his wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I think last season Preston McSween would have stuck around against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that frustrating partnership. But he looks a different player today. He's just looking to go big.
Bold. Indeed a different player, playing all around a ball that turned and jumped a little bit on him, and that ball just clipping the top of the off stump. And there we see Preston McSween playing back, hoping the ball would perhaps go straight. Got a little bit of turn, and he's bowled for a single. And that's 9th wicket for the Volcanoes going down. McSween bowled by Pamal for 1. It's now 294 for 9.
Yeah, that's the 3rd wicket for Verisamy Perumal there. We know he went past 500 wickets in the first round there. So the number 11 batsman coming in there, I think it's Martin.
But it was a good delivery from Pamal. Pamal just trying to keep it tight, not giving too much room outside off stump or leg stump. You can have a look.
Yeah, that's straightened just a bit there from Perumal, the veteran. A lot of experience behind him.
So he went wicketless for most of the day, but then came in the final session when the pitch dried out a little bit, and he picked up 2 late wickets, and this morning the first one. So now the Volcanoes on the verge of being bowled out before 300 runs if they're not very careful. Ryan John, who had a career best in the last match, bettering that now. Maiden first class half century for him. he will want to do most of the batting.
Well, that's if he gets on strike because we see three more deliveries in this over, this Verisami Perumal over. So he's talking to the number 11 there, is Ryan John talking to Martin, telling him to stick around so we can get that batting point.
Darius Martin was adjudged the leg before for no score to Brian Charles in the last round. And now he has an opportunity again to open his account in terms of runs. Picked for his fast bowling, and he can do that very well. But he has an opportunity here now to stick around with Ryan John, his fellow seamer. Quite an open stance he has. And he goes straight in and out. Seems as if it's Akshay Prasad who's under the bat today. I haven't seen Matthew Nandu. So that could be a very bad miss for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Chance given very early from Darius Martin. You can have a look at it.
Oh my. In and out.
Just closed the face of the bat and it went straight in and out. I saw just before the start of play head coach Ryan Hercules working with Akshay Prasad on some of that same short catching. I suspect they realize that he's going to be feeling a lot. This one he hits it high and there's a fielder settling. Kevin Sinclair takes it nice and easy, and that's the end of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Darius Martin, first ball given a life, and second ball holding out too long on. Kevin Sinclair takes it quite easily, his second catch, and Pramal finishing suddenly the pick of the bowlers with 4 wickets for 70 runs. The Volcanoes all out 294.
Yeah, so no batting point there for the Volcanoes. An innings of 2 halves, I would say. Earlier they started, in one-day fashion with Alec Athanaze and Sonny Lambert scoring quickly. And now we see the Guyana Harpy Eagles coming right back into this. But we can't take away how classy that innings was from Alec Athanaze, his maiden first class century. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be heading out to bat. Chandrapal Hemraj and the first round Centurion Machu Nandu.
Well, you haven't seen Machu Nandu this morning. There is a... Not sure why Akshay Prasad is on the field.
So Machu Nandu, I think he was feeling a deep mid-wicket this morning. I think I didn't see Chandrapal Hemraj out there. Yeah.
So 294 all out, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 80 overs and 5 balls. And it means in about 8 minutes or so, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will have to come and give a reply. But we can run through the scorecard for you. What you must feel it for Ryan John, just adding 1 to his overnight score of 50, finishing on 51 not out from 116 balls, and really taking up his stocks as an all-rounder in the game. Batting a very long time, crucial partnerships, and some crucial runs as well.
Definitely. Credit to Ryan John. He would have grown strength to strength. We know he is more known for his bowling. He would have grabbed a 5-wicket haul in the first round. So he is developing into a nice all-rounder.
So run through the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting card for you. Like I said, they started with Kimani Milius and Jelani Robinson yesterday morning. Robinson was first to go, caught a second slip off the bowling of Niall Smith to give the Guyana Harpy Eagles the first wicket in the third over. Tevin Imlach standing at second slip took that catch. Robinson went for 5. Kimani Milius did not last too long. Caught a third slip by Kimal Savory off the bowling of the Lively. Runs were beaten for 2. Then there was Kavim Hodge, who stuck around a little bit and looked very classy, hitting 3 fours in 14 before he was taken out of wicket. A brilliant catch from Bramble off the bowling of Beaton, who was operating from the River Road end and looked very impressive. Alec Athanaze, like I said, the captain, the standout performer on day number 1 with the bat, caught out a wicket eventually off the bowling of Pramal, 141, 16 fours from 220 deliveries, and that really held the innings together. Sonny Lambert, 2 half centuries in the last match, got to 47 from 38 balls, you must say in quick time, 2 sixes and 4 fours before he walked across his stumps, exposed his leg stump, and was bowled by Kevin Sinclair around his back for 47. Justin Greaves, the Barbadian, was caught at gully. Brilliant catch as well by Kevin Sinclair off the rookie Shamar Joseph for 21. Tevin Walcott caught by Savory off the bowling of Sinclair for 4. Kenneth Demba caught at mid-on by Sinclair off the bowling of Pramal. No score. Preston McSween this morning bowled by Pramod for one, and 2 balls later, Darius Martin caught it long on. Mike Sinclair off the bowling of Pramod for no score, leaving Ryan John on 51 not out. And the Volcanoes in their first innings, 294 all out, 80 overs on 5 balls, just lasting 2 overs this morning, really. Pramod finishing with 4 wickets for 70 runs after going wicketless for most of the day yesterday, supported nicely by Beaton, to Sinclair 2, 1 each to Niall Smith and to Shamar Joseph in just his second game. So, all to play for on day number 2. This can be a very day that will decide the fortunes of this match, not only because of the weather, but because of batting and bowling now. How well will the Guyana Harpy Eagles bat? How well will the Volcanoes bowl?
Yeah, definitely. The openers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles will have to see out that new ball. We know Ryan John will be high on confidence, having claimed 5 wickets in the first round. So it will be an interesting first hour, so to speak, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles openers.
We'll keep an eye on what's happening in Antigua, but it's good to see Darren Bravo getting some runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Last season just played 2 matches, then he was dropped. This time came back as captain, responsibilities, and now answering with a half century.
Leading from the front, Darren Bravo would have scored heavy also in the regional Super 50 back in October, November last year. So I think he will want to play himself back into a West Indies team. We know the white ball tour against South Africa. Well, the red ball and white ball tour against South Africa is coming up shortly. So Bravo will want to make a return to the West Indies team, and later India coming to the Caribbean.
So good morning to all of you across the Windward Islands. Hello to you in St. Lucia. Hello in Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and right here in Grenada, which comprises of Grenada as the mainland, Carriacou, Petite Martinique. Quite a nice island we're on here. Brandon, is this your first time?
Oh, beautiful. I'm loving it here. My first time here in Grenada. I mean, the people are so welcoming. The food, oh my, wonderful.
Yeah. Just a few days ago, celebrated their 49th independence anniversary, and you were in that parade. Quite impressive as well.
Yeah, definitely. We had a lot of tourists as well.
Yes. It was a good mixture.
Definitely.
What I was impressed with was the amount of local products that were on sale and on display, and everything were available for sampling.
Definitely, it shows that rich culture here in Grenada. I mean, you have a lot of tourists, so in order for these individuals to know about what Grenada offers you, that was the perfect opportunity for them to get to know that.
It is the Spice Isle of the Caribbean, but lots of the action on the island happens at the waterfront. They had Billfish tournament. There's a sailing tournament as well, which happens in the sailing week. You know, so the water, the Granans Bay, where Granans Beach is located, it is a very popular site here in Grenada. Were you on that beach?
Oh yes, I loved every moment of it. It's beautiful out there, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Grenada is volcanic in origin, as is evident by the soil and the mountainous terrain, and several explosions, you know, with the craters available. So Grenada is really a hard rock in the center of the Caribbean. The Spice Isle, lots of spices, nutmeg and the other spices. It's really something to savor. So in any minute now, we'll have the first innings of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Brandon will make way for the legend himself, the local hero, Junior Randolph Murray, MBE. And in a short while, we'll be hearing from not only a hero with the bat and gloves for the Windward Islands and for the West Indies, but also a local hero here in Grenada, and one of what many may say a tourism ambassador, because he always flying the Grenada flag very high wherever he goes. So, Junior Murray, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, John. I'm good. It's good to be back again at the National Stadium. Good to be in your company again.
Yes, it's really good to have you, because the Volcanoes this morning resuming on 292, did not add too many, bowled out for 294 very quickly.
Very quickly, at least the Happy Eagles came out this morning on a mission, and they really accomplished it. You know, getting the wickets, you know, bowling out the Volcanoes under 300. I think they'll be very happy about that.
Right. At one time, the Volcanoes look as if they're going to get 400 quite comfortably. So to have them bowled out before they get to 300, it is a remarkable comeback by the Guyana Harpy Eagles indeed.
Yes, it looked that way. I think with Athenaeus and Captain Athenaeus and senior statesman Sunil Ambis when they're batting. They were rotating the strike nicely, getting the runs, make it look very easy. And as soon as they got out, you know, it's like everything stopped. But the Happy Eagles, they did a fantastic job keeping the batters quiet and they really achieved their goals. So let's see what the Volcanoes have in the field now. Let's see what they're gonna have start. They need the first hour here is very important before lunch. So I think they need to be spot on with their bowling.
And we have a lot of time for Versami Pamal. You were looking at him very closely yesterday. He went wicketless for most of the day, but came back at the end and picked up 4 crucial blows in pretty much no time.
Yeah, that's what we expect from a senior statesman. He's been around for decades. He's a West Indies Test bowler. So at least he did his homework and came back, checked himself, and get the job done. I thought he bowled a bit slower, a bit variety in his bowling, and he got the result.
22 overs and 5 deliveries for him. 1 maiden, 4 for 70. And good support from the other spinner, Kevin Sinclair, who bowled 21 overs, 2 for 66. The spinner is doing well.
Yeah, they did very well. At least let's see what the Volcanoes spinners will do. Get from this pitch. It's the home turf. They should be very accustomed with this settings here at the National Stadium.
So, third umpire Nigel Duguid is leaving the field because the standing umpires in this match, Jonathan Blades and Gregory Brathwaite, are in the middle. The players are in the middle as well, and that roller that is in the middle will eventually leave to allow the first ball to be bowled in the Guyana Harpy Eagles first innings. It is the second innings of the match, second innings of well, you can say the second innings of the day as well, because we just had the first innings completed. So today, a full day of cricket we will have because the weather looks to be much better today.
Yeah, it's looking a bit overcast, but I think we're going to have a lovely day for cricket. Wherever you are, coming to the National Stadium, come support the both franchises, the both teams. I think it should be a good encounter. I'm really looking forward to the Volcanoes being in the field, and let's see, they have a good start, because they need to have a good start. They can't afford for the Happy Eagles batsmen to get a quick start.
If you need a quick start, no other batter, you can say, will give you that, but Chanapal Hemraj, who's going to face the first delivery. 3 steps on the gully, as you can see, going down already. Ambris, who's at that mid-on position, making some adjustments. Preston Maxime with the ball in hand, the senior bowler in this Volcanoes lineup, no doubt looking for an early breakthrough.
Yes, I think Preston is the senior leading fast bowler in the team, vice captain of the team. I think we need a very good start from him right away.
Off the mark immediately, slightly in the air, but in the gap. And Matthew Nandu, the 19-year-old, fresh off a century in the last round, is going to take his first delivery. The pair of guys from Everest Cricket Club in Guyana opening a bat-in this morning for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Nandu is made up of. I think it's going to be the first time I'm going to see him, do his thing. So I'm really looking forward to see him bat. But I think Preston McSween at the other end will have other ideas, and we want to send him back to the pavilion as quickly as possible, because he should be a batter full of confidence coming off 100 against the Barbados Pride.
McSween be looking to add to his tally of wickets, because the last game was kept very quiet for someone with his standard. So he'll be looking to not only keep things quiet but also pick up wickets.
Yeah, I think a good start here by Preston McSween is very important to the Volcanoes.
And who allows that one to go by. So McSween just 1 wicket in the first innings when the Red Force batted last week. Nothing in the 4th column for him in the second innings.
Yeah, I think he'll be looking forward to put something in that column and put a lot of wickets in the last column, because I think he needs it. He's been around for a while, and he'll be pressing for a claim to the test team. So I think it's a really a good time now for Preston to show what he can do.
Some other scores coming out from Antigua and Barbuda, Leeward Islands against the Red Force. The Red Force 151 for 3 overnight. And the Jamaica Scorpions against Barbados Pride. Jamaica Scorpions bowled out on day number 1, 140. disappointing performance.
Very disappointed.
And the defending champions at the end of day number 1, which is also affected by rain, 89 for the loss of 2, a strong reply.
Very strong reply, and the bowlers probably will knowing what they are, they're like to get back to the top of the table, so they'll be punching very hard, to get some runs and to come out with a victory.
It's cricket all round. It's good to see that not only here in the Caribbean, cricket's happening. Last night was the first, overnight, the first day of that test match, India and Australia.
Well, how it's going? I like to know how it's going. It should be very interesting.
Australia bowled out to the number 1 for 177. India replying 77 for 1 at stumps.
Very interesting. That should be a very interesting series. I think the Indians, we all know the white ball, how to play the white ball very well. I think they're a good test side also. A lot of good batting, Pujara and the others, and they'll be looking forward to to see if they can defeat Australia.
They played 3 spinners. And then Nathan Lyon, and debutant off spinner for Australia, bowled a lot as well. End of McSween's first over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles replying to 294 all out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. They won without loss. Hemraj is off the mark on 1. Nandu faced 5 deliveries, yet to get off the mark.
Nice start there by Preston McSween. Seemed to be getting to his work. Look at first of all, look at the loosener. Just a bit wide outside the off stump. I like to see get a bit closer, make the batsman play a bit, because we know Preston can move the ball both in and out. So hitting his areas is very, very important. As soon as possible he does that, I think we can see some damage done by Preston McSween. Not taking any away from the Happy Eagles batsmen. I think they're very watchful, and it's a lovely batting track, and they would like to get some runs on this wicket.
So Darius Martin will share the new ball with McSween. He's going to be coming from the River Road end, the southern end of the ground. Did not last very long when he batted. Just 2 deliveries, a chance off the first ball, second ball was caught at long on. Here he is with the ball. This one is played nicely off the back foot. Chandrapal Hemraj. Look at timing and placement, and it will run very close to the boundary. Will not get there. Milias is very quick for a young man, and the outfield with a little bit of rain, a little bit heavy, and Hemraj collects 2 runs. Very good shot.
Yeah, very good shot. Shot wide outside the off stump. Hemraj just back on his back foot and cut a two point. But I think the one in the wicket between the wickets there was a bit poor. I think that should be 3 runs.
Yeah, I think he was actually thinking that ball was going to go for 4. It deserved 4.
It deserved 4, but I think with the rain around,
yeah,
it would feel a bit slow.
No ball this time from Darius Martin. He had that trouble in the last rung. Martin, this time transgressing that front line again. And no ball signal by umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
Probably striving for a bit of extra pace. He's only his first over. He's not really into his work yet. So let's hope he can get it right. You don't want to give away too many extras at this time. Looks
very trim, very strong, athletic looking fast bowler. Upper body very strong as well.
John, I told you before, I think the Volcanoes are one of the fittest team in the region, fittest franchise around.
I do agree with you. That's a beautiful comeback delivery, just cutting Hemraj in half. Shaping to play, and is beaten outside the off stump and some drizzles now, Junior.
Yeah, just a little drizzle here, just a little sprinkle here, but I don't think it will last for long. The mountains and the hills are looking very clear at the moment. And just a little moisture on the pitch for the fast bowlers.
Here, look at the pitch of a delivery.
Generally even well bowled. You need to be more consistent in that area.
Hemraj was drawn into that shot, but the ball just moving away at the last moment. 3 slips on the gully, waiting. What I love about this track, you're getting that extra bounce.
Yeah, I think it's a lovely bounce by the fast bowlers. I think they're fresh. They should be running in, hitting the deck very hard. And I want to see the keeper catching some ball above his head.
Chandrapal Hemraj, 29 years of age. He's been around a long time at the first class level. Played some international cricket as well at the one-day level for the West Indies. So lots will be expected of him as a senior statesman here to come good.
Yeah, the season campaigner, so we all know what he can do. So that's, once he sticks around there, everyone's gonna score. He's a quick scoring batter. He loves to score quickly.
Has the best score of 144 at the Kensington Oval, which is described as the region's mecca for cricket. So he got that 100. That really propelled him into that international side that season. That just lone 100, however.
A man of his class, a man of his caliber should be scoring a bit more centuries. As we can see now, a lot of what I'm seeing here now, John, is a bat pattern for Nandu. Bowler Martin will be coming a bit short than Nandu, but he's a very short lad also. So you got to pitch it in the right area.
So Nandu, number 78 on his back, the new number 78 for Guyana, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They did on the 19 level for the West Indies. No ball, first up from Darius Martin to the young man. And Nandu just ducks out of it.
Yeah, he looks very organized. Nice short ball to him. The trap is set, but he's so organized and so focused on what he's doing. He just lets it go by into the glove of the keeper. And if you look where the keeper is catching it just by his ankle. So he tells us something, just a tennis ball bounce up there at the moment.
So Martin can be a bit intimidating to Matthew Nandu when you look at the stature of the two guys facing up to each other.
He's like David versus Goliath.
But Nandu will allow the bat to do the talking or to do the fighting.
I think he's going to fight. Yeah, he looks like he's hungry for some runs. He looks, very organized. He looks, that's probably another version, another Shanna Paul.
In fact, he says he idolizes Shivnara and Chandapal.
Yeah, that's a good man to idolize. Man that loves the bat.
Gets on top of the bounce nicely and gets off the mark, Matthew Nandu. So he opens his account with a single as well. Darius Martin utilizing the extra bounce that is afforded to him, not only because he's tall, but getting some assistance from this track. 2 overs gone. And the Harpy Eagles, in their first innings, 7 without loss.
Well, ball again by Martin. Short ball into Nandu. Nandu just riding it. Playing just behind square and get a single. I think you got to get that short ball pretty right to Nandu. He's a very short guy. But it's a good plan. And Captain Athanaze, hope that he sticks to the plan for a bit long.
McSween will continue. So Nandu will do that every day. Gives the impression that he's beaten, but he pulls the batting line at the last moment.
Yeah, that's well bowled by Preston McSween, hitting good areas, good pace to the wicket keeper. But Nandu was equal to the task. He looks so organized.
Watches the ball very close to the bat. That's his style. I was looking at the scorecard for last season when these two teams played at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. It was a bit high scoring, with the Volcanoes batting first and getting 339. In reply, the Guyana Harpy Eagles got 327, just about 12 runs behind. And batting a second time, the Volcanoes got to 190. And that gave the Guyana Harpy Eagles a target of 203 runs to win. And they got there with just Simon Pamal and Niall Smith at the crease, the last pair, winning by the slimmest of margins, 1 wicket.
So they're used to playing a good game, so let's see what happens here. I think the Volcanoes will have what idea is they want to come out on top, but the Harpy Eagles also have the idea, and they're going to fight on us for as long as possible.
Runs for Nandu. Still a little bit of drizzle here with us, but the sunshine is with us as well, so the sun having its way.
Yeah, just a bit of drizzle, but the mountain up there is clear. So it should be a passing crowd.
So what mountain is in that distance to the east?
This mountain, if it is overlooking going to Granite Hang area. You know the Granite Hang areas?
I am very familiar.
Okay then, so it's
I've
going
been there for a
there.
few days, so
Okay,
yes.
then, that's nice. You're enjoying Grenada, Johnny?
Lovely island it is.
And all the spices and lovely people.
So they say Grenada is of volcanic origin, as is evident in its soil, mountainous interior, and several explosion craters, including Lake Antoine, Granite Tang Lake, like you just mentioned, and Lavera Pond.
Have you been further than Granite Hang? Or you been to Lavera?
I've been around, but I can't say exactly what are the exact locations.
Probably need a tour guide, John.
Yeah, you need one of those indeed. Over completed, 3 gone, 8 without loss.
Well, ball again by Preston McSween, hitting his areas nicely, nice pace, bunks. Until Glover could keep a Walcott. I think Preston will be looking forward to get some wickets under his belt. I know he likes wickets, but once he builds pressure, I think the batters will make the mistakes. So let's hope that he can hit the area very, very consistent.
So Grenada's highest point is Mount St. Catherine, rising to 840 meters or 2,760 feet above sea level. That is very high.
Very high.
Yeah.
It's an area that most people go hiking. You know, it's some serious terrain to go to get to that point.
Martin again. Not a lifting delivery to Nandu. Nandu's a short man, so once the deliveries are back of a length, most times they will be short to him.
Yeah, and he plays very late also. This one was short of a length coming back into him, and Nandu had to be was just rushed into his playing that defensive shot there. He seems to love his batting, John.
That's a long time indeed. Man of the match performance in the last game for his maiden century. First innings for his franchise at the first class level, got 126.
Yeah, so he got some potential.
Says a lot about his potential indeed. There's also Mount Granby and Southeast Mountain. Those are some of the other high points of Grenada.
Yeah, we are very mountainous. Grenada is very, very mountainous. A lot of mountains.
No ball again from Darius Martin. We had a similar situation with Niall Smith yesterday, but he was bowling from the top end, which is called a Darbo end.
Darbo end, yes. I think probably Martin is striving there for a bit of extra pace. I know he loves to hit the deck very hard, but he got to keep that size 13 behind the line a bit.
The Darbo. Why did they call it the Darbo end?
Well, I guess not to show, John. Can't explain it right here, but I guess
the Darbo Hills behind us.
It's just the hills. It's very, very hilly.
Well, I know you know a lot about the other end, the River Road end.
River Road end, yeah, that's my end.
Yeah.
That's my village. That's the River Road produce a lot of good people, a lot of good things. So
the river runs along that road, coming down from the mountains.
Coming down from the mountains, yes. And it could be very dangerous when it's a lot of rain. It's falling, but there's a serious project happening now. They're building up a lot of walls so the river wouldn't get into the road again.
Mm.
It's a well ball again by Martin. Hitting that in between length. So look, nice pace, nice bunks. Just need to be a little more consistent there in that area.
So last year, the Volcanoes finished at the bottom of the table. One drawn game. Everything else ended in defeat for the Volcanoes. The Guyana Harpy Eagles finished third. So both teams will be looking to improve on their rankings of last season.
I guess it's all about improvement. I think the Volcanoes had a good start in the first round, and they'll be looking forward to continue that.
Short ball again. Nandu ducks out of it.
And he put away that hook shot. He maybe saying it's a bit too early for it.
Just want to see off that sheen from the new ball.
This young shine, I think, is going to be very easy after that. I think the pitch going flat out after probably the first hour of the day.
If you look at Martin, he looks like a sprinter. His body looks lean.
Lean and mean, but I think he's an officer. I think he's part of the St. Vincent police force.
Oh, Beaton, that's a beautiful delivery, a pitch of a delivery, drawing Nandu into the shot, and he was genuinely beaten with that ball that moved away from him.
That's a lovely delivery by Martin, hitting his area was nice. You can see that ball pitching and leaving the left-hander. The ball again. Martin Nandu just fishing aside the off stump, as we say, into the gloves of keeper Walcott.
The officer almost arrested him.
Almost arrested him.
Getting to the point that Martin looks very mean and lean, like Kiwani James, the local 400-meter sprinter.
He's also a very fit and lean guy.
Simon was over the line of leg stump. Nandu ducks under it, and that's the end of the over. 9 without loss, replying to 294 all out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings.
Got over there by Martin, keeping Bada Nandu in check with a few short balls. Nandu equal to the task and let it ducking under it and let it go into the wicket keeper. There's another officer on the field there, Kenneth Demba. He's also a part officer in Vincent Guyanese police force. Yeah, so they're keeping it tight, making sure that everything is done properly in the right way, you know.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be asked to keep the peace.
Keep the peace.
One of the disappointing factors, however, of the matches we've had here, last round and now this one, we haven't had spectators coming out.
Yeah, I think probably it's the timing. You know, it's the middle of the week. Everybody's at work, you know. But it's happening, you know. And I hope that on Saturday, the last day of the game, let's hope that the game goes on to Saturday. You can see some more people in the Royal Louis Junior Morris Town or somewhere enjoying the game. I think it's a lovely game. The game is set up nicely, and it should be good.
Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, was actually in the stands that you mentioned yesterday, looking on.
Yes, I think he loves his cricket. Yes, as always, well, he loves Grenada, and also he's always here. So let's hope that his presence can lift the Volcanoes, and they can come out here with a victory.
Leg by signal by umpire Jonathan Blades, the 48-year-old from Barbados, standing his 31st first-class match.
The umpires are having a good game so far. In the first round, the second round so far, they're doing a fantastic job. They're spot on, even under pressure. They're still looks good.
Dr. Shallow, also president of the Windward Islands Cricket Board. So I want to give my personal gratitude to Dr. Shallow and to Dwayne Gill for inviting me to be part of the commentaries in this part of the Caribbean. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, I think they love the cricket. They're one of the best. And I think, John, you've been doing a fantastic job. I'll also say thank you to them too for having me in the commentary booth, doing this for the very first time.
Dwayne Gill is the president of the Grenada Cricket Association as well as director of Cricket West Indies. And I tell you what, you mentioned the fitness of the Volcanoes players. I'm seeing a different attitude as well in the players. I've been here, like I said, for a few days now, and the training regime and their approach to the game as well looks totally different than what we saw a few seasons ago. And this Windward Islands Volcanoes team, I think the only way they can go from here is up.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're probably looking to themselves, Coach Shirley Clark and the staff. We're doing things a bit differently. Yeah, they're doing things a bit differently, and you can see the guys look very professional, and you can see it in the play, in the batting, in the hunger for runs. You know, they look very well. So it's very good. Kudos to the staff.
I think the administrators as well, the managers, like I said, we mentioned Dr. Shallow, Dwayne Gill, Miles Bascom, the technical director. These are guys who are also very instrumental in putting together the right management team and the right work ethics and so on, working with that management team for the players. Over completed, the Harpy Eagles 10 without loss in their first innings.
Yeah, I think I just said before, the guys. I think this is the key word for this season. I think was the new Windwards.
New Windwards.
Yeah, and I think you can see it in the attitude of the players and everyone. Everything will be done differently. Which is good for Windwards cricket.
The bench is strong.
It's a very strong bench. It's all about competition. You got to perform for your play. So on the bench you have the veteran Kotori been around for a while and the young Teddy Bishop. So anyone slip up there, probably changes will be made.
The first time in 21 seasons that the Volcanoes are without Devon Smith. Short ball pulled away, and it's taken brilliantly. Kenneth Demba take a bow. Wicket number 1 going down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but it is a stupendous catch from Kenneth Demba, the type of catch you'd want to put in a bottle and keep forever.
That catch, I just said catches win matches. I think short ball by Martin. I was going to see Kenneth Demba jumping one-handed and plucking it out of the air. I think, as you said, this is a new Windwards. I love that. That's a fantastic effort here by the players, by Kenneth Demba. You can see all the players rushing to him, congratulating him for a well done job. Great catch. I think the trap worked.
Yeah, the trap was set, and they was trying to pull Hemraj hooking. There was a deep backward square and a person fine leg, and it went straight to Kenneth Demba. He actually overran it, and that's why he had to stick out his hand, and it stuck. And what a disappointing way for the batsman. He was thinking he had a boundary because he had good connection.
Very good connection there, very good connection. But Demba had different ideas, and I just said he was running in a bit.
Pulled. There you see it.
And then jumped. Wow, plucked it out of the air.
Super catch.
Super
Took
catch.
it one-handed, and he came down, rolled over to ensure that he had it comfortable, and in the end, catch of the tournament I've seen so far. I've seen both matches. That is the best I've seen.
Best I've seen.
So
anything better? Can't get anything better than that.
Breakthrough coming in over number 6. Darius Martin. Not a short ball. A heavy dose of short ball so far from Martin, and he gets the breakthrough. And like I said, the established opener, Chandrapal Hemraj. Not a disappointing score for him. He goes for 4. It's 1 for 10 in over number 6. And then Devon Imlak, who was dismissed on a pair in the last game, will now take guard.
I think well ball again by Martin, hitting the deck very hard. I think Imlak is just in on a pair, so I think the Volcanoes will be aware of that. I would like to see a bat paddy and put him on a bit of pressure, because Martin, his tail is up now at the moment, and he'll be looking for his second wicket.
So right-handed batter just allows it to go by.
Well ball again by Martin, hitting the deck very hard. And you can see the Volcanoes players out there enjoying this session, enjoying the job. And Martin's tail is up at the moment and running in and looking for his second wicket.
No doubt the nervous energy will be there with Imlak. Haven't yet to get a run in this year's season.
Yeah, he's on a bit of pressure there. He's looking for his first run of his season. I would like to see a bit more pressure being put onto him, but I guess Captain Anthony has different ideas.
No ball for Martin again, but Imlak gets on top of it and comes off the mark.
Martin is struggling a bit with his run up, striving for a bit of extra pace. Another short ball to Imlak. Just riding it down to fine leg. I think Imlak will be a relieved man at this moment, getting his first run of the season. So his nerves should be a bit settled now at the moment.
Imlak was part of the West Indies under-19 team that won the World Cup in 2016. So he's been around.
Okay, so Ryan John should be very familiar with him.
Yes.
He was also part of the team.
Lives in Georgetown, plays for the Demerara Cricket Club, the home of the legends, they say. Roger Harper, Clive Lloyd, Lance Gibbs, Travis Dowling, Christopher Barnwell.
It's very unique. Yeah, it's a good club. He's in good company.
In fact, his youth coach is now the assistant coach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, Garvin Ned.
Garvin Ned. Okay, so he looked to be very organized. Judging the short ball very nicely, ducking under it. Getting his first run of his season, so he should be a bit more relaxed now. Let's see what he can do.
Had a very good season with the bat last year. He's also a wicketkeeper. Had a very good season with the bat last year. Got into the West Indies A team. Played as a batsman with Joshua Silver, who was the keeper at the time and captain. End of a successful over for Darius Martin. 6 gone. 13 for 1 with Chanapal Hemraj dismissed for 4. Nandu was still there, and he was just joined by Tevin Imlak.
Well ball again by Darius Martin, hitting the deck very hard as he loves to do, and getting a result with a short ball. So I think he's making the skipper a job with very easy, keeping the pressure on the Happy Eagles. As you can see, the Happy Eagles batters there are fighting, and they're not going to give it away very easily. Nandu and Imlak at the moment.
So Preston McSween also looking for his first wicket. The drizzle has disappeared.
Yeah, it was a bit of drizzle a while ago, but it's gone. The bunkers are clear, so we shall have a full day today.
McSween spot on. I was speaking to the ground staff this morning, and I asked them about the weather. They said we should have a full day's play.
I think the groundsman, head groundsman, Holas, he lives very close by, so he should be accustomed to the weather. So
yeah,
he should be in good hands today. As you can see now, the sun is out.
Yeah.
And the volcano players are already enjoying the session before lunch.
So there's nothing to worry about. They were very confident.
Very, very confident. Preston is looking very good, hitting the areas nicely. And you can see Nandu is very equal to the task.
Anthony is maintaining 3 steps on a gully.
Well, ball again by Preston McSween. You can see Captain Anthony is keeping the pressure on the batters. And the volcano players over there enjoying it. You can hear them chirping each other. And they're really having fun with this session before lunch. Just need to see a bit more wickets. But the Happy Eagle batters, they seem to be very watchful and very selective in the short play. And the Volcano guys are really enjoying themselves with trying to get another wicket or two.
Oh, playing and missing. That's a very loose shot from Machu Nandu. Could have easily gotten an edge and would have carried. Good bowling again, but naughty shot.
Well, ball again by Preston McSween. Hitting that area. You need to be in that area a bit more regular. Jaws Nandu into the drive. Missed it completely into the glove of Walcott. I think I need to see Preston McSween hitting that area a bit more regular. That in between length, that length where the batsman don't know whether to come forward or come back. He needs to hit that area a bit more consistently.
That was very wide this time.
Yeah, very wide outside the off stump by Preston McSween. Good over. Just need to be a bit more consistent. I can see batter Nandu with equal to the task.
It's end of the over. 13 for the loss of 1. Nandu survives. He's on 2. Imlak just gotten there on 2 as well. And Arjun Nandu, the father of Machu Nandu, he also played for Guyana at the first class level.
So he's from a cricket family.
Yeah, late 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Arjun Nandu from Berbice.
Yeah, I love the look of him. I like how he looks. He looks like he knows what he's about. He knows where his off stump is. And as an opener, you should know where your off stump is, and he has it covered.
So Darius Martin gives way now to Justin Greaves. So Greaves coming to have his first ball from the River Road end. Martin removed from the attack. Struggled a little bit with no balls, but got the early wicket of Chandrapal Hemraj.
Yeah, I think the skipper Athens may have Martin bowl him some very short spells so he can give it a quick boss.
Oh, beautiful delivery to start with from Justin Greaves. There he was, Imlak, committed to playing that shot, followed the ball, and almost got the edge.
Well, bowl again by Justin Greaves. First ball in this spell, and he's spot on, hitting that area, lovely out swing into wicketkeeper Walcott.
Gotta be very careful because the bowlers are on a high, and I'm sure that little bit of sprinkle we had on that pitch.
Yeah, the bowler's tails are up at the moment.
Pitch getting a little bit juicier, a little bit spicy.
I can see this one going a bit too wide aside the off stump. He needs to stick closer to the batter, making the batter play. Keep that pressure on. They need to get some quick wickets here.
Well bowled. Good controlled stuff so far from Justin Greaves.
Justin Greaves has been around for a while. He's a seasoned campaigner, so we expect nothing but the best from him. He hitting the areas nicely. He's a very organized cricketer, as you can see, and he loves what he does.
So Nandu in his debut season, and Imlak did not start last season for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Imlak came in after the first 2 matches because remember the tournament similar format, 2 matches break, then the final 3. Shimron Hetmeyer, who played last season, is not here. Vishal Singh not here. Kimo Paul, Clinton Pestano, Gurikesh Moti, they're all missing from last year's squad. So now pretty much some wholesale changes for the Guyana Harpy Eagles this season.
A lot of opportunities for different players. The seasoned players probably are up there about somewhere do playing their craft, so the opportunities, doors are open.
Well bowled again. So in those last 3 games that Imlag played in Trinidad and Tobago, he helped himself to 215 runs, 3 half centuries. Played very well, and that propelled him into the West Indies A side. There's Ryan Chandapal, who had a dream season as well after the first 2 matches, came back nicely, ended with 439 runs, and that propelled him into the West Indies side.
So it just tells that performances can take you to different levels of teams in the Caribbean.
Very good over, very impressive over from Justin Graves comes to an end, his first. And after 8 overs, the Harpy Eagles 13 for 1.
Well bowled again by Justin Graves. He looks organized, he's hitting his areas nicely, ball is carrying nicely into the keeper gloves, and we can get the support from the players on the field. But the Happy Eagle batters are equal to the task, and we are in here for a good contest today.
Vishal Singh, who averaged 52.40 last season, who got 262 runs, including an unbeaten 100 at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, is not here this season. So they miss his left-handedness, they miss his experience. And Vishal Singh, with his leadership abilities as well, not here. But like you said, it opens door for other of the young players.
So John, what's the reason why he's not here? Is he injured or didn't get into the mix?
There's nothing official that was said about Vishal Singh this season, so we're not totally sure.
No, okay then.
Nice defensive prod forward from Machu Nandu,
Yeah.
who is living his dream now of playing for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's here.
As you can see, he's here, but Preston McSween is looking very, very well there, hitting that area. But Nandu is equal to the task. Full bat face long and full defensive. You know, he looks the part. In his first season, and you know, to hope that we can hear big things from him as the season go along, and probably have a breakthrough into one of the West Indies teams.
Oh, the ball came back after pitching.
Well bowled again by Preston McSween, but Nando's equal to the task. You can see Preston getting the ball to both in swing and out swing. That left-handedness of Preston McSween. He looked very dangerous at the moment.
So Hemraj, who was the only batsman dismissed already, managed 11 and 15 in the last match. So not having a good season so far. And in the last season, he was one of the players with more than 200 runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 227 from 4 matches, including 3 half centuries. So that consistency is not there as yet. And like I'm saying, he just have 100 under his belt and playing at this level since 2012.
So we expect better from him. And this season he probably is making the selector's job a bit easy with not performing. I just love to see Nando. He looks so organized. You know, he looks as he love batting, and he seemed to be like he'd be ready for the day if we give him a chance. But I think Preston McSween should have other ideas, and I know he has other ideas. We'd love to see his back into that dressing room, having a cool shower.
Kibo Paul, who was the best bowler last year for the Guyana Harpy Eagles with 20 wickets, missing out again this season. He's playing franchise cricket.
Yeah, I think most of the guys out there loving the T20s, franchise cricket. I think a lot of the guys have the interest in that, but I think this is what cricket is all about. 4 or 5 days, first class cricket, test cricket. This is the real deal. And once you perform here, I think this is what we need to see our best players playing. But I think things are different now, and the guys are looking after themselves.
Moti, after a good season as well, got into the test side. Got 4 wickets in the last innings against Zimbabwe. Over completed A maiden over sent down by Preston McSween from the Darbo end, 13 for the loss of 1.
Another good over there by Preston McSween, looking for his first wicket in this innings here. Keeping the batters in check. But the batters, Nando, is very watchful. And he seems to be very, very tight. He's not going to make Preston McSween's job very easy. He's going to bat there as long as possible.
Justin Greaves will continue from the River Road end. Some clouds just getting in the way of the sunshine. Still a very bright morning. Down the leg side.
Yeah, Justin Greaves, they're just losing his line there. He's lying down the leg side. Imlak is very equal to the task. Imlak is very watchful. And having a good look at Justin Graves. Not going to give away his wicket very easy at all. He's going to be there fighting for as long as possible for the Happy Eagles.
We haven't seen Ryan John as yet. Just 3 seamers. Preston McSween, Darius Martin, and now Justin Greaves. And we know what Ryan John can do.
Yeah, I guess you will see him very soon. As you see Justin Greaves bowling a full toss on the leg stump. Imlak didn't cash in there a bit. Just very watchful. But you will see Ryan John very soon. I hope he'll be hungry to get that ball in his hands. So that he can perform again as he did in the first round encounter against the Red Force.
So one of the slips disappearing. 2 slips on a gully now. Goes towards backward point. Demba in the way with that super catch to get the only wicket to go down so far.
Yeah, well ball again by Greaves. Very watchful about Imlak hitting that length, that line. I'd love to see him make the batters play a bit more as he does in that last delivery.
Nice confident drive from Devon Imlak. Very solid player,
He looks that. He's very watchful. Nice, lovely drive there to mid off. And once Greaves get in that zone, that slot, he's gonna drive it as hard as possible and look for a boundary. But I think Greaves have different ideas.
Slated to come next is Captain Leon Johnson, who has his career best score right here at the Grenada National Stadium. A magnificent 189 unbeaten.
He'll be hungry to get out there. He's been a long season campaigner, as we say. And he'll have memories of that innings. So he'll want to go there and demonstrate what he can do again. It's a lovely batting track, a lovely day at the National Stadium. The sun is out. So why not?
Single to end over number 10. Imlak moves up to 3. It's now 14 for the loss of 1. There's also Kemal Savory, who might just come ahead of Captain Leon Johnson, who may come next. This is his maiden season for the young man, Kemal Savory. So that's the match summary. The Volcanoes 294 all out. Started the day on 292 for 8. Lost the remaining 2 wickets for 2 runs. Ryan John converted. Well, moved from 50 to 51 before he ran out of partners. Kenneth Demba did not score this morning. He was caught by Sinclair. That was yesterday afternoon, in fact. It was Preston McSween, the first to go, was bowled by Pamal for 1, and then Darius Martin 2 balls later. Give Kevin Sinclair a simple catch at long on. He was gone without scoring, leaving Ryan John not out on 51, 294 all out. Pamal 4 for 70 to pick up the bowlers. Sinclair 2 beaten 2-1 each to Joseph and Smith. Junior Moore is out of the attack, and now Clyde John is with us as McSween starts a new over. Clyde, the Volcanoes bowled out this morning for 294, did not get to 300 runs, and good penetrative bowling this morning, good short stuff, good hostility from Martin, despite being troubled by no balls, picking up the early wicket of the experienced Chandrapal Hemraj.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing that they did not cross the 300. But again, I think the bowlers, they are continuing to have a good season, although it has just started. But it's good to see them being aggressive and, being able to be penetrative.
There's a big appeal for a caught on the wicket. Umpire Jonathan Blades is going to say you're out. And that is the fall of wicket number 2. Good hostility again being shown. This time Preston McSween gets his man. It is a disappointing look for Tevin Imlach. He is going to be a dejected man as he walks off. Caught at the wicket of the bowling of Preston McSween. He's gone for 2.
Yeah, short delivery there, and he tried to just get inside and pull that one around, but it seemed like it has taken the glove, and the umpire raising the dreaded finger. Looking at his body language, I don't know if it's disappointment or if it's that he doesn't think that he actually got something on it, but he's clearly disappointed.
Maybe thinking he's missed out. Maybe thinking, why did he follow that short ball? It was a ball that could have easily allowed to go by, but in the end, it gives the impression it was taking the glove on its way through to wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott, and everyone went up immediately behind. So sometimes you get that impression as well when a nick or some part of the glove is taken. The players are confident. The bowler went up immediately as well, and then the umpire's finger followed.
Yeah, so clearly Imlach being disappointed. I'm thinking, looking at the track and the way it played, he, in his mind, would have been thinking of a big score, but unfortunately he chased one that he should not have, as you said, and rightly said. It's not threatening the stumps. It's not really a delivery that would get him out. He could have easily just swayed away from that and allowed it to go through. So again, we see the bounce, John, that Beaton was getting. It seemed to be carrying through today also. Good shot delivery from McSween.
New batsman is Kemal Savory. He's also left-handed. So the number of left-handers in the Guyana Harpy Eagle side. I'm sure Kenneth Demba will be waiting for his chance to bowl his off breaks to these left-handers. But for the moment, the seamers are in total control. Harpy Eagle stuttering, 14 for the loss of 2. Rock back very early. This is over number 11.
Yeah, good going there by the Windward Volcanoes. They are so far on top of their game. It's good to see, but I am, from my vantage point here, I'm very much aware of young Nandu, who, when I look at his temperament, two runs from 35 ball tells you that he's not going to give up his wicket very easily. So, they have to be wary. He's coming off a century in the previous game, so definitely he's not looking to go anywhere in a hurry. All he would need is some partners to remain with him.
Well, Kemal Savory, he has a good partner there. He's playing his second match just like Matthew Nandu. They both made their debut in the last match. Savory is 26 years old. Plays for the county of Essequibo in the county cricket in Guyana. Plays local cricket in Georgetown for the Police Sports Club. Very talented wicketkeeper batsman as well. He's been around the circuit. Played on the 19 for Guyana, regional level. Has been hitting hard at the selector's door for quite some time, and has finally been rewarded. He got 25 in his first knock, but did not get off the mark in the second innings last week against Barbados. Had an impressive list debut, a half century on debut in his first season. tapered off, but came back with a bang as well in the second season. So quite an attacking batsman who also can play the longer version. Very quick between the wickets.
Yeah, well, that's very good in terms of the bit of experience coming into this season. You know, it's good to always have this sort of.
So wicket maiden coming to an end. So wicket apiece now to Maxwell and to Martin. The Harpy Eagles after 11 overs in their first innings, 14 for the loss of 2, with Savory yet to get off the mark, and Matthew Nandu looking solid on 2.
Yeah, it would take a really good effort. The Volcanoes, their tails are up. They're really, on top of this game so far, and definitely they would want to continue to press that advantage. As you've been saying, Savory, being able to be an attacking batsman and while being able to stay at the wicket for lengthy periods will come in handy to help to fight off the attack of the Volcanoes. So definitely it sets up to be an interesting next few hours.
Greaves to continue. And there's Nandu fishing again outside his off stump. Playing and missing, and Justin Greaves won't mind at all.
Yeah, good length. Good length there. I think all that delivery needed was probably a little movement back into the left-hander and edge would have been found. But good areas. Nandu would want to be as circumspect as possible, in playing these deliveries.
So ball on the stump and he turns it easily. Just closing the face of the batsman. Nandu has the temperament to bat very long, but I've seen him as well in limited overs cricket where he can actually play lots of shots. He knows where the gaps are, he can find them very easily, and with his timing and placement can score very quickly as well.
And good attributes for a young batsman. You want to make sure that you can, always find the gaps. Finding the gaps is very important. I think something that we in the Caribbean have really we've gotten ourselves into this idea where it's about bashing and it's about hitting hard and slugging. But when you can, actually find the gap with precision and really, it says that you have a level of class about your play. And it's good to see when youngsters coming in, young as 19-year-old Nandu can find gaps and get off the strike and rotate strike is very important.
Very watchful, and I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles won't mind because they've lost 2 quick wickets and 2 big wickets at that. Chandapal Hemraj with international experience caught that long leg hooking of the lively Martin for 4, and the West Indies A-team wicketkeeper batsman Tevin Imlak caught at a wicket trying to hook a short ball and feathered it to the wicketkeeper of the lively as well, Max Sween. He went for 3. Nandu's dogged. Is batting well. Is trying to get a measure of this track and what the bowlers are serving up. And Chujimori did make the point that he knows where his off stump is, so he's going to allow those balls to go away from him. He wouldn't be tempted to play. Savory, who's just gotten there, can also be very dogged. But the Pacers are on top of the game right now. It's a very hard wicket. Some live grass and some crucial areas rolled in. Hitting him high on the pad, and the umpire Gregory Bradford says you're out. He is a short man, and that ball trapped him in front. Very adjacent. Wicket number 3 going down. Justin Greaves gets his man. Matthew Nandu leg before bowled Greaves for 2, and now the Volcanoes very much in control. Harpy Eagles 14 for 3.
It's a bit of pressure out there. This is a big loss for the Happy Eagles. Nandu and his temperament, getting him out at this stage, it's going to be, even more pressure on Captain Leon Johnson as we look at the monitors again, looking at the replay of that delivery. I know most batsmen will feel disappointed, getting out, especially at this stage as we look again. Ball pitching and coming back. Very good delivery there by Graves. Just seemed to be hitting the top of the middle stump. Pitching middle and straightening. Very beautiful delivery. It's unfortunate that Nandu fell over, got caught there with the movement of that delivery and adjudged LBW.
He was playing on the back foot and jumping back as well. And I think Machu Nandu will be disappointed because he think that the ball might have been heading over his stumps, but he is a short man and he was on the back foot trapped. And I think I do agree with you. That one was crashing into the stump.
Yeah, it seems like it's crashing there. It's again, so we're just saying it's pressure. It's a bit of pressure out there. The Happy Eagles will want to ensure that they get a partnership in that is going to, at least push them forward a bit. As right now they seem to be stuck. The Volcanoes are all over them.
So the new batsman is Captain Leon Johnson. We'll need all of his experience here at the moment. He's going to be at the non-striker's end because it was the end of the over. So now do dismiss off the last ball of over number 12. After 2, McSween starts a new over. Chanapol Hemraj 4, Imlak 3, Nandu 2. 4, 3, 2.
Seem to be counting
down. Both of these batters are yet to get off the mark. Hope the next batter from a Harpy Eagle standpoint does not out for a single. And then the next one will go for 0.
Yeah, the Windward Volcanoes will definitely want to continue that sort of trend. But I know that the Happy Eagles will have something to say about that.
This one is going to go into the boundary. That's a beautiful shot from Kimmo Savory to get off the mark. And for sure, he's not going to be part of that declining run. That's a beautiful shot to get off the mark. A ball that's just wide of the off stump, given the treatment.
Yeah, good shot. Getting that foot across. It's a bit aerial, but deliberately so. Getting underneath and getting it over the ring of fielders down to the boundary. So a bit of pressure being released there. Savory happy to see that one outside there, be able to reach it and get it over the infield. Picks up 4 runs.
Good comeback from McSween, just tightening up. Bowling it on the line of the wicket. Savory equal to the task, but could have easily missed that one. Nonetheless, 18 for a loss of 3. Not very comfortable position for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but Leon Johnson has just gotten there, the captain. He want to hold the innings together.
Yeah, definitely. His experience would be needed now at this stage where they can rebuild and post, a really good score. A lot would depend on him, his ability to absorb pressure and so on.
Over pitching, but driven straight to Demba at mid-off.
Johnson's experience and at this level, and we know that he has already had a big score here at the St. George's Stadium. So definitely he's one that, the Volcanoes would want to ensure that they keep very tight and ensure that he doesn't get on top of the bowling, because it could be a long day.
Oh, good delivery. Good inward movement after pitching. Exaggerated inward movement at that. And it's been past the wicketkeeper as well for 4 byes.
Yeah, good delivery there by McSween, getting that ball to move. As it pitched, it came back and a little bit of swing. A little bit of sloppiness there from the wicketkeeper. It's down a bit too early. Missing everything and going down to the boundary.
Leon Johnson, by his standards, can say that he's a bit under pressure. Last season, Played all 5 matches. Just got 163 runs, 1/2 century, averaging 23.28.
Yeah, that's pressure right there. So definitely he would want to remain out there, good batting track, and want to put at least register a good score here to, at least get the name Leon Johnson and what it stands for back up, in terms of the Guyana Harpy Eagles and their potential as winners of this competition for many seasons.
So Johnson was at the helm when they won it 5 consecutive seasons. Over-completed, 22 for the loss of 3. So Johnson will take strike for the first time in this match. Missed out in the last game against the defending champions in Antigua.
Just a little this way. That's it.
So he's looking to really come good, Leon Johnson. 26 in the first innings, 12 in the second innings. At the Sir Vivian Richards ground last week. Left-handed batter, 35 years of age.
Well, it's coming right on over.
Test matches, 1 internationals for the West Indies, so lots of international experience as well for the young man. Still young man by his standard, because he's fit as ever, Leon Johnson. But at 35, you can see he's getting down towards the end of his career.
Yeah, definitely. He's getting down to the end of his career, and he would want to go out, at the top of his game. And really, this season, I expect that he would want to dominate this season and show that the name Leon Johnson and what it has meant for all these years is remembered, especially by the young Nandus and so on coming through. So he would definitely want to be on top of his game for this season. It's not the best of starts, 36 and 12, but definitely with the potential and the ability that we know that he has, he definitely is going to be looking to, register something big at this season.
Has the appetite to bat long. Also a former captain of the West Indies under 19 side. Played in that World Cup, I think it was 2008 or 6, thereabout.
There we see, John, a bit of movement after pitching, even movement within the air, and so the conditions here at the stadium is conducive for that little bit of movement, that lateral movement that you're seeing on your screen. And I know that the Volcanoes will want to exploit that type of movement. It's a bit overcast, and so
that's good cover drive. Leon Johnson is off the mark. Will come back for the second. So he opens his account with 2. 24 for the loss of 3. So lots of work still to be done. Remember, they're replying to 294 all-out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. And with some overhead conditions coming in as well, could be a very crucial factor. 3 big wickets already in the hut. Captain Johnson and what can be considered a rookie. That's the second match at the first class level. Savory will have lots of work to do to get the Guyana Harpy Eagles back into a position of comfort and then maybe to dominate.
yeah, definitely. It will take a bit of concentration. It will take good, disciplined batting. Want to ensure that, they play on merit. They would not want to play any rash shots. Want to make sure that they occupy the crease for as long as possible. Put away the bad balls to give them that bit of confidence. And yeah, definitely that could be what they need to bring them out of the sort of trouble that they're in.
So Johnson pulling out. Rain going into his eyes, he's saying. So still to come, Anthony Bramble, Kevin Sinclair versus Samuel Pamal. They can all bat. Shamar Joseph, who got 20 on debut. And then the other fast bowlers, Niall Smith and Runsford Beaton.
Yeah, good bit of chatter going on out there. It's good to hear the guys out there. They're enjoying that
It's all
cricket.
part of the game. Umpire Gregory Bradford said he's had enough of this rain and he's calling the covers on. So It's now 1 minute after 11 o'clock local time, and the cover is summoned onto the pitch because rain getting heavy here at the Grenada National Stadium. So after 13.4 overs, play held up momentarily because of rain. And with your local knowledge, Clyde, maybe you can tell us if this will be a lengthy delay.
No, it wouldn't be a lengthy delay. It's just that passage of cloud right over the stadium here that is bringing that rain. As soon as it gets past, the sun is already. If you look to your left, the sun is already peeking through. So definitely, once this mass of cloud here gets across, everything should be fine again.
So the batters have turned back. They're not heading off. Leon Johnson and Kimal Savory, they were actually just about to leave the field when the standby umpire was about to come out with his umbrella, Nigel Duguid, and they all just went in different directions after that.
Yeah, definitely. As I was saying, once you look to the left, you realize that the sun is back. It's just that bit of cloud right over us. Once it drifts away down to the south, then we'll be all right, and you have cricket continuing.
So the covers did not quite get to the pitch,
I didn't think it was gonna come, right?
so it's gone. Rain gone. I was gonna say it was gonna be a cat and mouse situation at the start of the day's play. You're looking at the clouds building up and the sun peeking through, and it does seems to be shaping up that way.
Well, the weather forecast does say that there will be scattered showers, but what we understand is that once the wind, there is a bit of wind out there, so it's going to help to push these clouds across.
And look at that picture we just saw, looking from the River Road end, looking to where we are, and that looked really clear to the north.
Yeah.
So I guess it's the east we have the concern with, coming from the hills that way in the east. So we're back with the action. Justin Greaves, wicket already very early in his spell. Wicket of Machu Nandu, like before in the previous over, for 2. First wicket to go down in the Harpy Eagles' first innings. Chandrapal Hemraj was caught at deep backward square, hooking. Brilliant one-handed catch by Kenneth Demba, who overran the ball, then had to stick out his right hand. I think he was trying to prevent the ball from going behind him more than anything else. Eventually it stuck, and Hemraj was dismissed for 4. Second wicket to go down was that of Tevin Imlak, who was caught at a wicket trying to hook as well. A short ball from McSween went for 3, 2 for 14, and then in the last over, like I said, bowled by Justin Greaves. Machu Nandu, leg before to Greaves for 2. And drinks called now, so 14 overs completed, 24 for the loss of 3. Savory and Leon Johnson, the captain, will have to do the repair work. Need a partnership desperately. Savory on 4, Johnson on 2. But the Pacers of the Volcanoes, they have things their way so far.
Yeah, good going there by the Pacers of the Volcanoes. They stuck to some really good lengths, using the short ball to their advantage. As we said, some grass, live grass in the wicket, so it does mean that they're going to get some bounce. They're going to get a bit more pace. It means that the possibility of that movement after pitching will be there. So there's a lot of factors that would really work against the batsmen, but once you're good at this level, you should be able to dominate. As we see the clear skies, the sun is back out with us, and it makes for good cricket, good long day of batting. From the Harpy Eagles standpoint, Volcanoes, they would want to use these bit of conditions, the overcast conditions that have been prevalent. They would want to use it as much as they can before the sun comes out to bake the wicket further. And definitely it's an enthralling encounter that would be here for the next few hours.
So the sun, when it dries out this wicket, makes it much better for batting. But what we've been seeing is a little bit of drizzle here and there. So because of that, it has a little bit of spice, a little bit of juice in it, and it's coming through nicely for the fast bowlers, getting bounce, getting away movement, getting carry.
Yes, definitely. These little sprinkles help to keep it, moist enough, but yet hard enough, and so the chances of the bounce and the movement is much greater, and so Volcanoes would be backing themselves to get a few more Happy Eagle wickets here this morning and put them really on the back foot. But as we said, Leon Johnson, with all his experiences out there, batting with the newcomer more or less in Kemal Savory. So definitely they would want to stick together. Johnson would want to impart as much as he can into young Savory, and they build a partnership that is going to bring the Happy Eagles out from that hole.
So Grenada just celebrated 49 years as an independent country. So I guess as a nation, you guys are looking forward for 50.
Yes, 50, like in cricket, is a big milestone, and it will be a massive, a grand celebration. I can tell you that. Definitely, I know that post 49th, the preparations would begin, the planning would begin for the 50th, because it's going to be a massive one. A lot of the communities would be involved, and I know that definitely, a lot more would be done than what was done for the 49th. So we look forward to 50, and it's not just the celebration, but the history of where Grenada has come from. This is what is most important. We've been really a dogged sort of people. We've had our issues, have to overcome a lot of challenges, the revolution and Hurricane Ivan and Emily and so on. So there has been a lot for us to fight for, and so this 50th celebration is definitely going to be reflective of the challenges that we've overcome to be where we are today.
So we must say good morning to everyone in the land of 592. That's Guyana. Guyana getting ready for the 53rd anniversary as a Republican nation. That'll be on the 23rd of February, later this month, as we get ready for the resumption. Here's Ryan John. First delivery from him in this innings. So he's bowling with his tail up, unbeaten 51 with the bat, and fresh off of 8 wickets in the last match, a 5-4, and then 3 in the second innings.
Yes, he would be beaming with confidence, looking to continue to express himself and express the talent that he possesses. Everyone would be looking at him, looking forward to him continuing from where he left off. So definitely improvements with the bat. So now I think improvements with the ball will be something that everyone would be looking forward to, as he bowls a good delivery there. Savory just having a dart at it, admonishes himself as he moves away. Definitely Savory will want to pick and choose and not go after these types of deliveries, because John would definitely keep it just around that region, asking him to give his wicket away.
In the last game, it was as if Ryan John was bowling all by himself. Not a lot of support from Maxwell, Martin and Graves. But this time, all three of them have a wicket already, making it a bit easier for John, you may want to say.
Yeah, and so the pressure is on him now to get a wicket. The other pacers have already contributed, so definitely I know he will be eager to get something behind his name. He always wants to be, contributing for the Volcanoes. So definitely John will be looking only to strike, and strike big.
Savory will play shots. He likes to play his shots, young Kemal Savory. So he's not one to be bogged down for a long time. Leon Johnson on the other end, he can play any role that you ask him. This time he really needs a captain's knock to get the Guyana Harpy Eagles out of this hole. 24 for the loss of 3. At one stage 14 for 3. It's a little bit of a partnership developing, but you need, from a Guyana Harpy Eagles standpoint, for them to bat very long. Let's go to lunch and come back. That must be the message right now.
Yeah, it must be the message. They will want to ensure that they bat for as long as possible this way. Even if the runs are not coming, quickly, but the steadiness of the batting is what would be needed now.
Good judgment from Savory. And that's the end of Ryan John's first over. 24 for the loss of 3. The score remains a maiden to start with once again from Ryan John.
Yeah, good going there by John. Pretty steady stuff. Again, we see him, just having that ball just outside the off stump, asking Savory to come to it. It's again the patience of the batsman, and this is at this level you need to be patient. You need to be able to leave deliveries alone and not feel flustered, not feel that you need to get bat on ball, because the need for bat on ball could be your downfall. So at this stage, you play on merit. It would be good for a young batsman, especially someone in the likes of Savory, who is coming into his second game for the Happy Eagles. He would want to remain out there.
Very wide delivery to start a new over. Justin Greaves from the River Road end. And sometimes you can get this anxiety, this anxious feeling of wanting to do well. So Greaves pumped up now, just riding a little bit too hard and pushing it too wide.
Yeah, definitely. One would always want to keep calm, keep under control. I think it's unnecessary pressure, putting on yourself is not really the best recipe at this level for doing well. You want to make sure that you do the basics right.
Beats the diving fielder and will get at least 2 runs, Leon Johnson.
Yeah, it's a good shot there, just playing as we're saying, and that's where the experience of Johnson comes in, not trying to hit that delivery too hard. It's pitched up. He just got out to it and just pushing it back past the bowler, off diving over it, and he got an easy 2 runs.
Oh, steering it, but almost into the second slip hands. Got it along the ground, Leon Johnson. Gotta be very careful.
And that, to me, is a good delivery from Graves. Johnson committed to playing, got the edge, but fortunately it went down. And that tells you that he didn't flash hard, but he played with soft enough hands that he could have the level of control that the ball doesn't go to the man at second slip.
This time overcompensating, sprays it down the leg side. Good take from Tevin Walker, the wicketkeeper.
Again, we see good movement after pitching, after the ball has gone past the wicket, continues to go further. So a bit of movement out there. The bowlers would want to ensure that they consistently touch down in the right areas to get that bit of movement and make it very difficult for the batsman. So he would want to adjust his line and length, get back to that. That's what you're looking for as a piece out there. That's what you're looking for. Look at the patience of the batsman. How long would be Leon Johnson feel comfortable leaving these deliveries? And this is what makes the 40 game so mentally tough. You have to be prepared to leave. You have to be prepared to play when necessary.
Justin Greaves, who played for CCC, Barbados Pride, and now playing for the Volcanoes, has moved around. Quite experienced Barbadian. Johnson gets one. Nice rising delivery. Just rides it down towards the backward square for a single. Over completed. 27 now for the loss of 3.
Yeah, good over there by Greaves. Spot on more or less for his team. Johnson again showing his experience, simply just riding the bounce that Greaves has extracted from the wicket. And definitely this is what you want, a bit of rotation, not being bogged down too much, but being able to just find the gaps and get off the strike, rotate, have the bowlers having to change, their length and then their line.
There's rain in Antigua and Barbuda, so no play as yet on day number 2 of round number 2 of those matches across there. Jamaica Scorpions against Barbados Pride at Coolidge, and at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the TNT Red Force. Red Force overnight 151 for 3. And at Coolidge, Jamaica Scorpions bowled out for 140 in their first innings. At Stumps on day number 1, Barbados Pride 89 for a loss of 2. No play as yet at either of the venues in Antigua. Good delivery, start of a new over from Ryan John, and there's Leon Johnson tentatively pulling in line as well.
Yeah, good delivery, masterful delivery, pitching on outside the off stump, and a little bit of movement away from the bat. Johnson committed to playing, but then pulling inside the line of delivery after it has passed. So good areas by John.
Just about 45 minutes to lunch on day number 2 here in Grenada. In addition to Republican and Independence, which will be in May for Guyana. 57 years this year of independence for Guyana. There's also the International Energy Conference and Expo happening in Guyana. February 14 to 17 at the Guyana Marriott Hotel. Under the theme Harnessing Energy for Development. To why this time? There'll be some addresses by President of Guyana himself, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi of Suriname, the President of Suriname, Honorable Prime Minister of Guyana, retired Brigadier Mark Anthony Phillips will also be making remarks. Honorable Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, the Vice President of Guyana as well. Honorable Vikram Bharat, Minister of Natural Resources, all in attendance and making presentations at the International Energy Conference and Expo. Our good friends at Premier Insurance, one of the silver sponsors of that event, so lots to look forward to in Guyana. So Guyana just from Grenada, a flight away.
Yeah, definitely, just a flight away. It's a place that I have not been as yet. I mean, we'll be looking forward to going there sometime.
So much happening. Various parts of Guyana, depends on what you're looking for. 83,000 miles, 83,000 square miles. So it depends on what you're looking for. If you want the outdoors, if you want deep jungle, if you want mountains, you want savannas, wildlife, or if you want the commercial activities of the city, take your pick.
Yeah, I would go for more of the savannas and the outdoors. Just love to be out there, just enjoying the nature of Guyana. You see the Kaicho Falls and all these places, the Demerara River. Very intriguing, and we'll want to experience that.
Maiden over again from Ryan John comes to an end. Pretty much a similar start to what he had in the last game, standing down 5 consecutive maidens on that occasion. 2 so far, 17 overs gone, 27 for the loss of 3. Yeah, as you mentioned, the Demerara River. Leon Johnson, who's at the crease, is actually from a tributary of the Demerara River called Kamuni Creek, right near the Telejagan International Airport. So he's from one of the riverine areas, Leon Johnson, but lives in Georgetown now. Also a businessman. So Guyana, very vast. Beaches on the coastland, and on the inland we have what we, in the Caribbean, some places have blue water, white sand. In Guyana there's black water, brown sand, because we're inland.
Okay.
Quite an experience.
Quite an experience.
Greaves to continue. Kemal Savory, who's batting at the moment, is from the largest of the three counties in Guyana, the mineral-rich county. Gold, diamond, also lots of agriculture, livestock, crops. In fact, the Essequibo River at the mouth, 29 miles wide.
Yeah, it sounds really exciting, something to behold, and maybe seeing it on video and so on would not do justice, but being there, I think that's the key.
Lots of activities, fishing, horseback riding, swimming. What you're not accustomed to really on a day-to-day basis, all to be done in Guyana. Bird watching,
Yeah,
at its best.
definitely a very interesting place to be. Lots of land to explore.
Like by, so one more to the total. 23rd of February is a Mashramani Day, the day we observe our Republican status. That day, lots of carnival-like activities, road parade, persons in costumes, some persons just go to watch the parade. Real big family occasion. Is an appeal for a leg before an umpire Gregory Bradford gives him out. Leon Johnson struck plumb in front. Justin Greaves gets his man. It is the second wicket for Greaves. Leon Johnson, the judge, leg before wicket for 5. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles losing the captain at 28 for 4.
Again, Graves pitching that ball, getting that bit of movement. Johnson playing around that one, trapped directly in front of the stump. And umpire Bradford had no choice but to raise the dreaded finger. There we look at that movement again. I want to suggest it would bang into the leg stump. Very good delivery, good movement, as we spoke about. The movement in the air. There we see it again. Johnson back across, pitching just about middle, moving back. Pretty tight, but playing back again into the crease. Not much distance again to go. So it just may be clipping that leg stump. Umpire Bradford deciding that it's going to hit the leg stump. And out goes Captain Leon Johnson.
So Johnson, a judge leg before to umpire Gregory Brathwaite. Brathwaite, all of his experience in his 62nd first class match. International umpire. Yeah, that ball seemed to be with the angle going on to hit Leon Johnson's leg stump. Not a big stride in. So Greaves gets the second wicket. Johnson gone for 5. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings replying to 294 all out made by the Volcanoes. 28 for the loss of 4. At one time, the Guyana side will roll up against the Windward Islands, and it will be a foregone conclusion that at least they will get first innings points or they may beat the Volcanoes outright. Well, the Windward Islands as they were then. But this time around, this Volcanoes unit looking a very different unit. Very well managed, I must say, and it starts at the administration level with Dr. Kishore Shallow, Dwayne Gale, Miles Bascom, and the others around the association boards. And now we're seeing it here in Grenada, the home of the Volcanoes, the type of structure they have and the work ethics and so on that is designed for these players. They're reaping the rewards. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, no longer the whipping boys. Guyana Harpy Eagles have their work cut out here. They're tottering 28 for 4.
Yeah, most definitely. The foregone conclusion is no more a foregone conclusion. There's that sense of fight and determination from the Volcano setup.
Bramble could not get off the mark there. So successful over coming to an end for Justin Greaves. He now has 2 wickets in the bag for 6 runs. And after 18 overs in the Volcanoes, in the Harpy Eagles' first innings, 28 for 4. The new batsman, Anthony Bramble, lots of experience. But he'll want to really bat long as well with his fellow wicketkeeper batsman, Kemal Savory.
Yeah, Bramble, as we know, is a very attacking batsman. Doesn't hesitate to put away the bad balls. He would want to ensure that he's patient, really looking to build an innings, while we know that he likes to hit the ball. But this situation calls for time at the crease. So he would want to be circumspect as possible in terms of how he's going to play these deliveries. I know that John is going to be thereabout asking questions, and he would need to respond in the right manner if he's going to remain out there.
Ryan John, 2 overs, 2 maidens so far. Drawing into the shot and it just eludes second slip. Alec Athanaze, the captain, is at second slip. How close did that go to his hands? We'll have to look on the replay to confirm. But there was Ryan John drawing Savory into the shot and almost getting his wicket. Savory doubles his score. He's now on to 8 with 2 boundaries. The only 2 boundaries so far in the Harpy Eagles innings. And they're moving up nervously to 32 for the loss of 4. Good bowling again from Ryan John.
Yeah, good delivery. Very good areas. Asking the batsman to play, and there he was playing at it. Ball dropping just short of Athanaze, who couldn't get the body behind it, and it went through to the boundary for 4. But very, very good delivery. I think I want to agree with you that the slips, they need to be up a little bit. Where he was previously looked too far, and so that ball could not have carried to him. He was almost in line with the first slip, and so definitely the adjustment has been made. And let's hope John can bring it back there again.
Both of the first and second slip fielders making their way a little bit up. This one's in the air as well, but all in the gap, and there's Demba running around to his right from cover to effect the fielding. That could have easily carried to hand again. Savory hitting in the gap, but airishly.
Yeah, definitely that ball was a bit airy. He wants to make sure that the head is over that ball and that he can get it done quickly. You do not want to, be playing that ball in the air consistently with the sort of feel that is set, because at any time it could go to hand. So you want to make sure that he gets close enough to it and have that level of control over the bat.
And it's really storming now in Antigua. You can be getting some live pictures from Cricket West Indies YouTube channels, and it's not looking good at all. Both matches badly affected by the rain across there. Here we have Ryan John running into Anthony Bramble, who's yet to get off the mark. And he whips this one nicely. He will get off the mark, Anthony Bramble, in convincing fashion. The first 6 of the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings. And what a way to get off the mark. Anthony Bramble with the team in all sorts of trouble at 33 for 4. It goes to 39 now for 4. What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, good shot there by Bramble, as we said. It's on the leg stump and he just gets inside and whipping it over the mid-wicket region. 6 runs, a poor delivery. Deserve that sort of treatment. You have a batsman who's in a field set with gullies and slips, cover. You want to make sure that you keep that ball out there, asking him to play to your field. And so John would need to make that adjustment and ensure that he keeps the pressure that has been built up on the Harpy Eagles batsmen.
Flicked away again. You will get a boundary. Anthony Bramble, consecutive boundaries. 6 followed by a 4. And now Ryan John drifting onto the pad again and again punished.
Yeah, again, nobody out there. So you definitely would not want to be bowling there. The delivery, just going down the leg side a bit. I know he's probably looking for it to swing back a bit, but definitely you do not want to be down the leg to Bramble, and there's no field, set for that type of bowling. So John needs to make an adjustment.
So by far the most expensive over so far in this innings. 15 from 4 deliveries so far. Here is John to Bramble. And he goes over the offside this time. And it will get very close to the boundary at extra cover. The chase is on. McSween is going to get there. 2 more to Anthony Bramble. The over started with 3 slips. Well, 1 has disappeared. 2 slips remaining there now. But 2 more runs. 17 from the over so far.
Yeah, Bramble deciding that he's not going to come and, waste these deliveries. He's on the attack. As the saying goes, the best form of defense is to attack. And so he's come out with that attacking mentality. I'm hoping to lift the score of the Harpy Eagles. Needs to put a bit of caution to his attacking though.
Sun is back in all its brilliance here now at the Grenada National Stadium. And a dot ball to end the over. So 17 runs in the over from Ryan John after sending on 2 consecutive maidens. But in all credit to him, he could have easily had a wicket in the first ball. It was not to be. So 19 gone, 45 for the loss of 4 wickets. Bramble is on 12, Savory's with him on 9.
Yeah, definitely a good over there for the Harpy Eagles, as Bramble has come out and then really sought to be extra positive, making sure that he strike, as much as he can, getting some 4 boundaries out of that over.
In 3 matches last season, Bramble had 167 runs, highest of 58. He actually got hit on his wrist and he was out for 2 matches. He was a fighter, but when he was batting, he got hit on his wrist. He's really an experienced campaigner for the Guyana sides over the years, playing white ball and red ball cricket. So they'll need him with all of his experience here now. Just 32 years old, but started since in 2013. He replaced Darwin Christian behind the stumps. Savory following that ball from Justin Greaves. So Greaves wearing number 66 on his back. Guyana got independence in 1966. This year it will be 57 years of independence. And the Guyana Carnival started around the Independence Day recently. So you're all welcome for the Guyana Carnival around Independence Day. 2 slips now.
I know that young Savory will want to have at least the score that Graves has on his back, just to make sure that he announces his arrival to the 4-day tournament. So definitely 66 being significant here, but I think Savory would be the one wanting the 66 at this time in the Guyana innings.
Good bowling so far by the Volcanoes, especially the new ball. The guys who shared the new ball. Preston McSween, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6. Darius Martin, 3 overs, 1 for 10. Sent down 4 no balls in that opening spell. I'm sure he will be back. Good support from Justin Greaves, now into his 7th over, 2 for 6. And Ryan John roughed up in the last over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, and that 17-run over. History may repeat itself because Ryan John last match bowled 5 consecutive maidens and then 1 over conceded 14. This time 2 consecutive maidens and 1 going for 17. But after that 17-run over, he got a flurry of wickets. That 14-run last week, 14.
Yeah, so if history repeats itself, definitely John, we know he would want to come back and ensure that he gets reward for the 17 runs that has been taken off him so far. So definitely he would be itching to have that ball again to ensure that he redeems himself. Would not want to be the bowler that is most expensive. Another
good over comes to the end from Justin Greaves, a maiden. So 7 overs for him. 2 for 6 at the end of 20 overs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles replying to 294 all out made by the Volcanoes. 45 for the loss of 2. And you can look at that as some 249 runs away. So far way off, but all they need to do right now is to bat and bat long. 45 for the loss of 4. So welcome back, Junior Murray. How are you, Junior?
I'm good, Johnny. Seeing the Volcanoes have the tails up at the moment and keeping the Happy Eagles batters on a bit of pressure. But we see Bramble wicketkeeper is have other ideas.
You had to stress on the word wicketkeeper, right?
Wicketkeeper, I had to stress on the word. At least you know a wicketkeeper is always an exciting batter.
Yeah.
They love to play short, free flowing, and you can see he's doing that at the moment.
But you have 2 wicketkeepers at the crease with Savory as well, a wicketkeeper batsman. But in this team, purely as a batsman, because Bramble, the incumbent, is holding firm. Over number 21, here's John again.
As you can see Ryan there, going back to what he knows, hitting that area, hitting that spot. I think the over before he went looking for wickets. I think once he continued to build pressure, I think the batters will make the mistake.
But this is really a good start with the ball for the Volcanoes, as opposed to a very poor start by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I think the Volcano bowlers, the tails are up now and they're really having fun out there.
No foot movement, just looking to cut that ball outside his off stump.
Very loose shot there by Bramble. I think he needs to be a bit more selective. A few more minutes to lunch. I think he should be a bit more tighter there in his approach. He has been around. He's a senior player in the team. I think we expect better from Bramble. But you can see Ryan and John have different ideas, and he wants to send him back to the hut as quickly as possible.
The weather has certainly improved, so that little sprinkle that making the pitch a bit spicy will now make it a bit flat and dry.
Yeah, I told you, John, I'm the weatherman for the area.
So look at that picture now.
It's lovely weather.
Yeah.
So we're expecting to have a full day of cricket. And the Volcanoes loving the moment. Ryan John into his work, hitting the areas nicely. But I think the Happy Eagle batters have a lot of work to do if they want this game to go on to 4 days.
In the gap. Protection on the cover boundary.
Look in.
As you can see Ryan John bowling into his field. Bramble, wide ball outside the off stump. Bramble reaching for it, hitting it. And like a deep cover on the boundary. 1 run.
2 wickets to Greaves, 1 to Martin, 1 to Maxwell. Those are the guys who were not necessarily in the wickets column last week, as opposed to Ryan John, who's yet to get a wicket. And then the ball just went to Kenneth Demba, who had 9 wickets the last time these 2 teams played in Trinidad and Tobago, the right arm off spinner. So those 2 guys are yet to get into the wickets column, but already 4 wickets down for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I think the Volcano bowler, they're sharing the wickets, it seems. And then we see Ryan wide, full on wide outside the off stump. And see if we can leave it alone to the wicket keeper. I think Denver will be hungry for a ball at some point. Got just 1 or 2 wickets in the first game, and from last season he was a leading wicket taker, so he should be hungry. I think that catch he took today, he'll be ready to get a ball in his hands.
If he was low on confidence, that catch will make him beaming with confidence.
Yeah, I think he is.
Just a single from the over this time. So over number 21 completed. Hemraj 4, Nandu 2, Imlak 3, Johnson 5. All back in the hut. Bramble 13 and Savory fighting now. 46 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, I think the Volcano bowlers have done a fantastic job this morning so far. Getting the top order of the Happy Eagles batting. So I think they should be pressing on before lunch and after lunch to keep that pressure on the Happy Eagle batters.
So change your bowler, right arm over.
Kevin Sinclair, Shamar Joseph, Veersamy Pamal, Runsford Beaton and Niall Smith. still to come.
I think looking at the battles to come, I think the Volcano bowlers will be licking their lips. You know, they can get put a bit of pressure, extra pressure on these two batters out there. 'Cause I think after these two batters out there, it's a very, very long tail. So I hope that we can send back one as quickly as possible for lunch.
Sinclair is actually capable and all rounder. Joseph, in recent inter-county tournament, I'm sure that he can bat. And then Versamy Pamal hung around a little bit in the last game. Also can bat. So Smith and Beaton, you may say, fighting for 10 and 11.
Someone got a bat number 11.
Change of bowling. Martin is back. Martin had some no ball troubles earlier, bowling from this very end. Chance for run out.
I think I love that change by Captain Athenaeus. I think we're very aggressive. We keep a bamble there now and hope that something can happen and get a wicket here before lunch.
Martin, who bowled most of the first match as well from the River Road end, this morning had some issues with no balls. 4 no balls in 3 overs, but he's back. And maybe Captain Athenaeus will be telling him, okay, we have a few overs for you to go before lunch. Have a go.
I think so. Fast and furious. A good 4 over spell here from Martin. See if we can carry one of those batters to lunch with us, with him.
This one is pulled nicely, but into the ground by Bramble. Unlike what we saw by Hemraj hitting, trying to pull in the air and hold out to Demba.
Well played again by Bramble. Hooking it down. The trap was all set with him for him. Well played. Good effort of him by Martin again, hitting the deck as hard as possible. I think the captain wants him here to give a good full fast spell here. Just before lunch, go in and have a good lunch and come back out again. Ready to go.
So your innings of 218. It was a boundary fill innings, wasn't it?
It was a boundary fill innings. It was the innings of both defense and attack. Yeah, batting for 2 days. With the likes of Colin Stewart and Rion King, they want to give him more drives, so you have to be able to hook and pull. So.
Nagamutu and McGarrell were part of that bowling attack.
Yeah, have you on the front foot all day, hitting the areas.
You know, back in the days, Border used to be called the featherbed of the Caribbean. Then you expect some pace in Jamaica and in Barbados. Then you go to Trinidad, you expect some spin as well. I think we can look at the consistency of this Grenada National Stadium. We can say runs galore.
Runs galore. At least the bowlers can get something out of it, and the batters can get something also.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very good surface. Kudos to the chief groundsman Holas and his team for doing a good job so far.
Excellent. So the bowlers really, once they can be consistent and be prepared to work hard, you will get the rewards. So last match, spinners not having their way. It was Brian Charles who got 4 wickets, but today we saw Versamy Pamal cleaning up the tail to finish with 4 wickets as well. Seamers now picking up early wickets. So just about once you're prepared to do the right work and the hard work, you will get the rewards.
Yeah, I think once you do the right things, hit the ball, hit the bowling areas consistently, build pressure again the batters with the pace and bounce in the pitch, I think you get your rewards, and we can see Darius Martin doing it at the moment.
Savory is holding form. Space start 32 deliveries so far for 9. Good short stuff. Good hostility being shown by Martin on his comeback. 3 runs from that over. Guyana Harpy Eagles getting closer to their first 50. 49 for 4.
One ball again by Darius Martin, hitting the wicket very hard, and the batters are equal to the task. Well done by the bowlers, well done by the batters. You see a nice partnership here, building of 21. I think you need the batting partnerships And this pair, we're looking forward to carry the bat into lunch. Lunch is only about 50 minutes away, so I think they'll be looking to carry the bats to lunch. Yeah, as you can see, Kenneth Demba is just leaving the field for a minute, and Teddy Bishop is in his place at the moment. Young Teddy Bishop, very exciting young batter.
Former West Indies under 19 player. He had 100 in the under 19 World Cup for the West Indies. Grenadian.
As you can see, Teddy Bishop is right into the action at him
Immediately.
Ryan John, full ball, Bumble equal to the task.
Ryan John, also a Grenadian.
Also Grenadian out there. He's at home. He knows his pitch very much. He knows everything about the National Stadium. So as you can see in the first game, he put on a show. And being left out of a team and to the injury of Nicholas over there back in the squad, and he really grabbed the opportunity with both hands. And good to see him get some runs in his first innings in this game here. So he's having a good time so far.
Again, the ball goes to Teddy Bishop.
He's right into the action. You gotta get warm as quickly as possible. Sun is out, and you can see him here cheering his team on, and really enjoying his probably a short stay on the field.
He actually played against the Guyana Harpy Eagles last year in Trinidad and Tobago, Bishop. So this is the first time since Devon Smith was playing at regional cricket that the Windward Islands do not have him at the top of the order.
At the top of the order. We all know what Devon is about. He's carried his bat for the Windward Islands for a very long period of time, for 22 years. I've been doing that. I remember him coming to the team as a youngster. He couldn't hit the ball past the 30-yard circle, but you couldn't get him out. He would bat all day. It's good to see his career extended for 22 years and played for Windward Islands and also the West Indies cricket team. So kudos to Devon Smith. You done the Windward Volcanoes proud. You done your country proud. You done West Indies proud.
Teddy Bishop got 15 the first innings, while Devon Smith was out without scoring.
Very rare. Very rare. Look at the scorecard and Devon Smith on 0. Normally have 1 in front of it. And 2 zeros,
In fact, Smith got 52 in the first innings and none in the second.
Oh, okay then. Devon loves his runs, he loves his batting. And you can see his cricket son over there following in his footsteps, Captain Atenes. I think he's raising his bat and doing his job. What he admired from Devon Smith for all these years.
Bishop actually came into the second innings after Milius was removed because of the concussion situation last season.
Grab his opportunity.
Milius in his first game, 192. Missed out in the first innings here. Seems to be a second innings player.
I think he's a second innings player. But I always think the first opportunity is important. You grab it with both hands. You never know what will happen with the weather. You never know what will happen. So you never get a chance. Go there, grab the first opportunity.
Fifty is on the board for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The over comes to an end. 23 gone. 50 for the loss of 4.
Another good over there by Ryan John. Hitting his ears. He's very consistent. Very, as you can say, he's bowling bored, but I think he's doing the right things. Get bored doing the right things, and probably could draw the batters into making the mistakes. But the Happy Eagle batters are fighting till lunch. And they don't want to lose another wicket here at the moment.
Just before play started today at 9:36, I saw Sherman Lewis with the team was warming up. He was actually in this with the squad. What injury is he?
Yeah, I think Sherman
suffered?
Lewis has a bit of a toe injury. Yeah, but I think he's recovering nicely and should be back in the setup very, very, very soon. So we all know what Sherman can do. He's a former West Indies. He's a fast bowler. He hit the deck very hard, running and bowl very quickly. And I know the Volcanoes missed him very much, but he'll be back very soon. And good to see him back with the team and bowling in the net. So he will be excited for the next 3 rounds. Got some time on his hands to recover fully, and I think he should be ready.
2 test matches for West Indies, one against India, one against Bangladesh.
So he knows what it's about.
He's also Grenadian.
He's also Grenadian.
So the names on the stands, we need to have some more names. You see, you can see
Yeah.
Junior Murray, Roy Lewis. Then the Players Pavilion, Devon Smith.
I guess probably with the 50th celebration of our independence, probably next season you might see some things happening, some changes to the stadium. You never know, So let's wait and see. I think they all deserve, They're presented well, and I think they should be recognized.
We cannot forget Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, the lone woman leg spinner for West Indies team. I think she also needs our recognition.
Then the Spice Man with the white ball,
Andre Fletcher,
Andre Fletcher.
Neil Pascal.
Nelon Pascal, yes.
All those guys. So I think something should be done. I think they need their flowers when they're alive, not when they're gone. So celebrate them now.
There it is, the Junior Murray Raw Lewis stand.
So sad to see it empty.
Well, it's not quite empty. 3 persons are there.
There are a few people there.
And on the upper level as well, some more.
Yeah, it's good. And it's good to be recognized for your contribution, not to yourself and to your country. Ball again by Martin. Bamba equally behind it defensively. Keep the strike rate going, keep the rotation going. You can see he's a very, very busy player over there.
And they're both very busy players, but they will have to play a different role today.
Yes, they're a bit behind the 8 ball at the moment, so I think a different approach. But you still need that rotation.
I saw a vehicle outside in the parking lot, and it says 218 101. It has that engraved in it.
John,
Do
you're
you,
very
do, do, you know,
observant.
do you know that vehicle?
John, you're very observant, John. Eh? I guess you're really enjoying your stay in Grenada. Yeah, it's a vehicle owned by someone you know very well. I guess you know the reason for the 101. It's my highest test score, 101 versus New Zealand, not out, and you know the 218, my highest first class score against Guyana at Tantin Plain Field. And if you look again, you might see a signature mark, something marked MBE.
MBE.
Yeah, it's probably an award for the Queen,
Yeah.
for my contribution to sports and to cricket
In your native Grenada.
in my native Grenada. So
Yes, we deserve not only the name and that stand, maybe a statue, as Darius Martin sends down a no ball.
John, you're taking it a bit far now, John. I hope the people in charge are listening to you.
So-
I'm not going to blow my own trumpet at the moment,
So
John.
they have some statues on the water here in Grenada. You
Yeah,
didn't
that's-
have yours over on land.
John, I'm not gonna take much part in that conversation. I hope the people in charge, are listening, and hope that something could be done.
So another no ball sent down in the over for Martin, but he completes his 5th over. He's now 1 for 17, 54 for the loss of 4, getting closer towards lunch for the Harpy Eagles.
Yes, I think Martin trying his best, working very hard, hitting the deck very hard. But the Happy Eagle batters are equal to the task, keeping rotation and strike going on nicely. They're still behind, but they're fighting.
Torture 3 test matches, 55 one-day internationals. Nice career, stretching at a time when it was very competitive. Lots of wicket keepers not only doing well in front of the stumps but also behind the stumps.
Yeah, I had a long way, John. At least with David Williams or Jeffrey Dujan at the time. Jeffrey Dujan, as you know, was one of West Indies, at my time, the best wicket keeper, and I used want to be like him. I can remember he gave me a pair of wicket keeping gloves, a great pair of wicket keeping gloves, and I cherished it. David Williams, Trinidad again, as we all call him, Willie.
Yeah.
Short, very agile behind the stumps. I had to wait my turn.
But it all started for you in that Mike Finley workshop, that
Yes,
clinic for wicket
yes,
keepers.
yes, all started there. In St. Vincent a few years ago, a lot of years ago, was invited to St. Vincent to this clinic with Mike Finley, myself, and my good friend Richard Hostin. And it all started from there. Mingling with the guys. Mike Finley, guy names you heard about growing up as a kid. It was really a pleasure, and I grabbed it with both hands.
I understand while that was happening in the Windward Islands, there was also another wicket keeping clinic in the Leeward Islands where Ridley Jacobs actually came out from. So Ridley as well was one of the persons competing.
Yeah, he was. I think.
Good delivery from John, but Bramble also looking for a single, it's not on.
Well, ball again by Ryan John. Bramble looking to rotate the strike a bit. Very lucky there. I think it was a close call there. Ryan John went up in appeal. Umpire said not out.
So Ridley Jacobs was your good mate as well?
Yes, he was my good mate.
Yeah.
He still Courtney Brown, my good mate. I think
Yeah.
Willie Jacobs got into the team when I got injured playing in a game against with England and Barbados. I remember Phil Wallace returned a ball to me and went to collect it and damaged my quad muscle. I think that's when Willie Jacobs got into the squad. But these things happen. Someone always there waiting for your game, so any chance they get, they will jump in.
But with competition for spots makes it much more enticing, and when you have it, you want to hold on because you don't want someone else to get into it.
Yeah, one of the things I used to do when I was playing, I always compete against the wicket keepers. So if County Brown scored 10 runs, I think to myself after score 11, I always want to be ahead. So that really motivated me to really perform.
Around your time, Kenneth Wong would have been the wicket keeper for Guyana, Sheikh Mohammed.
Yeah, a lot of young wicket keepers at that time. I think wicket keeping at that time, there was a lot of wicket keepers. And not only wicket keeper, but good wicket keepers at the time. So you had to score runs.
There was Abid Ali Hanif for Guyana as well. Then later on, we saw the emergence of Vishal Nagamutu.
Yeah, a lot of good wicket keepers. I think now we're running out.
Well, it's good to see in the Guyana Harpy Eagle side 3 wicket keepers.
3 wicket keepers.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting back to West Indies, getting back there. Wicket keeping,
And then if you look at the Volcanoes, there's Tevin Walcott who's there right now, but there's also, you mentioned, a very young Dominican.
From Dominican, Gian. He's about the height of his stump, but he's very good both in front and behind. In the trial games here, he had 100 and did a fantastic job behind the stump as well. So there's opportunities. So once you get a chance, you got to grab it with both hands.
Could very well be the final delivery of this first session on day number 2. Negotiated nicely by Anthony Bramble. He's still here on 19. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite and umpire Jonathan Blades will walk off. The players will follow. And that's lunch on day number 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings pegged back 54 for the loss of 4. Ryan John just before lunch sending down a maiden, his third. He's wicketless, but it's good bowling from Justin Greaves. 7 overs, 2 for 6. Good support from Preston McSween, 1 for 6 from his 7. And Darius Martin, 1 for 17. The ball is used this morning by the Volcanoes. The Guyana Harpy gets 54 for 4 at lunch, trailing by 240. This is in reply to 294 all-out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. Do remember the day started with the Volcanoes 292 for the loss of 8. 78.5 overs at that stage. Ryan John was on 50. Preston McSween was yet to get off the mark. Pramal had to finish off this 80th or the 79th over. And in the very next over that he bowled, he got the wicket of Preston McSween, bowled for one. It was 294 for the loss of 9. 2 balls later, Darius Martin was caught at long on of the bowling of Pramal for no score. 294 all out. 4 for 70 for Pramal, 2 for 66 for Kevin Sinclair. 2 wickets were beaten, 1 each to Niall Smith and to Shamar Joseph. And batting a first time, the Guyana Harpy Eagles go to lunch. 54 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hemraj caught Demba Bowl Martin for Nandu, leg before Greaves to 3. Nandu made 2. Devin Imlak caught wicketkeeper Walcott, Bowl McSween 3. And Leon Johnson, leg before Greaves 5. The batters dismissed. At lunch, Bramble 19 not out, Savory 10 not out. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles trailing by 240 runs. Still a far way off, but lots of time in this game. It's lunch on day number 2. We will be back in about 35 minutes, Junior, and we try to have a good lunch and come back to call it game for our fans. The umpires are making their way into the middle once again, and we're getting ready for the resumption after the luncheon interval on day number 2, the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Welcome back to the Guyana International Stadium. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will resume their first innings on 54 for the loss of 4, replying to 294 all-out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. Tottering, really, the Guyana Harpy Eagles at one stage 3 for 14 and 4 for 28. Little bit of a recovery now between Anthony Bramble, the experienced wicketkeeper batsman, and rookie wicketkeeper batsman Kemal Savory, 19 and 10 respectively. A partnership developing of 26 so far. But good penetrative bowling. Maxwell 1 for 6, Martin 1 for 17, and Justin Greaves 2 for 6. Doing very well with the new ball this morning in bowling friendly conditions with a little bit of overcast conditions as well. So the fight back is on now between Bramble and Savory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but still a far way off. 240 runs trailing the Volcanoes on first innings, but good conditions now. Sun is out in all its brilliance. The pitch begins to flatten out, and now that they're seeing the ball as big as breadfruit, really, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to really use this opportunity to get themselves back into this game, or else it will be over very quickly if the Volcanoes continue to peg away. Junior Murray alongside me, Junior. Lunch and interval. The Guyana Harpy Eagles really needed that break because they were struggling at 54 for 4.
Good morning session here by by the Volcanoes, and the tears are up. I think they're ready for this next session. Keep the pressure on the Happy Eagle batters, and once they keep doing that, I think we're in for a good day's play.
See the highlight of the Volcanoes first innings, 141 from Captain Alec Athanaze. Ryan John this morning finishing on 51 not out when he ran out of partners. To remember, they started at 292, the Volcanoes, for a loss of 8 wickets, 292 for 8. Quickly became 292 all out, with Pamal picking up the last 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls, really. With Preston McSween just getting 1 this morning, and Darius Martin nothing before they were dismissed. McSween bowled by Pamal. The next ball, Martin was dropped at City mid-on, and then the following ball holed out to Sinclair at long on without scoring, leaving Ryan John 51 not out. Maiden first class half century for him, 294 all out, 80.5 overs. First ball after lunch, and there's Greaves continuing for where he left off, hitting some good areas. Savory back and across in defense, bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the first innings. Versamy Pamal 22 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, 4 for 7 to the pick of the bowlers. Kevin Sinclair with his off breaks, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 66. Runs were beaten. Back into the Harpy Eagles side this season, picked up 2 for 50 from his 16 overs, and Shamar Joseph 1 for 47 from his 12.
As you can see, Justin Greaves right after lunch hitting those areas again. Lovely out swinger there, taking nicely behind by keeper Walcott.
Now Smith, the other wicket taker, 1 for 51 from 7 bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Nandu bowled 2 overs, did not pick up any wickets, conceding 5 runs. So now that the sun is out, Junior, we can expect that the track will settle down, so to speak, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen should be at ease, because the bowlers are still pegging away.
Yeah, I think the sun is out in its glory, and the pitch is getting flatter and flatter. But I think the Volcano bowlers have different ideas.
This one is a big appeal for a cut at the wicket down the leg side. The bowlers not interested. Umpire, of course, who's the main man in this, umpire Gregory Brathwaite, not interested at all, and they survive.
Yeah, there we see Graves strain a bit way down the leg side. A great take by the keeper Walker behind the stumps. As you can see there, there's nothing. As you can see, there's nothing there. Well taken down the leg side by the keeper Walcott. He's doing a fantastic job behind the stumps.
Yeah, the ball perhaps brushed the pad on its way through. But good work again from umpire Brathwaite. Continues to have a good tournament.
So far, so good. Well done again by Graves, hitting his areas nicely. Nice pace and carry.
So what's the plan for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in this middle session of day number 2?
Well, I think the plan is to be selective in a short play. bat as long as possible, and rotate the strike, because you don't want to be there not rotating the strike. It's a left hander and a right hander there, so you need to get the ball a bit off its line and length, and keep this combo ticking. I have a ball again by Justin Gates, right on target. The batter there equally behind it, looking very good at the moment. I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to my good friend Dominica, Tyrone Theophile. If you remember him, he used to be an opening batter for the Volcanoes alongside Devon Smith. He had an accident a few years ago, and he's on the recovery stage, and he's hope to see him back in the middle, playing as soon as possible. He's a young guy with a bright future, very aggressive opening batter, and I hope to see him one day back in the middle with the colors of the Volcanoes.
First over after lunch completed. It's a maiden from Justin Greaves. Harpy Eagles remain 54 for the loss of 4. So Tyrone Theophile, get well soon.
Get well soon. He's on his road to recovery.
So after the next over, you hear from Jason Skeet. As you were speaking about statues under the water in the sea, Jason perhaps just emerged from under the sea.
He just emerged under the sea. I think he's very good at timing the luncheon period. As soon as the lunch box came in, he was right behind the lunch box. So I think he's good at that.
He has his timing right.
He used to be a good opening batter.
Some of the guys from Albion in Berbice contacted me during the luncheon interval, and they were saying some of them may remember the 218 and its education, what we were speaking about earlier, for the younger ones.
For the younger ones.
So they're very much pleased with the little bit of history that was shared earlier. But sometimes you need to know where you came from to know where you're going.
Where you're going, so true. It's good to see that they're listening and very aware of the stats. Of the former players.
So that game was quite an interesting game, that game that you made 218, because if you look at the dates, 23rd, 24th, 25th and 26th of May, it means that on Guyana's Independence Day, Guyana was playing first class cricket away from home. Then it was the debut of Adam Sanford, Travis Dowling, German Neblett. Neblett played his first and last game, that one. And then Stephen, your teammate Stephen, was playing his last first class game as well.
Yeah, Stephen from St. Lucia. Yeah, Adam Sanford from Dominica. A fast, strong, bulky, fast bowler. Also went on to represent West Indies.
Yep. Another police officer. Good delivery from Preston McSween after lunch. Had some interesting scores in that game. You were sandwiched in the first innings by two Sylvester, Kester and John.
Kester and John Sylvester, yes. John Sylvester is still around, playing in the Masters. He's part of the St. David's Masters for over 40. And they will be defending the championship in Carriacou by the end of April. He still plays a bit. His brother Kester lives in New York at the moment. Yeah, so they're around, still around.
Colin Stewart picked up the first Sylvester, and then Rian King followed up with the other Sylvester. So at one stage you guys were 2 for 5, and then a nice partnership, yourself and Watt.
Yeah, Balti Watt.
Yeah.
Hard hitting Dominican batter. Yeah, Balti Watt. Haven't heard about him for a while.
So I'm giving you some memories here again.
Some memories. I wonder what he's up to at this moment.
Not others in the team: Roy Marshall, Ken Roy Martin, Ral Lewis, like you said, Lee Stephen, Casper Davis.
Yeah, Roy
Adam
Marshall.
Sanford, yeah.
That left hand spinner.
Mark Neil Morgan. 4 for the 6 in that first innings. Nagamutu 4 for 104, the best bowler. 2 each to King, Stewart, and McGarrell. Captain Nicholas de Groot opened with Asimul Hanif, and then there was Zahir Hanif, his brother. Sarwan made 54 in the first innings, 66 to Zahir Hanif, 73 to McGarrell. Guyana made a strong reply, 315.
Yeah, it was a good game for both runs and wickets. It was a lovely batting track at the Tantin playing field, Royce and John playing field.
That was when Travis Dowling walked on his stump to give Adam Sanford his maiden wicket in first class cricket. End of 27 overs, a single from it. And at the end of it, the Guyana Harpy Eagles replying to 294 all out made by the Volcanoes. 27 overs gone, 10 to Savory, 28 to Anthony Bramble. More from you, Junior. You can reminisce about that game a little bit.
Yeah, good start there after lunch by Preston McSween, hitting those areas nicely. You can see he's in a good rhythm at the moment, and the ball is carrying nicely to the wicket keeper. So hope I can get some wickets going for him pretty soon. Welcome, Jason. Good to have you after your best time of the day, lunchtime.
So says the man who started to eat before everybody else. So a commanding position here for all intent and purposes by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've backed themselves into a very good position here, and no doubt they're gonna try to see how much they can keep the pedal on the gas, because this Guyana Happy Eagles team is not the kind of team that you want to give too many chances. I mean, they've got some good depth in their batting, some good fielders, they've got some good bowlers, and you want to take little or no chances with them. So the Windwards have them in a spot of bother at the moment, and that spot of bother has been eased just a little bit with a nice cut going down to a point from that looks like Bramble, and Bramble now has the score ticking, moves on to 21, and as you said, Junior Murray, they want to keep the scoreboard ticking. It's important that they keep the scoreboard ticking. They've lost 4 wickets already in the first session of the day, and similar position to the Windward Islands Volcano was in at the start of the day yesterday, because they lost 4 wickets just before the luncheon interval as well. So they should not read too much into this, other than they need to stay on top of things and be very careful and mindful.
Yes, I think when the batters are there, fight along, keep the strike rotating, I think they should be in a good place.
Right. Solid in defense there is Kimal Savory. Solid in defense, very watchful, not taking any chances whatsoever, because Justin Greaves is running in hard and getting some movement on this surface, and as a batsman, you've got to be extremely watchful, especially at a time like this, Junior Murray.
Yes, and he hitting some lovely areas, and the batsmen are equal to the task. But I know he's going to continue pressing, hitting those areas consistently, and hoping that the batsmen make the mistake.
Good day for cricket. We've gotten to the maximum temperature according to what we see in front of us here. We've got a maximum temperature of 29 degrees. It feels like 33 with the lack of shade, and a good day for cricket, really. A Met Office did indicate that we should be expecting some heavy cloud cover and a little bit of rain as you go through the afternoon, and there we see it, because we're seeing some of that cloud cover already, so they're bang on target with that, and the possibility of a little water here and there, with the ball just drifting down the leg side, being taken onto the pads nicely, turned it nicely, and no serious damage done there. Just the one.
Let me see Grave just strain on the leg side a bit and see if he gets into his wicket and getting a leg by there.
Nothing too wrong with that. Make sure the batsmen understand that they've got to stay engaged at all times. It's important to always keep the batters engaged, not lifting too much outside the line of the off stump. You want to pull one back in ever so often to let them know that you're still around.
That is so true, Jason.
And the short one ever so often, reminding who is the batter and who's the bowler. Yeah, and that brings the end of the over up. In reply to 294 all out, the Guyana Happy Eagles are 57 for 4, with Bramble on 21 and Savory on 11.
Yeah, as you can see Graves there, lovely over there from him, hitting those areas. A bit of mixture of in-swingers or swingers and a few bumpers in between. And very watchful there by the batter. Bramble is there and Savory doing a good job at the moment.
A good view of the Darbo Hills that you're seeing here now. And they too would be watching some cricket as well, because a lot of folks up there would have invested in binoculars, and so anytime there's international cricket, they too get their fair share of cricket. The family and friends would come together, light a fire, make sure something is bubbling, and they enjoy the cricket even with as little as they can see. A good atmosphere is created in those hills looking down. And looking down is Preston McSween, and he's looking down at Kimal Savory, who's on 10.
Yeah, another good over there ball by Preston there. Well done by Preston there. Ball hitting those areas. Again, like to see him build a bit more pressure. I know he likes wickets. He loves to go hunting wickets, but once he keep that consistency with his bowling, I think he will get the results he needs.
This ball is up in the slot, driven, punished. 1, 2, 3 bounces and a little roll straight out to long off. 4 runs. Good shot by Savory, easing some of the pressure on the Happy Eagles. Good shot. Lent into it nicely and gave it the full treatment.
I think Preston went up a bit too much in the slot and hit back over his head. One bounce, a couple bounces in the boundary for 4. You can see there's a nice partnership building here of 33 so far, and then the building stage and looking good so far. Keep the scoreboard ticking. But I hope that know the Volcanoes captain Martinez will have different ideas, and I would like to keep them a bit quiet at the moment.
This time he's turning it into the onside. Square leg comes into play, runs back, and while that happens, 2 runs being collected. So Savory doing well and putting Preston McSween under a little bit of pressure. Already 6 runs coming off the over. He wants to make sure that he stays on top of that, not give too much away. It's important that you stay on target as a bowler.
Let me see Preston drifting into the leg stump of Savory, and Savory just walks him around to square leg for 2 runs.
He's punished now by the umpire with a wide delivery. He was lifting very high and going down leg as well. So umpire really thought about it. He gave a good long hard thought about it and decided he was left with no other choice really but to call a wide. So Preston McSween will still have another 2 deliveries to bowl in this, his 9th over.
And that's the area I like to see him hit a bit more consistently. Keep that pressure on the batter. I know he likes wickets. You can see.
Nothing wrong with a bouncer, Junior. You just pitched up one. You got 4 runs being struck back over your head. So the natural response of a fast bowler is to let the batter know, careful, watch your thoughts, gather your thoughts, don't lose it. I'm still around.
Yeah, nothing is wrong hitting the deck very hard. Love to see.
Oh, that was a close one there. Got a very thick outside edge and peeled into the offside. and a possible chance here, but the ball ran away to the boundary for 4. We're going to take a look at the replay because it happened quickly. It happened really quickly, and that brought up the end of the over, and 68 for 4. We're going to take a look at it again on your screen as soon as the summary card comes off.
Yeah, I think Preston went up a bit, looking for a bit of out swing and Savory. Yes, as you can see it now. Pitched up.
Driving square of the wicket.
Airish, a bit in the air, square of the wicket. For them by a dive in, couldn't stop it, and 4 runs. As you can see, there's a bit of little aggression after lunch by Savory. I don't know what he had for lunch, but I can see there's a bit of aggression, a different approach.
Oh, and this time he's got him. 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 Not from the end, not from that bowler, but Justin Greaves did the work, and Justin Greaves got the breakthrough right after lunch. Good delivery, pitched up.
That's the area.
And forcing the batsman into action, and some lateral movement as well.
Yes, that's
well
the area.
taken.
I think it was a well bowled by Justin Graves. He's been around for a while, man of experience. And I keep saying, once he, as you can see, you know, hit that length, that in-between length. And you can see a bit of outward movement there. And well taken by skipper Athenaeus, low to the ground at second slip. Well done, Justin Graves.
Good delivery. That indecisive zone, so to speak. That was it there. And that brought up the end of Bramble. Caught Athenaeus, bowled Graves. He's gone for 21. But it really did, in fact, hit that area of uncertainty. And the ball there was some lateral movement to it as well. A nice straight up seam hitting the deck, and he got some assistance from the wicket. And of course, Bramble had no other choice but to get involved. And getting involved cost him his wicket. He did look at the ball straight onto the bat, so he was really following it.
Yes, that ball turned him inside out. Yes, and well taken low by Athenaeus. I think the Volcano players after lunch are in that zone, in that place where they're very happy at the moment. And I want to keep that pressure on the batters. I think we are in for. I probably might be able to see the Volcano have a second knock this afternoon. Build some pressure. Lots of time in the game, you know, and hope that as time goes on, you can get a plan to get an outright win.
68 for 5 after 29 overs. A new over just starting from Justin Greaves, who's been pretty well. Justin Greaves, he's had 5 maidens so far. Picked up his 3rd wicket this morning, in this innings already. So he's bowling pretty well. Good average here. 7 runs, just 7 runs coming off his 9 overs. 9 overs and 1 delivery. So really, he's putting his hand up here and allowing his name to be counted.
He's a genuine all-rounder. Give you something with the ball and with the bat. And at the moment, he's really enjoying his bowling spell here at the moment.
Of course, a player that came across from Barbados as part of the franchise movement system, and he's now playing for the Windward Islands and playing very well, giving some credibility, further credibility, I should say, to this Windward Islands Volcanoes team. He's done pretty well with the ball, and this season seems to be, really looking up for him because he played very well in the first game against Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Yeah, I think the Volcano franchise are very fortunate to be blessed with some of the Barbadian players. They had Kirk Edwards, who was a former captain of the Volcanoes, Kyle Mayers, who was doing very well for the West Indies at the moment. So I think they're in a happy place, playing here with the Volcanoes.
He's gone again. He's gone again. Justin Greaves is acting up and he's on a roll. He's got his man again. 4 wickets now, and he has got the wicket of Savory, Kemal Savory. He's got him caught behind, and Justin Greaves with that
You can
movement.
see it's a very loose shot there. A bit of juggle behind by keeper Walcott. Full and wide, and Savvy went for a big drive and take outside edge into the gloves of Walcott, who did just a bit of juggling there.
It's the kind of delivery that you probably want to leave alone. It was pitched up
Yes.
wide outside the off stump, and it just kept on moving.
Moving,
And
as
he
you can
followed
see.
it in and got a thick edge into the glove of the wicket keeper. And I'm quite sure that Greaves didn't really expect. Justin Greaves didn't expect this kind of day so far, but he will welcome it with open arms and some good bowling figures. 8 runs coming off of his 9.5 overs, and now picking up 4 wickets. You couldn't ask for anything better from Justin Greaves, really.
I think once you keep bowling in the right areas, I think the batter will make the mistake. Savvy has been there for a while, and the rotation of his strike, but the full and wide delivery. And he went for, as we say, a wild swing outside the off stump. Got on outside edge into the gloves of Walcott, who did just a little bit of juggling there, Jason.
Oh, well, it happens to the best of us. You would know that.
That is for sure, Jason. I know that very well.
It happens to the best of us. You would know that. And I say the best of us because for many of you who are wondering, I did, in fact, play a little bit of cricket. Not too much, just a little bit of cricket in my time. Had my fair share of excitement behind the stumps. My buys was a little bit more steep than I would have anticipated or that I would have loved. But I always welcome the challenge of seeing the fresh cherry of the opening bowlers. I thought batting was a little bit easier at the top.
Were you had a nickname, a shopkeeper, Jason?
This is regional cricket, so we're not going to engage in that. Good field placing here by Athenes. He's gone on the attack strictly now. Basically, he's got just 2 on the onside. There's a man down on the fine leg boundary and a short mid-on right there. And he's got everyone else, save and except the man on the fine leg boundary. Everyone else is really inside what would have been the circle in a one-day international. So he is really on the attack now. 1, 2, 3 slips a gully. There's a point, extra cover, and he's fishing again. Promal is fishing. Didn't catch anything this time, but Justin Greaves with a good over. Just 1 run coming off of it, picking up 2 wickets. And while Junior Murray exits the chair, Randall John will join him and will join me actually. And this is a really good position if ever the Windward Islands was looking for one. 69 for 6, John.
Yeah, definitely a good position for the Windward Islands. They've kept the pressure. Early wickets since the first session, and they've been pegging away, really pushing back the offensive attack of the Happy Eagles. And right now, I know that the Happy Eagles, they would not be so happy because the score is not what I think the management and of the Happy Eagles would have thought about, going into yesterday afternoon and coming out looking at the day-to-day. So definitely some pressure around.
All right, and Athenes is bent on keeping that pressure on. Still the same field to Preston McSween, just 1 man outside the proverbial circle. That's a man down on the fine leg boundary. Everyone else is right there within that framework, as you can see on your field. He is very much on the attack. Athenes has got a whiff of blood here, so he is going for it. 69 for 6.
Yeah, definitely. You will want to continue. You will want to continue. You would not want to let up that pressure. And as the saying goes, the pressure will bust pipe. So once they keep that pressure on, I think the collapse is inevitable.
And Preston McSween really has come straight down the pipe on this delivery. And Sinclair is equal to the task, coming forward. Nice solid defense, just peeling off the outside edge. So Sinclair now has to be very watchful. A new pair at the crease here. Sinclair is on 1 and Promal is yet to get off the mark. And both batters really, Sinclair just facing 4 deliveries and Promal 2. So it's a fresh business here for them.
What I like about what the Volcanoes have done is that the discipline in their bowling for this period, for the early morning period and this period has been really spot on. They've not tried much. They've been right there and about, asking the batsmen to play, asking them to leave, deliveries alone. So definitely the sort of discipline that has been employed is telling. And so if these batsmen now are going to really, put on any sort of a partnership or look to really dig themselves out of the hole that they're in, they would need to also be patient and ensure that they play the deliveries, on merit and play what needs to be played.
Well, it's going to take some work. It's easier said than done. It's going to take some work. And the Volcanoes from recent days, we've seen that just after lunch, Oh, it's a good shot. Very good shot by Sinclair. Well driven through the offside. And wouldn't get to the boundary, but could have done better timing it. But yeah, the Volcanoes, they've always come out really good after lunch on every single day. Even when you go back to the very first round of matches they had with Trinidad and Tobago, and they came out every single day after lunch with some extra zest, some extra fire, and sort of pegged back the opponent. So the after lunch session has been generally really good.
Well, again, as John has already stated, kudos to the administrators. Maybe they've looked into the diet of the players and have fed them, the sort of meal that brings the energy levels up. So if that is what is being done, then it means that they're a step in the right direction.
Well, 71 for 6. Kevin Sinclair on 3. And the Sammy Pomal yet to get off the mark. Guyana in all sorts of trouble here now. The Happy Eagles really need something to go in their favor, because they've not been going too well before lunch and definitely after lunch, picking up 2 busy wickets in short order.
Yeah, they will need to rebuild quickly. You do not want to be under this type of pressure for too long, because it would be telling. Definitely it would cause you to want to play at deliveries that you shouldn't, and so on. So they need to be able to absorb some pressure.
Yeah, and I'm quite sure that the Volcanoes would be mindful of the fact that last year they finished at the bottom of the table without winning a game, so they want to start adopting a winning habit, so to speak. And what a better way to do it. They've placed themselves in a really good position here now to take full advantage of this Guyana Happy Eagles team, which by all intent and purposes is not a walkover generally.
Yeah, the Volcanoes will want to keep up that sort of pressure, keep that momentum that they have built up, and it would be needed, knowing that they're playing a team as the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It would be needed throughout the game. There will be no letting up. You would not want to have such a good session and then spoil it with a big partnership here. So they would always want to have inroads into whatever partnership that has been started. They would want to keep that pressure, even if they get the Happy Eagles out. They would want to ensure that they go back positively, keep that sort of pressure throughout the game so that they could always be ahead.
Pomal is still solid in defense, not to get off the mark just yet, but with Sinclair being obviously the more accomplished of the batters right now, you would think that it would be wise for Pomal to not look too much for it, because it might not be there just like that. So don't try and craft it, but at the very first opportunity of getting a single to allow Sinclair to get some of the strike. And this one just dropping short. He's fishing for it again and pulling off the handle like the start of a lawnmower, just to take some of the pace off the ball. So you would think he wants to find a way to get Sinclair on strike, to at least allow Sinclair to negotiate more of the deliveries and to ease the pressure, so to speak.
Well, I'm not going to really um, expect them to get into that mode as yet. One would recall in the last game that the Happy Eagles played, where Sammy Pomol got some 40 odd runs. So it means that he's capable with the bat. But the bowling is what would really make the difference. Asking him to play just outside the off stump as we saw previously, that edge dropping short of the slipper there. It means that once the Volcanoes can keep the ball in that area, then it would be more difficult. But he has a good defense. He can stick around, and so the Happy Eagles will want him to stick around. And definitely St. Clair, who has more experience, will want to stay with him.
7246. Good afternoon and hello to our friends listening and viewing around the world. We've got some ardent cricket lovers in India, Australia, following some of the comments coming in on our YouTube page. So hello to you, and you're viewing beautiful warm sunshine in beautiful spice country Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean, pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean, good Caribbean sunshine at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium, where we've honored and we will continue to honor a few of our stalwarts, Junior Murray, Roy Lewis. No doubt there's a conversation starting now about putting some honor to the name of Devon Smith as well, if not at the stadium, but at least at one of the other cricketing venues around the country. There's some talk about that. So we've got our fair share of cricketers here in Grenada. Good afternoon to you.
I think looking at the field placing, I think it would be wise if Captain Artenes can maybe build a bit more pressure by having a short leg, or having somebody close in at the bat, because I looking at a few of the deliveries and the shorter side and how they've been handled, I think it would be good to at least build a little more pressure, force the batsmen to have to fend, at that rib cage area. It could be another ploy to build some pressure.
Well, that brings up the end of the over. Another tight over it was from Justin Greaves. He's bowled pretty well, picked up 4 wickets already for just 9 runs in his 11 overs. Very, very good, just under 1 run per over his economy rate. Couldn't ask for anything better than that, really. He has been the pick of the bowlers, and he's staring down the possibility of a fifer. Yeah, he's been very good with the ball today.
Yeah, definitely he has attacked in some good areas, having that ball moving. I see the movement that he's getting from the deliveries, and it makes him look very, very dangerous once that ball is moving the way it is. And he's been pitching it in some really good areas, so kudos to him. Good going. Volcanoes will need him to continue. It would be really nice to have a fifer. And so I know he has his tail up, and we'll be looking forward to that.
And Preston McSween is full in length, and a ball that really should have been punished, but Kevin Sinclair understands the nature of the situation. He is not going to try to do anything reckless. The Guyana Happy Eagles needs him to stay right there now and bat through this innings. It's important for the Happy Eagles that Kevin Sinclair stays and bats through the rest of the innings.
Yeah, any form of a partnership right now will, add some good stability to the innings of the Happy Eagles, which has been very shaky so far. Again, we keep saying that, the pressure of the game and being so far back is going to tell. So they definitely need a partnership that can, help to build and give them a renewed sense of confidence that they can get close to the total of the Volcanoes.
Preston McSween into his 11th over. Has already bowled 4 maidens, 20 runs coming off his previous 10. Just the 1 wicket. Caught Walcott by, I think he got the wicket of Tevin, and McSween looking for his 2nd wicket of this innings.
He has bowled well so far, hitting some good areas. The wicket of Imlak was a nice short delivery that he bowled, and
this time he's full in length and driven, but there was a little bit of movement through the air. The ball hung in the air for a little while and then dipped. A very good delivery by Preston McSween. So even if it was full in length, that late movement through the air only had the batsman Sinclair just coming forward and pushing up to mid-off.
yeah, it was a beautifully disguised slower ball. I think he just rolled the fingers and kept it back a little bit. And that one is a much more of the PC delivery that we know that he can bowl. So he's mixing up his deliveries, looking to vary, hoping that the batsman would play a shot that would get his wicket.
Loud appeal, but the umpire is not interested. Just a quick shake of the head and brings the over to an end. 33 overs completed in this Guyana Happy Eagles innings, and in a spot of bother because Kevin Sinclair is not out on 3, and so too is for Sammy Podmal on 1 and 73 for 6.
Yeah, good over there by McSween. Again, keeping that pressure, asking the batsmen to play, attacking those stumps, ensuring that they give nothing away.
Justin Greaves will continue from the River Road end. He's had 2 5-wicket hauls already at the first class level, so he's eyeing a 3rd one now. This is a really good opportunity here for him now to get his 3rd 5-wicket haul at the first class level.
Yeah, I know his tail will be up. He'll be relishing the idea of having that fifer, just adding to his tally. He's going to go all out to ensure that he puts the ball in the right areas and seek that 5th wicket, that final wicket that will give him that fifer. Again, I'm hoping that Captain Athanaze would look to employ that short leg. That would help, and as we see.
Well driven, good shot by Vasami Pumal. Well driven through the offside, picking up 4 runs. Easy, well played.
Yeah, good shot there by Pumal. As I said, there we look at it, he just came forward, stroked it beautifully past the bowler, and finding that gap right there. Ball racing across the outfield, 4 runs. Didn't try to overhit, just ensure that he played through the line. His weight came in through to the ball using his hands really well. Ensuring that delivery was kept down, and his techniques looks promising. So definitely, if these two can stay at the wicket, hopefully bat on till tea and then re-strategize, come back again and see where and how far they can take the Happy Eagles score, that at the end of the day they can get closer to the Windward Islands total of 290 odd.
Good bowling again by Justin Greaves and equally played by Pomal.
Yeah, Pomal looking very solid out there, ensuring that he gets behind the deliveries, not looking to give away his wicket, but he's looking to, remain positive and ensure that his defense is in top-notch shape. When he attacks well. You saw that drive down the wicket a while ago. So he's ready for the task.
That's over, the end of the 34th over. In reply to 294 all out by the Windward Islands, the Guyana Happy Eagles still trying to get things together, but with their own fair share of troubles. A 78 for 6. And Preston McSween is set to continue from the Dabo end. Is driving well. Just through the offside. Ball just ambling out to the boundary line.
Again, Pomal not afraid to play his shots. Looking to
Ryan.
Looking to score as much as he can. I think he fancies himself, after that 40 odd in the first game, he fancies himself a batsman. So definitely once he's there, he's going to be positive and look to score. Well played nicely in behind the delivery. So he seems to be enjoying his batting out there. Hasn't been scoring or having that opportunity to bat for a long period, so definitely he would take any chance that he gets out there to look to add to his 500 wickets that he has, add some runs and have a sort of all-round look to his game.
Some more runs here for the Guyana Happy Eagles. They will no doubt be very pleased with whatever runs they can get. They will need as much as they can get, especially at a time like this. And a good little bit of rebuilding starting here. 13 runs off the partnership so far.
Yeah, they need to rebuild. They need to, really restructure themselves and seek to get some runs on the board. They do not want to be too far behind. Because if they were to out, you do not want that deficit to be too great that they have a mountain to climb, so they would want to get as much runs as possible to ensure that they get as close to the Volcanoes total as possible. Will be difficult with half of the top order back inside, but these two, I know definitely they will not give up. They would look to fight and dig and see how they can get themselves into a respectable total.
Well, rain did interrupt play at some point over in Guyana at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the game between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago now 175 for 3. Play has resumed there. Yannick Araya is on 47, searching for another half century. And Darren Bravo is on 81. So Darren Bravo among the run getters, and no doubt he too will be eyeing the possibility of another first-class century. Trinidad and Tobago are 175 for 3 over at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They're doing battle there with the Leeward Islands. And the Coolidge Grounds over in Antigua as well. The Barbados Pride playing against Jamaica. Nothing out on the field just yet, but the Shamar Brooks on 16 and Shane Mosley on 41, 89 for 2. Barbados 89 for 2. Here at St. George's, Guyana Happy Eagles are 84 for 6 at the end of the over, and Justin Greaves is having what he can only consider an awesome day, picking up 4 wickets for 14 runs off his 12 overs. Vasami Pomol is there at the wicket. He too needs to get a huge score. He's on 11. Kevin Sinclair is with him on 4, and Greaves will continue from the River Road end. We saw a short while ago Ryan John doing a little bit of stretches. He was just out of your view on the screen, but from our commentary booth here, we saw Ryan John stretching, doing a little bit of that. So no doubt he might be called into the action. Oh, it's a good delivery right there, just whisking past the outside edge, and nothing short of a quote of varnish separating bat from ball.
Yeah, awesome delivery again by Greaves, hitting some really good areas, getting that ball to pitch and move off the seam. So definitely he is in good rhythm. He's looking to challenge the batsmen and the edge, and as you said, a quote of vanish again, and he just might have been back in the hut.
Well, some batsmen would tell you that's why they don't like varnish on the bat. Could induce the edge. And this time he's more middling and up on his toes and playing nicely, comfortably, and getting 1, and then the overthrows. Easy 2, and Sinclair wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah, bit of sloppy work there. The throw was really thrown a bit over the keeper head, and the man backing up had to leave halfway to the boundary and get in to save the overthrow.
Well, this is what happens when you're on the attack. So the Windward Islands wouldn't mind at all. They've got a nice cushion here to play with, so they wouldn't mind going all out attacking and the odd run here and there. But this time he's in similar mode again, similar shot from the similar delivery. This time a better return to the wicketkeeper and just 1 run.
Yeah. Again, short delivery outside the stump. Easy for Pomol to get him away.
So rain at the Coolidge ground in Guyana. Still some rain delays there. 89 for 2 between Barbados and the Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. 2 slips and a gully. And here comes Greaves. Ooh. Again, searching is Vasami Pomol. Searching, and he didn't want to find what he was searching for there.
Again, Greaves, really good rhythm. You can see the smile on his face. He's enjoying his spell out there, getting that ball to pitch and move, and Pomol just being drawn into that shot. It's almost like a magnetic, instinctive push and prod at that delivery, not getting the edge.
Better played, well played this time by Pomol. The ball into him and, playing very comfortably. He seemed to just have some brief moments of lapsing, but he can bat. He can bat very well too.
Yeah, he's looking good. His defense is looking pretty solid. It's just that every now and again that one that leaves him, he tends to follow it, but that is because Graves is bowling in good areas, drawing him into the shot. But once it's on his body like that, once it's straight enough, he gets right in behind it, and he's trusting his defense to do the work.
All right, well, that brings up the end of the over, and well negotiated there by Pumol, even though Graves continued to operate within that corridor of uncertainty. But he has done pretty well. 17 runs coming off his 13 overs, picking up 4 wickets. And Kevin St. Clair on 7, Vasami Pumol on 11, and Guyana 87 for 6 after 36. They trail by a whole bundle, 207.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge total to be trailing by. These two, they're doing very well to survive out there. They're, looking to rebuild a partnership of 18 so far. 11 coming to Versami Pumol and 7 to Kevin Sinclair.
It looks like Darius Martin now will come in from the Dabo end, so a bit of a rest for Preston McSween. He's bowled pretty well, and Darius Martin, who has bowled very well in the first match, particularly against Trinidad and Tobago, coming in from the River Road end. He has not been in the wickets column as much as he would want to, but he has induced a certain amount of pressure that made taking wickets from the other end easier.
Yeah, and definitely the pace and bongs that he's able to extract from the wickets, I think, helps to keep that pressure on the batsmen. They're not served many drives once Martin is at the crease, and so that in between length, that ball that just jumps at you is what he delivers, and so he's able to keep the batsmen in check.
Kevin Sinclair, we know, played in the regional Super 50 tournament. He's forward to a fuller delivery. Sinclair, he was named in the Guyana Amazon Warriors squad for the 2020 Caribbean Premier League as well. And he made his 2020 debut on August 30th back in 2020. So some good accomplishments there for him. So he has been around. He understands the game. He plays pretty well. And no doubt in February, I think it was in February of 2021, he was named in the West Indies limited over squad for the series against Sri Lanka. So he has represented the West Indies, and he has played very well too for them. I mean, all things considered, really.
Yeah, he does have a bit of experience behind him. He knows what it is to play at the highest level, so would just want to relay, that sort of experience into this game and help to bring his team out, from that position that they're in.
His debut came on for the West Indies on August 17th, 2022. His last one-day international was against New Zealand around the middle of last year. I think it was August, I think it could have been, when he played for the West Indies versus New Zealand.
Yeah, the experience, the international experience, playing against some of the top bowlers in the world cricket definitely has to come into play. But so far he's looking very well.
Driving square of the wicket, and just the one.
Again, keeping the scoreboard moving. Good shot there by Sinclair, wanting to ensure that his team, the strike is rotated and his team score is increased. Just has to be patient, has to ensure that they spend quality time out there, and the runs will come. They do not want to be too impatient. They do not want to, get too flustered. But they would want to remain as calm as possible as the volcanoes strike.
Understand, Sammy is hooking. Just one. Fine leg runs around and does the tidying work. And that brings up the end of the over. 88 for 6. So a good little partnership developing here. A good little partnership. 20 runs coming off of it so far. Building nicely. Looking comfortable. The Windward Islands in a commanding position. Guyana in a spot of bother. Still some serious concerns for them as they try this rebuilding process. 89 for 6.
Yeah, a long way to go in terms of the rebuilding. Right now they're looking to set up the foundation. Yeah, some 20 odd runs. So that's the foundation, starting. I guess they've done some clearing. Some 20 runs clear. And they would want to begin to maybe set up their profiles and begin to look at their lines and so on.
Well left.
So if they're going to build anything of substance, they would definitely, want to ensure that after this clearing period, they begin to line up the foundation well. And it will take some work. I think the experience of the two batsmen out in the middle will come into tuition right now.
There's a hooking again. He's made up his mind that for Sammy Pomor, he's made up his mind that anything just short, he's going to get inside the line of it. Does so very quickly. Gets inside the line of the ball, picks up the line of the ball very quickly, and always gets inside of it and, plays a good shot.
Well, again, my understanding of bowling at men that are of certain height, that pull is an instinctive thing for them. And so anything coming at that height, it's almost automatic that he's going to pull because he's a short man, not very tall, but able to get onto these deliveries very quickly. There's just something about short men and hooking and pulling that, makes them look really good and they're not afraid to hook and pull. I think maybe it's because the ones that they can hook and pull, it's not too hard for them to get under it.
Good tidying work there. Good feeling, exceptional feeling from Ambrose. He is going to be congratulated, no doubt, by his teammate. That looks like Hodge. Runs across and from first slip all the way to cover to say, well done, my brother.
Yeah, good.
Surely saving 4 runs there.
Definitely. And that's good to see that, they ride off each other's success there. Because had he not stopped that delivery, definitely would have raced across the turf.
Ambrose comes into play again. He's called into the defense and he does a bit of tidying work there. So we've got some friends listening and viewing us, I should say, viewing us in St. Vincent and Dominica and other Windward Islands. Guyana, we know that you are with us. We're taking good care of John Ramsing here in Grenada. He has had the opportunity to visit a number of the historical sites and enjoy the Grenadian cuisine. So we're taking good care of John Ramsing. We will send him back in one piece for you, and we will love to continue to have him here with us in Grenada. He's also accompanied by one of his countrymen. I think he writes for the Guyana Times, I think it is. His name is Brandon. Yeah, so both John and Brandon, they're here with us, and we're taking very good care of them as the fielders are taken very good care of now because there's a little refreshment on the field for them, a water break, much needed. They've done well in the field. The batsmen, they've done well too, staving off this pressure being built here by the Windward Islands volcanoes. So Guyana Happy Eagles, they've done well in the names of Sinclair and Pomal. So yeah, good afternoon again to or friends in Guyana. Been to Guyana once. Have you ever been to Guyana, John?
No, I have not. I was telling John that this is a place that I would love to visit in soon coming time, and understanding that there's so much to do and to see and to experience, it makes you want to be there, thinking about the Marara and the falls and so on. John was explaining the fact that you have so much land space to explore. So definitely it's a place that you would want to be. You would want to experience it for yourself, not get the second-hand experience.
Yeah.
And so definitely one of these days, I will take a trip down to Guyana.
All right. Well, rain has still affected play over at Coolidge, so nothing happening there. And we're going to give you some scores as well. And it seems as though the same thing has happened with over in at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground. We're monitoring that as well for you. We're going to give you some details on that, no doubt. But yeah, I had the opportunity of visiting Guyana, and gold, diamond, bauxite, and now a booming economy, because many folks will tell you now that Guyana is really, really and truly on the road to a level of economic development that they've not seen in decades, with a whole lot taking place there structurally and otherwise. So very good for our friends in Guyana. Promise to visit you soon once I get the proper invitation from John Ramsing. Last time I stayed there, I think I stayed at the Pegasus. Is it the Pegasus Hotel? The Pegasus Hotel? Yeah. Stayed there, very good. Friendly people.
Yeah, I think that's something that we in the Caribbean always have. We have some very friendly people who love to, interact, have a chat, always could give you, a story of, the history and so on. So it's really good for us. I like visiting some of the Caribbean countries when you can sit down and have chat with some of the elder persons, and you learn the history of some of these places. And we have a really, really rich history here in the Caribbean.
I remember my first possibility of cardiac arrest was when I visited Guyana. Didn't understand the disparity in the currency, and I ordered chicken and chips for my very first night liming, and I heard someone in the back of me saying 600, and I only realized back then it was I. So I understood the value of 600 was just equivalent to about 15 TT dollars or something like that. But it was no doubt a shocking moment for me as I acquainted myself with the exchange rate. And a shocking moment, as we speak of shocking moments, many of you in Guyana are wondering what's happening with your Happy Eagles. They are 91 for 6 actually. Just one run coming off the first delivery after the resumption. And we've got Darius Martin operating from the Dabo end. 91 for 6. Your Guyana Happy Eagles in a little bit of trouble, but rebuilding nicely.
Yeah, good partnership developing there between Sinclair and Versami Pomal. They would want to keep that partnership going for as long as they can. Volcanoes, no doubt, would have other ideas. We'll want to see the back of one of these. After this, I think you can say that you're definitely down to the tail. And so they would want to ensure that they keep this partnership very minimal.
Something just questionable there, but just one run coming off of it. Over at the Sir Vivian Richards ground, Yannick Karaya has gotten to another half century. Trinidad and Tobago 183 for 3. Karaya is on 52, and Darren Bravo looking for another first-class century. He's on 83. So Trinidad and Tobago doing some rebuilding there. Of course, they won the toss and elected to bat. They're 183 for 3. the single is always on.
Yeah, good batting there by Pomal, looking to rotate the strike. Played with nice soft hands, just getting it out into the offside there and rotating really nicely. They look unbothered. They look like they have settled in. We continue to see how nicely the wicket is for batting, and so they're showing their patience. They're taking the odd singles here and there, and looking to really rebuild. 24 partnership, so just a good rebuilding. They would want to continue that partnership for as long as possible. Keep the Windward's bowlers out there. Keep the batsmen in the field, baking under that hot sun that we're experiencing here now.
Still some heavy cloud cover, but the sun finding its way through. A little bit humid, not much movement from the trees and the river road, the Sanssouci Hills, not much movement from the trees over there. And one run coming off the over brings the over to an end. I am still here with you. We've decided to give John Singh a bit of an extended respite this afternoon because he is tarried for 2.5 hours this morning, and tarried well he has. He had his countrymen with him, and also John and Junior Murray was with him as well, Randall, John and Junior Murray. So he's enjoying an extended break this afternoon, making up, putting in some extra hours myself for time lost during the course of the morning. And Ryan John, just as we anticipated a few overs ago, that was stretching out on the fine leg boundary, has been called into action. St. David's, good afternoon. Ryan John is called into action. He's operating from the River Road end. He's bowled 6 overs already, no wickets, pick up 19 runs from it, but he's in search of a wicket here.
Yeah, so far the only bowler to not have a wicket to his name, and definitely he will want to ensure he gets his name on the cards in terms of the wickets. He's bowled generally very well, except for one over in which some 17 runs came, but outside of that he's been pretty steady. The batsmen, looking now to consolidate. Definitely he will, with his line and length that he's been bowling, will cause some problems.
He's just drifting down the leg side, and the batsman just fishing down the leg side, looking to induce some sort of thick edge. With Ryan John's pace, a nice thick edge could have beaten the man down at the fine leg boundary for 4 if he played it just a little. If he got that edge just a little straighter.
Yeah, he will want to make the adjustment back to the off stump, ensure that he bowls to his field and that the batsmen are, playing according to the field. You do not want to stray and give them free runs. So definitely you want to keep the pressure on.
And speaking about pressure, Darren Bravo is under a bit of pressure here because he's on 83 and he has taken 175 deliveries to get to that 83, something that is not common by his standards. He's a fluid player of the ball. Oh, he's gone up hard and high and gone with it totally over long mid-off. 6 runs. Nice clean strike there by Pomal and giving Ryan John the belt, the entire belt and the buckle. And the 100 comes up for the Happy Eagles. The 100 comes up 101 for 6. The 100 coming off 243 balls and 187 minutes. So a slow 100 really and truly. And you could understand why. They've been pegged back a few times. And Ryan John, being the recipient of that landmark, has been given the full treatment by Pomal. And he answers and contemplating and Pomol hits him square of the wicket this time. Another boundary for Pomol. 4 more. So Ryan John been handed the belt, the buckle, and probably some detention.
Yeah, they're looking to, really get him off his game. This is the second batsman to, attack the bowling of John, trying to get him off that line, off that length. The shots, the shots that have been played, are pretty good shots. Playing the ball based on merit, and John now is under a bit of pressure, looking, to come back and come back strong. But definitely, Pomol showing that he's capable.
Yeah, Ryan John working his way back into the team this year, and he has proven why he's capable of working himself back into the team, but his last 2 deliveries would say otherwise. But generally, he has played very well for the season so far. He had a very good game against Trinidad and Tobago, and he had a half century in the first innings for the Windward Islands, so no doubt he has played very well. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still trailing by 189 runs, 105 for 6. Versamy Pomol moving up to 26 very quickly, and with him is Kevin Sinclair, who's on 11. Junior Murray joins me. Junior Murray, welcome back.
Welcome back, Jason. Good to be back with you again. You can see Ryan John here is under a bit of pressure, a bit of attack. You see, the Happy Eagles have a plan against Ryan John.
Well, the plan is, if you're the best form of defense is to attack, and no doubt Pomol has been around, so he understands that very well. He's no spring chicken. He's been around, so he understands how to, muscle the tempo away.
And so far, he's doing a fantastic job of it so far.
Darius Martin, operating from the Dabo end, just been called for a wide, hitting the deck hard, and a bouncer going down to Pomol, just letting Pomol know, I am not Ryan John, and I would hit you hard.
I see he's hitting the deck. He hitting the deck very, very hard there, and Pomol just ducks under it. So I think that the trap is all set, but Pomol is very, very watchful at the moment.
And Pomol just gets some bat onto it, and a gentle hook out to square leg, just one. The Windward Islands Volcanoes won the toss and up to bat, and they posted a good total, 294, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles are in reply, 108 for 6, 40 overs already bowled. In this, the Happy Eagles turn at the crease. The Windward Islands have sent down 40 overs already. They're over number 41.
Jason, what I can say, these 2 batters look very organized. See him do the batting with a plan, and they keep the rotation of the strike in the meantime while protecting the wicket. So far, they're doing a fantastic job of it so far. But I think Darius Martin should come back. He does that in between length again with a bit of pace and a bit of bounce, and see if he can send back one of those batters in the hot as soon as possible, because they're building a nice partnership here of 39 so far.
Well, more developments coming in for you here from the Sir Vivian Richards ground in Antigua. Colin Archibald for the Leeward Islands, pitching right up to a ball that was always swinging and crashing into the pad of Yannick Karaya, and Yannick Karaya is out on 53, so he got to his half century, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 183 for 4. They are battling against the Leeward Islands over the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Darren Bravo is still there on 83 in hunt of another first-class century.
You can see Darren Bravo using all his experience fighting there for for his country, and he's eyeing another first class 100. Let's hope that he gets there.
So wearing number 65 on his back is Darius Martin for the Windward Islands. He's been encouraged by Preston McSween, who's right there at mid-off.
We're ball again by Darius Martin. Pummeled quietly forward, hitting that area nicely. You need to be in that area a bit more regular. Probably can get a bit, shift a bit away, so just a bit, and drive him into a fall shot. And with the 2 slips and a goal and the keeper waiting behind, hoping for someone to come along very soon.
Decent cricket there from Darius Martin, who completes his 8th over of this session. And well, still some good cricket to be played. John Ramsing will come back in a few minutes. He is stretched, he is refreshed, and he will be ready to go, no doubt. We're just about 2 minutes before 2 o'clock local time. I'm quite sure that Johnny will take you to tea. And the Windward Islands in a comfortable position, very much in the driver's seat. They've got a hold on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 109 for 6. And Ryan John has some making up to do. He was crashed about the park in his previous over. I think he went for about 10 or 11 in his previous over, and he will want to do some making up for that. Sinclair is waiting for him at the striker's end. Here he comes.
Just misses one up there for a bit.
If you
Do a bit of thinking.
you get smashed for 4 and 6. Last 2 deliveries, you want to make sure if it's one thing that's right now is your run up, because you run up wrong and you'll be running back right.
Yeah, you want to get back in that zone, that zone where you hit that length, that in between length more consistently.
And a good delivery from Ryan John. He has started to operate within that corridor of uncertainty for the batsman. I'm not too sure whether to go back or to come forward. He's right there and making the batsman have to play. The batsman is always thinking, no, that's the way you really want it to be. Kevin Sinclair is on 12. Vasami Pramod has raced to 27 just off 35 deliveries. He has taken the attack to the Windward Islands, really.
Yeah, we can see Sinclair looking very organized, very circumspect.
Oh, again, just opening the face of the bat and just ensuring that the edge is nowhere near, because it was a good delivery, better delivery this time from Ryan John. No, he's operating right there. He's found his line really in his last 2 deliveries, and no doubt he is a very diligent worker. We said he came back into the Windward Islands squad this year, and he has really shown, his mettle, persistency and some level of consistency as well.
Yeah, he been on a bit of pressure, been out of the team for a while. You can see he's stating his claim for his selection at the moment. He's really bowling well, and he's really batting well at the moment, enjoying his cricket.
Kevin Sinclair moves on to 13, and Pramod is on 27. Pramod has been striking the ball very cleanly, had a very decent hits, had some decent hits, and some good fielding outside there on the edge of the circle has prevented some deliveries from crashing into the boundary. So he has been hitting the ball very cleanly, is he, Pramod?
Yeah, just looking good at the moment. Well bowled by Ryan there in that area of uncertainty. I just like to see probably Captain Anthony is probably come up with a plan B, because this partnership here need to be broken. The batters will be getting a bit very, very comfortable, and let's see what plan B can bring along. Probably a couple of short balls here and there, set the feelers, and I hope that they can fall in that trap.
All right, well, much better over from Ryan John to this point. He is only conceded just one run so far and one delivery remaining. In the meantime, I will drift off after this delivery and pay attention to the other two matches which are currently on the way in Antigua. One, of course, that we're paying particular attention to is the one happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Darren Bravo is in his 80s and looking for another first-class century. The Windward Islands are in a good commanding position. They've got the Guyana Happy Eagles 110 for 6. Happy Eagles still trailing by 183 runs. And no doubt, if there was ever a time for a miracle, the Happy Eagles will need to call on it now because they would definitely need it. The rebuilding stages has started. The partnership has yielded 42 runs. So very good. And John Ramsey will take us to tea. Johnny, she's all yours.
Well, the volcano bowlers, the fast bowlers, keep working hard, keep plugging away. Hope that Captain Athenaeus can probably see what the spinner Denver probably has to offer on this flat surface. Welcome back in, John.
Thank you very much, Junior. And thank you very much as well to Jason. You haven't seen Denver's yet. You've been calling his name.
Yeah, we need to see Denver. A bit of variety.
The policeman continues from the Darbo end. He's been looking very good. Nice high action for Darius Martin. But the partnership is growing. Could be a threatening one for the Volcanoes. And like you mentioned, they may want a bit of variety to see if they can break this partnership.
Yeah, this partnership is growing very slowly. It's a partnership of 43 so far. And hope that Captain Athenaeus can come to plan B. So the pair at the moment look very, very comfortable against this fast bowling attack. So let's see what the spinners can bring to the table.
Sinclair's on 13. Very solid. Number 43 on his back, like Mahendra Nagamoto used to wear. And Pamal on 29, the vice captain. So more responsibilities on his shoulder. And he's really living up to that billing so far, both with international experience.
Yes, these are two guys that have won the Maroon Cap, so they know what it's all about to fight for themselves and for their country. And they're doing it at the moment.
1 for 27 already for Martin.
Well, one thing I observe about Martin when he bowls a new ball, tend to get an early breakthrough, and after into his second and third spells, it looks probably a bit ordinary. So probably something that he can work on. Probably do a bit of bowling in the nets with a bit of old ball. Get a bit of variety, use your fingers on the seam, keep that one side shiny and see if you can get some inward and outward movement. Even also some reverse swing. I think can be a good help to him.
Looks a bit flat with the older ball right now.
Yeah, he looks very flat at the moment. I'm just hoping and praying for something to happen, but at this level he should be making something happen, create something. As you can see, the final area, kind of Denver is doing a bit of warming up, so probably Captain Athenaeus probably heard what I said. So should be something good to look forward to.
Sinclair and Pamal look as if they've been there a long time. Not only in this innings, but at this level. Look quite comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable. As Pamal been around for a while. Sinclair's getting into his first class season. And he have a bit of international experience under his belt, so they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. They're building nicely, partnership going very nicely, and I hope that Captain Athenaeus will look at that and see what he can come up with to break his partnership.
Sinclair, 23 years old, in his 10th first class match. Plays for the Roseau Youth and Sport Club in Berbice. Short ball. So earlier we saw the ball, maybe at that same length, going over the shoulders of these bowlers, of these batters. This time, just setting up nicely. Over completed, 113 for the loss of 6.
It just shows that the wicket is getting a bit easier and easier. The short ball is not getting above the batter's shoulders anymore, and the batter seems to be in a very, very happy place. Just pull him around for an easy single. As you can see, Kenneth Demba is coming in at the other end. The batter is just taking off the helmets, put on the floppy caps, and making himself a bit more comfortable at the moment.
Still a long way off for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Remember, they're replying to 294 made by the Volcanoes in their first innings, so that's 181 runs away. So it's a far way off.
Very far way off for the moment. So a lot of batting to be done by this pair and those to come. So they need to get some partnership going here at the moment.
Nothing to write home as yet for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. When we really look at this batting card, Chandrapal Hemraj with all of his experience, 4. Matthew Nandu in his second match at this level, 2. Tevin Imlak coming off of a pair in the last match, 3. Kemal Savory also in his second game, 20. Leon Johnson under some pressures as a batsman, 5. Bramble, just hanging around a little bit, 21. So nothing really to write home as yet, and because of that, you're not getting the partnerships.
Yes.
But they're trying here, Sinclair and Parmal. There was a little bit of a fight between Savory and Bramble with 40 runs before Bramble was dismissed. So the four-side of spin is a big appeal.
Good start there by Kenneth Demba. Let's have a look here.
Very first ball from Demba.
Very first ball from.
And he's already asking umpire Gregory Bradwit some questions. Let's have a look.
Wow, it looks a bit high. To me, it looks a bit good. To make it look at a very good appeal.
Low full toss, and this time he gets runs off of Demba Sinclair. Could be height, the only factor saving him.
Only factor at the moment there. It looks a very, very good appeal. Ball pitch and straightening. He lives to fight another day.
Demba will be on a high. We do remember that catch he took this morning to get rid of Chandrapal Hemraj. This time it goes through his hands. Martin tidies up.
As we can see, from down the track, driving, hitting the ball straight back past the bowler, going through the bowler's hands. Umpire had to take some actions there. As you can see here, Pomal chipping, driving through the hands of Kenneth Demba. Umpire ducking there.
So Demba already creating some anxious moments. Chance to Pomal. Shout for a leg before confident shout. Sinclair surviving that. So here he is.
Yeah, I think Pomal will entertain us a bit as long as Kenneth Demba is there. I don't think that Pomal will sit there and just pot all day. I think he's going to play shots. So we can see some exciting cricket here this afternoon.
This time going over extra cover. Sinclair will get a boundary. Kenneth Demba, like I said, this over has everything in it so far. And Demba being hit the inside out for 4.
Yeah, good shot again. And
the 50th partnership coming up with that boundary. So a very good partnership in the context of the innings. The best by far.
Well played. Good partnership building here. I think it's, as you said, 50-51 partnership. And they're very positive, and I like the idea of the spinner. They're using the feet of the spinners, a little shot over cover. To hit the off spin over cover. That gotta be a good shot.
Yeah. 8 of 5 balls in 64 minutes of batting. Good partnership indeed. Looking to sweep, misses it. And it's cleaned up by the wicket keeper. So a very eventful over. The first of spin in the Guyana Harpy Eagles first innings. 119 for the loss of 6. The next milestone for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in terms of their batting must be trying to survive until tea.
Yeah, I think so. They're a few minutes away from tea, and with the way the partnership is looking so far, they're very positive. They keep the rotation of a stride, the scoreboard ticking, and once they keep doing that, I think they will survive. They're very positive in their approach. As you can see, Ryan John getting his goal set for another over.
Yeah. Sinclair collects back his helmet. Just want to be very safe under the helmet.
Yeah, it's all about protecting yourself these days. I remember in my time, I never liked a helmet. Back in our time, we had the side pieces. Remember the side pieces,
Yes.
John? Yes. I prefer with the side pieces on the grill. But time has changed.
Still 48 overs remaining in the day's play, so lots of time. They go until tea at 2:40 p.m. local time, and then all of the last session in the day's play. So lots can happen in that time.
What's going to happen?
Whether the Guyana Harpy Eagles will survive or will they be bowled out? We'll just have to see. We'll have to wait and see, and then maybe we can see the Volcanoes batting a second time today. You never know.
Yeah, I think it's all about survival out there for the Happy Eagles batters. At the same time, I got to keep the scoreboard ticking. But the Volcano bowlers have other ideas and want to see the back of them as quickly as possible.
These two rounds number 1 and 2, very important for players, especially if they want to put their hands up for test selection for the West Indies Test Tour of South Africa, because players in this tournament will be looked at. Especially, that one has tickled finally, and we'll go down towards fine leg. Let's see if a signal will come from the umpire. Yes, leg by is now signaled by umpire Jonathan Blades. That must have been very close to the leg stump, however, because there was Pramod walking across his stump.
Very, very close. I think that one, the bowler kept a bit low and very, very close to the leg stump. And I see the bowler there shouting for a leg before decision. But I think today it looked like Pramod there, as you can see it here now. Pitching. Wow, very close to the leg stump. A very lazy attempt by the keeper on the leg side.
Yeah, I think it probably brushed Pramod
But the tie pad
on its way through, so
on
it
the way
was,
through.
yeah, could be height as well. Yeah, I was saying that these two wrongs will be very important, because after the next test match in Bulawayo, 12th to the 16th, players who may be, in the eyes of the selectors, not necessarily looking comfortable, may make way for some of the players who are performing well in this first two rounds, and they may find themselves in that test team for the clashes against South Africa. The first test begins on the 28th of February, second test on the 8th of March. So places can be available.
A lot of places are available, a lot to play for. So I think the players should be very excited. I was looking forward to that.
Short ball again, this time a little bit of extra bounce.
Extra bounce and Pommel. Let's see. I think Pommel is he's like a cat in a hot roof at the moment. He wants to get into Ryan John. He want to play a few shots here. Let's see what happens.
So Ryan John, hero in the first match with the ball, none for 33 so far, so wicketless.
That's a game of cricket for you. But he had a good account with the bat. 51 not out. Highest first class score so far.
So that's the end of his over. 9 overs for him completed, and the Harpy Eagles 123 for the loss of 6.
Well ball again by Ryan John, and Happy Eagle batters are equal to the task. This period here before tea could be very, very interesting, as you can see. The Happy Eagle batters are fighting out there for the country.
Still trailing by 171 runs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they need to at least wipe off that 71 to make the Volcanoes bat again and to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, so they have some work to do. But looking at cricket these days, and if the Happy Eagles happen to get all out now, I think the Volcanoes will be going to get a bat again. I don't think they will semac in the Happy Eagles.
Dembo starts his second over. But you need to consider as well that because of the weather we had yesterday and today, rain could become a factor in this game as well. Dembo continues.
Well, ball again by Denver. Plus, you need a lot of time.
Yeah.
So you gotta get a timing right. Set the situation nicely and make your decisions.
And one of the things you have to look at Grenada National Stadium is that yesterday, just about 5 o'clock, it was dark because of the overhead conditions, and there's no artificial light to switch on.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's something we're all looking forward to see some lights at the National Stadium. I hope the authorities are listening. Can get into work very quickly.
Nicely swept by Sinclair. Runs for him. He could get a boundary. Going to go very close to the boundary, and the captain Athanaze. Well, he's given up. I think he's indicated to the umpire that it is a boundary. So Sinclair got a ball that was on the line of the leg stump. He swept it nicely, turning with the tide.
Yeah, well played again by Sinclair. He looks very, very good at the wicket at the moment. Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, some drizzles coming around there, Junior.
Just a little drizzle. But the mountain is still looking a bit clear, but just a little drizzle. Nothing to worry about, John.
You sound just like the groundsmen this morning. The ground staff here were telling me nothing to worry about today. Thank you.
Just a bit of sprinkle here and there. I think it's all focused for the day. So don't be worried, John. You'll be fine.
Just about 2:19 p.m. Lunch is about 21 minutes away. Denver completes his second over. 4 runs in that over for him. 127 now for 6. So it's really a mind game when you think about it with that decision. Let's say should the Guyana Harpy Eagles be bowled up before clearing that follow-on mark? Will the Volcanoes bat again? Will they want to bowl a second time consecutively? Will they consider the overhead conditions? It's all part of the beautiful game now, isn't it?
All part of the beautiful game, but I think that they will. Coach Shirley Clark probably would like them to have a bat again. Give the fast bowlers a bit of a rest. It's a very flat pitch over there, and get some runs on the board and probably 300-400 runs and put the Happy Eagles under some pressure.
Yeah. Last week they tried to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago in less than a day. Just didn't happen. And there the umpires calling for the covers now. I think they waited because what happened earlier when they were leaving, the rain stopped, and then the covers had to go back. This time they waited and they couldn't take it anymore. Stumps are coming out and the covers are coming on, and it is just about 2:20 in the afternoon, and the umpires have called on the covers, so we may have a little bit of a delay.
I don't think it might be a long delay, John. Looking at the mountain up there, look at the hills. Should be a very short delay, hopeful, and they should be back out in the middle pretty soon again. Just give that's like a extra rest for the Volcano bowlers to refresh themselves. It's a bit of darkness up there in the mountain, as you can see. Let's hope that cloud will blow away and we can get some cricket going again. Very funny weather, John.
So that's the direction that the rain comes from,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the direction the rain comes from. Comes way down from the Granitang Hills. Yes.
Granitang Hills, then there's Tempe and so on that area.
John, are you Canadian, John? You seem to know all over, John. How long have you been here?
I get around.
You get around.
Yeah.
You're really enjoying your stay in Grenada. It's
Yeah,
a lovely
really
place. I enjoyed warm people,
Yeah.
nice food. Enjoy it. Have some fun in my Spice Isle.
Thank you very much for that. I look forward. So 127 for the loss of 6. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings with Kevin Sinclair 23 not out and Samir Pamal with him on 30. Still trailing by 167 runs. The the big covers, the heavy covers are not coming on. Just the strip that covers the playing 22. And it seems as if the rain has stopped now, Junior.
Yeah, it's just blowing away nicely here now. So probably the hills are looking a bit dark still, but I think should be over there very soon. Gunsmen, they're just looking at the hills. The big covers are still there. The sun trying to peep through. Everything happening at the same time, John.
So the day began with the Volcanoes resuming 292 for the loss of 8, 78.5 overs of batting, and did not take Permal too long to wrap up the last two batters. Ryan John moved from 50 overnight to 51 before he ran out of partners. McSween was first to go, bowled by Permal for 1, 294 for 1, and 2 balls later, Darius Martin caught down at long on off the bowling of Permal. Nice judging catch by Sinclair. Went without scoring, 294 for the loss of all 10 wickets, 8.5 overs. The highlight of the innings, Alex Athanaze, 141 for the 7 from Sunil Amris, and a magnificent career best 51 not out from Ryan John, the highlight of the Windward Islands Volcanoes first innings. Permal 4 for 70, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 66 for Kevin Sinclair. Shamar Joseph 1 for 47, runs were beaten 2 for 50, and Niall Smith 1 for 51. In reply, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who started in the morning session with their first innings, lost Chandrapal Hemraj, who was hooking and caught brilliantly by Kenneth Demba one-handed at the deep backward square boundary for 4. It was 10 for 1, and since then wickets started to tumble in a bunch. Matthew Nandu, who opened with Hemraj, was adjudged leg before to Justin Greaves for 2. He went with a score on 14. Devon Imlach caught wicketkeeper Walcott when he was hooking a short ball and got a little bit of glove of the bowling of McSween. He went for 3. Kemal Savory caught at a wicket as well off the bowling of Greaves for 20. Leon Johnson leg before to Greaves for 5. Anthony Bramble caught a second slip by Athanaze, diving in front of the first slip fielder. And there was Anthony Bramble going for 21 off the bowling of Greaves. Wickets going down at 10, 14, 14, 28, 68, 6-9. And here we are now in a fighting partnership of 58 between Sinclair and Permal, trying to hold the innings together. But so far, good bowling. McSween 1 for 26, Darius Martin 1 for 28. But the pick of the bowlers by far, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 18, Justin Greaves.
Well done again by the Volcano bowlers. I think the game is in the balance at the moment with the Volcano players just in front.
Just a little bit in front.
Just a little bit in front. With the Happy Eagle batters putting up a nice fight. So just a bit of a drizzle here now, and hope that they can come back out very soon and we can get some good cricket again.
Still to come for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Shamar Joseph in his second first-class match, and Niall Smith and runs were beaten. So no play at the moment. We're getting closer to tea. Whether the umpires will call an early tea and have an extended final session, we still have to wait and see, or whether they'll wait until the rain and then come back out, then go back in for tea. We still have to wait. So what we're going to do, Junior, we'll take a break, and when we have live action, we will come back right here at the Grenada National Stadium. We urge all of you to join us then.
All right, well, we are back at the St. George's Cricket Stadium, the National Cricket Stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada, where rain has delayed play for just a little bit, but the pictures on your screen now will give you the full story that the rain has subsided and the umpires are out. The players are right there behind them, and everyone is taking their positions in an effort to restart. We had an early tea, and no doubt we'll be playing into just around after 5 o'clock. So we're getting ready to start what will be the final session of the day's play. Still a little bit of clouds overhead, but not as heavy. Light, and then some clouds moving across the National Stadium to suggest that we will have some good clear conditions that will take us through the rest of the afternoon. 127 for 6. The Guyana Happy Eagles with Versame Pramal on 30. He's raced to 30 off 46 deliveries. And Kevin Sinclair on 23. He has been a little bit slower, taking 54 deliveries to get there. Ryan John and Darius Martin has been operating. And a new over will start now from the Dabo end. Junior Murray is with me. John Ramsing has just ran down for a minute. He will come to take you through, but we are into the start of the final session of the day's play.
Yeah, so far, a lovely day of cricket by the Volcanoes, and you can see the Happy Eagles batters are fighting back here at the moment.
Good way to start. Not 4, it wouldn't race to the boundary, but Kevin Sinclair on the front foot and pushing out to mid-on, and a great way to start, picking up a single to start the proceedings.
Yeah, good start there by Pamal. Just Van John get into the slot, a nice straight drive down the ground. He looked like he had a good tee and ready for this afternoon session.
Well, he was doing a little bit of loosening up, knocking up just at the edge of the boundary just before the umpires walked back out. So he has basically got his eyes in, so to speak. And it paid off because he was able to get a nice clean push down the ground, picked up an easy single, some sunny reflections coming off the side screen there, as you can see. And as we said a few moments ago, yes, you're still seeing some clouds, but not really threatening. They're moving across the National Stadium, which suggests more light and more cricket.
Yeah, ball again by Ryan John into his walk. Casino's areas again, and Pamal equal to the task. Look very, very solid. Building a nice partnership so far of 60 with himself and Sinclair, and they're looking like the in for this afternoon. Got the way behind the 8 ball, 129 for 6, and so the need to occupy the crease and battle for as long as possible into this afternoon.
Versame Pramal on 30. He has played very well for his 30 runs, a very clean strike of the ball. He has been in good nick, really, to this point, a partnership that has brought 60 runs. So the Guyana Happy Eagles will be happy about that. They are not in the best of positions, but we're building something here, and I'm quite sure that their captain would love to see them go all the way through and bat out the entire session.
But I think Captain Anthony will have different ideas. I like to see them back in the hut as soon as possible.
Good straight drive again, just the one. Pramal picking up a single, driving it very straight, and long off, having to come around and get some tidying work completed.
Yeah, as you can see, Ranjon getting up into the slot, and Pamal equal to the task, driving him straight back past him. Well fielded by Kwarai.
Sinclair is flashing at a wide and lifting delivery outside the off stump. Well taken by the wicketkeeper, but he really should not have played behind that, and he is gone. Just as he came to the wicket, he is gone. I mean, really and truly, he had no need to play behind that shot. I mean, he had absolutely no need to play at that ball.
You can see a short, a wide ball outside the off stump. Wicketkeeper Walcott skipping across his right, collecting with both hands in front of first slip. Well caught there, Walcott. There's a loose shot there by Sinclair right after the tee break.
Well, your screen is suggesting that Sinclair is the batsman still inside, when in truth and in fact it's the other way around. Sinclair was the batsman you just see now playing at a wide delivery outside the off stump, and a good take by the wicket keeper. But really and truly had no need to play at that delivery. He would have looked a whole lot better just leaving it alone and looking at it go into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Well, that brings a little bit more discomfort to the Happy Eagles. 130 for 7, and no doubt they're in a spot of bother. John Ramsing is here, and he's going to take us through the next few overs. And Junior Murray is here with him just before Clyde John joins us. 130 for 7, the Guyana Happy Eagles, in reply to the Windward's total of 294.
So the man with the golden arm is left the commentary box. Every time Jason Skeet is in the chair, wickets tend to fall.
Same thing happens. And you can see Ryan John getting some good reward for hitting those areas consistently, building the pressure on the batsman, and inducing a forced stroke by Sinclair, well caught behind by Walcott.
He's gone for 23, 2 fours in his innings, some 55 balls for Sinclair. So it makes way now for Shamar Joseph, playing just his second first-class match.
Let's see what he's made up for the bat. He looks pretty good with the ball. Let's see what he does with the ball they're facing up to Ryan John.
Not yet out of the woods. Still 164 runs they're trailing by. It means they need to wipe off at least 14 runs.
That's still behind a bit, but whatever happens, I think the Volcanoes would like to have a second bat as early as possible.
Joseph is left-handed and receives his first ball. It's quite compact, you know. He's very, like I said the word yesterday, a hustler. Over comes to then a successful one for the Volcanoes, over in which Ryan John picked up his first wicket. He has now picked up 1 for 36.
Yeah, the first ball faced by the youngster. He looks full toss, choking it back to mid-off. Probably you can see a bit of tactics here. Hope that the Volcanoes skipper Atenes can, try and get his batters out as quickly as possible. Give yourself enough time in the game to get a second chance to bat, put runs on the board and try and force an outright victory. Yeah, I think they need the points here at the moment.
Speaking of points, Guyana collected 20 points from their first round match against defending champions, the Barbados Pride. A game in which the Guyana Harpy Eagles won quite handsomely by 183 runs. 1 week later, totally different ball game.
Yeah, that's a game of cricket. It's a game of glorious uncertainties.
But the Volcanoes continue to play very well at home. You can see that they're really accustomed to the conditions here. Within the toss, so without hesitation, Atenes said, "We will have a bat."
Yeah, it's a home. That's is in a backyard. That's where everything happens for them. So they're very comfortable in this environment.
Vice captain Pamal strokes his one down towards cover. Greaves looking for a 5-4. Denied so far.
Yeah, he's back on hitting his areas immediately. Pamal get pushing through the covers here, diving stopped there by Kenneth Demba. Good cricket all along.
So Justin Greaves, the Barbadian, has been around a long time. Played for Barbados CCC and now playing for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, I like his attitude towards the cricket. I think he's very professional in whatever he's doing, and he's getting reward for his hard work.
Approaching his 29th birthday, born on the 26th of February.
Very young guy, very young man still. Been around for a while. He seems as though he's been around for decades.
Yeah.
He's still a youngster, still fresh. A lot of cricket to be played by him.
Yeah, made his one international debut for the West Indies against Ireland. Played 3 one international. Those were played last year, January. So he's looking to make his way back into international colours.
It would be nice for him to see him get back there. I think he has attitude towards the cricket, and I think he deserves to be there.
Appeal for a leg before. Umpire Bradford walks away. That gives the indication that he's not going to give a decision to the bowler.
He seems as though he's one of the driven on the leg side a bit. Umpire signal not out.
With the ball, he has 2 5-4 at the first class level, Greaves.
Wow, but the pommel is way across the off stump. That looks a little bit high. Oh, it looks a bit dodgy there. Let's look at it again. Pommel is way outside the off stump. Hit him. I think it's height. What do you think, Johnny? He looks pretty good.
Looks to be lucky to be there for Sammy Pamal.
Yeah, he looks.
Greaves just targeting the stumps. Very good bowling from Justin Greaves. Joseph playing in the line, so.
Well, ball again by Greaves hitting his areas. He continue from that first one game. He just keep knocking away, and he can continue this game, and he'll be rewarded by 4 wickets so far. A good bowling by Justin.
Genuine all-rounder, Justin Greaves, already with a first-class century to go with 6 half centuries. With the ball, he's picked up 56 wickets before this game. 2 5-wicket hauls, a best of 5 for 41.
So he's been around. He knows what to do.
Beautiful shot from Shamar Joseph to get off the mark. He will open the count with at least 2 runs. The chase is on by the police officer. Martin pulls it up, but that's a very good-looking shot.
A lovely cover drive there by Joseph. Pitched the ball by Justin Gibb, looking for a bit of out swing there, just in the slot. And Joseph driving through the covers for 2. I'd like to see. I've seen the drive. I haven't seen a hook yet. I'd like to see him give him like a check upstairs and see what happens upstairs. Set the field and give him an early check.
I think he may want to hang around for a little while, Joseph, so you may see everything coming out.
Let's hope he does. Let's hope he hangs around for a while. I want to see if we shots are there.
This one goes down to fine leg. Let's see if there's a signal from umpire Brathwaite. Yes, there is. The signal of leg by. So that's the end of Justin Greaves' 15th over. Still 4 wickets in that column. He's searching for that 5-4.
He's looking for that 5-4. It's well bowled again by Justin. Just one that's driven on the leg side into the pads and of Joseph. 1 leg by. Good over so far. The fast bowlers will keep pressing along. The Volcano bowlers will keep pressing along. And see if we can get as bad as they are as quickly as possible. They need to be batting this afternoon. Let's hope that can happen.
Still trailing by 160. So it's 134 for the loss of 7. So they need to wipe off 10 more runs to avoid an innings defeat. 10 more runs to make the Volcanoes bat a second time. So we did not lose much time because tea was taken while we were off the field for rain. And then came back promptly at 3 p.m. So just 20 minutes lost. So the umpires are going to play up to 5:20. Inside edge. Can run pretty close to the boundary, but the chase is on. Preston McSween is after it. And he's going to chase it right down. Perhaps taking a page out of the book of Kirani James, running right down to the tape.
Right onto the tape. Well, ball again by Ryan John. Inside edge. Joseph. Down to final for 3 runs. So Ryan John still keep knocking away, still keep hitting his areas. And doing a good job of it so far.
So when Guyana Harpy Eagles get to 144, they can breathe a sigh of relief. That's some 7 runs away.
They're very close. Hope to get there.
Sometimes it's really amazing that the top order would go. And then the batters will be in the dressing room cheering on the lower order to get the runs that they did not get.
And again, that's what I call teamwork.
Hemraj 4, Nandu 2, Imlak 3, Johnson 5, all single digits. Then we had Savory 20, Bramble 21, Sinclair 23, getting starts and not going on.
Yeah, that's a game for you. But then you can see that as you can see, Happy Eagles bat very deep, and you can see they're fighting down to the last.
Handled it nicely, just steering it down towards third man, where Samir Pamal should be looking for the third. Joseph is very quick, youthful exuberance there, and the third one taken in the end comfortably.
Yeah, good running, good shots were played. See Percy McSween running around from the point, have a lot of work to do, and he couldn't stop 3 runs. Good rotation of strike, at least the fighting, keeping the scoreboard ticking, which I think is a good idea.
So Ryan John just picked up his first wicket moments ago when he got Kevin Sinclair caught at a wicket for 23. There is Joseph too close to cut.
That's the area I like to see Ryan John hit a bit more regular. That in between that length there, and he's doing it so far so good at the moment, creating some rash shots by the batters.
Two slips. There's a gully, but borders more on a backward point, but very close in. I'll go straight to him.
Put him into action right away. Joseph looking very organized there on the back foot, defending nicely. So you see him as though he can handle the bat himself.
Yes, he's very capable.
Yes, he looks the part. You can see him there practicing the pull shot. He probably he's expecting something short here now. Johnny, let's see what Ryan has to offer him.
One of those players that you haven't seen a lot, so you don't know what to expect. In the air and straight to that field I was talking about. The gully that was a bit bordering on a backward point. We've just been speaking about Shamar Joseph's technique, and it was exposed. Ryan John drawing him into that shot. He drove into the air and just off the outside edge and into the hands of the field at that backward point bordering on a gully position. He's gone for 5, and the Harpy Eagles 140 now for the loss of 8.
Yeah, just pushing out one there. That's slightly off stump, straight into the hands of Jelani Robertson. It looked like. And that's the result you get for that consistent area, hitting that spot consistently. I think that's the result you get for that. And you can see Ryan John continues where he left off from that first one game, getting wicket. You can see.
There was no movement of that right foot across.
That right foot just stayed right there and just all arms and straight into the glove of Jelani Robertson. Very, very close gully fielder.
So they still need to wipe off 4 more runs to make the Volcanoes bat again. And with Niall Smith coming out now, I'm sure the entire Guyana Harpy Eagles camp will be very nervous.
I think they will be very nervous. I think Puma should be taking most of his strike with them now. Try and look after his partner there. I'm not too sure how good a batter Mr. Smith is, but I think that Puma will try and keep the strike as much as possible.
Well, it was Smith and Permal who denied the Volcanoes last year. Look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles face of their players there. Very much looking on to what's happening in the middle.
Yeah, they look very sad there at the moment.
Yeah.
Disappointed with their performances so far.
Yeah, it was Niall Smith and Versamy Permal. last season that got the Guyana Harpy Eagles over the ropes. They were 183 for 9. The target was 203. So they managed to get the last 20 runs.
I think that was 2022. We don't know in 2023, John.
Right, that
Different
was last
times.
year. That's
Different times now, as you can see. Graves pitched a ball, middle and leg stump. Pummel looking to heave him over mid wicket. Was unsuccessful. Ball hitting into the pads and trickled off through the offside.
Pamal should be aware as well because of his experience and with his extra responsibilities as vice captain. He should be aware that the follow-on mark is just 4 runs away. Not sure if he was looking for a boundary in that last delivery.
Yeah, I think you're looking for a boundary. And I can see
Swing
him.
and a miss this time, but he's walking across the stumps quite appreciable.
Yeah, he's walking way across the off stump. So I think the straighter Graves bowl, I think he'll get that 5th wicket he's looking for. Or probably can deceive him with a bit of a slow delivery. Because he's looking for it in the slot to go over the top. You can see the field's all set for it. Long off and long on, waiting.
2 4s and a 6 in his innings already, Pamal. Swing and a miss again. This is good bowling. And that ball was too good for Pamal to hit.
Too good. Graves is really enjoying his bowling, hitting that area, his ball is swinging nicely. As you can see it here now, on the monitors here now. That length, lovely. Ball swinging away nicely. Pummel head in the air. Loses his shape into the gloves. Ball into the gloves of Walcott.
Still searching for his 3rd 5-wicket haul. Justin Greaves, the 28-year-old. Good use of the short balls. Nicely handled as well. You get the impression that Pamal was expecting it.
Yeah, good use of a short ball. I love that. Pummel jump in there. They took him on the corner to square leg for a singer.
Yeah, you mentioned the fact that last year when they had to get 20 runs more to win with the last pair of the crease, they can do that last year, but this is a different year, you're saying.
This is a different year, different environment, different song, different pitch.
And they're at home as well, the
And
Volcanoes.
Volcanoes at home. They're backing loud in the backyard and looking very good at the moment, protecting their environment.
Smith on strike now. Ooh, leaving the ball alone. He has the highest first-class score of 28 not out, mind you.
Not bad for a tail ender.
In his career, he's hit 18 4s and 1 6. Many persons who go through their entire career without hitting a 6.
That is so true.
Now it is 13th game at the first-class level, the 27-year-old Barbician. His father is, in fact, the manager of the team, Albert Clements.
That's nice. There's a bit of family in the team at the moment. A ball again by Graves, short side the off stump, moving away into the gloves of Walcott.
But did not put the pressure on the batter, was just too wide. End of the over nonetheless, 141 for the loss of 8. And the Harpy Eagles still trailing by 153 runs. 3 runs away from avoiding an innings defeat. 2 wickets in hand in their first innings. They're replying to 294 all-out made by the Volcanoes in their first innings. For Sammy Pamal on 37. The highest score of the Guyana Harpy Eagles' first innings so far. Next best came from Kevin Sinclair, 23. 21 from Bramble and 20 from Kemal Savory. All the other batters into single digits. Mr. 218 has left us. Clyde John, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, John. Good to be back as we see the sun forcing its way out again. So the sun is back with us. Also,
Pamal walking across the stump again. Caught in a tangle and that ball almost rolled back onto his stump. You got to be very careful with that stance that he has taken up now. Where's Sammy Pamal?
yeah, he needs to really look at that. He seems to be going way across the offside, trying to access the space that is there on the leg side. There's also quite a bit of space over the cover region, so I would expect that he would not try to bash the ball, but maybe look to just get back on ball and ensure that the 4 runs or 3 runs needed now.
Well, he gets a full toss and he on drives beautifully. We'll look for the second. Yes, does come back now. Somebody in the crowd chanting, "Let's go, Guyana, let's go."
Yeah, there seemed to be a good bit of Guyanese support in the stands. The few persons that are there.
But are you sure that's what they're saying, or they're saying, "Let's go, Ryan, let's go"?
It sounds like Guyana, man.
It can be Ryan as well. Or maybe 2 persons are cheering. Small but vocal.
Yeah, very much so.
It's good to see some persons coming out. Yet, whenever I go around the island and I tell persons that I'm here for the cricket, they're asking what cricket. A little bit more, a little bit more effort maybe in that part of it, advertising of the game. Only the diehards will know that the cricket is on.
Yeah, I think there needs to be another medium maybe in terms of getting the message out. It's on the radio, it's on the television, but it's on social media. But somehow, persons will still tell you. So maybe we just need to have something where the community, can really put out the information.
So you see some of the persons in attendance. The person in the foreground, not very pleased. The 2 gentlemen in the middle, looking on intently. I think those are the 2 persons that were caught on Crick Nation 592. The gentleman in the back, perhaps assistant coach in another era. Very, very, very vocal. Pamal drives down towards cover. 144 now on the board. So the deficit is exactly 150. Some of the visitors, maybe so we have two cruise lines in the pier, so maybe some of the visitors taking the opportunity to come out as well. But look at that gentleman. He has a binoculars. In Grenada, everybody peeping.
Yeah.
Spyglass could sell in Grenada. I heard that song in 2001, 2002, and I fell in love, not with a song, with Grenada.
Okay, John, well, I guess that's why you walk with yours.
I had to bring mine. Because everybody peeping.
Yeah, they're taking a peek at the game. Really looking closely at that delivery that John has just bowled.
That's a very important single for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It means that they've avoided an innings defeat. It means that the Volcanoes will have to bat a second time. Over comes to an end. Ryan John, 2 for 45. And the Harpy Eagles 145 now for the loss of 8.
Yeah, good fight back there by the Happy Eagles. At one stage, one wondered whether they would actually get up to 100. But the last 2 partnerships have been, really fighting. And Pamal continues to fight. He's on 40, and looking as if he wants to be promoted up the order.
They had a good partnership of 40 between Savory and Bramble. And then Sinclair and Pamal put on 61. So those 2 very important partnerships in this low-scoring first innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Very important. Here's Greaves, still searching for his 5-4. There's Smith. Quite easily tucks it around the corner.
Yeah, Niall seemed to be fancying himself batting there too. Looking good. I guess he's trying to send a message to the top order saying that the wicket is good for batting.
At the other end, Pamal, 3 first-class half-centuries. He also capable, very capable with the bat. Highest score of 86 not out.
I think he also had a 40 odd in the first innings of the first game that they had. So he's showing that he's consistent with the bat.
Yes, he was among the runs in the low order in that game that the Guyana Harpy Eagles won, 37 and 33. Important match for him as well. He crossed 500 wickets for Guyana itself. He has way more than that in his career, playing other first-class matches. Leaving alone, a big shout and given. Congratulations to Justin Greaves. Third 5-wicket haul to the 29-year-old Barbadian, and he celebrates in grand style. It is the wicket of Niall Smith, leg before for 1, and the Harpy Eagles losing the 9th wicket, 145 now for 9.
Oh yeah, good delivery there. Smith choosing the option of not playing a shot. That ball came back sharply at him, hitting him plumb in front. Umpire had no doubt that it's going to go on to hit the wicket. As we look at it again, pitching just around the off stump and heading back into the stumps definitely would knock that stumps down. And so, error in judgment there by Niall, choosing to leave alone one that came back, and he's adjudged LBW.
So 5-wicket haul to Justin Greaves, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes are very happy that they have acquired his services, and he's showing them that he has value for money so far, picking up a maiden 5-4 for his new franchise in his very first season, second match of the season for him. He went wicketless in the last match, this time coming into the party in a grand way, picking up 5-4. Very important wickets. 5 wickets in innings always helps anybody.
Yeah, very important 5 wickets there too. And it's good to see that the franchise player is having an impact in the Volcano setup. This is what you need. This is what you want when you have franchise players coming into your setup, And so he has raised his hand, has contributed well. And, one would look forward to him throughout the remainder of the season.
It's interesting that Kenneth Demba is chatting with him. Kenneth Demba wicketless. Wonder what he's telling him, or maybe he's asking him what is the recipe for success. Cannot be telling him, or maybe just say congratulations. Anyways, the new batsman is number 11 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Runsford Beaton. So Runsford Beaton is back in the Guyana Harpy Eagles, back in the team this season. Last first-class game before this season was back in 2016 for him. Searching for that delivery. Greaves not quite finished as yet. Still looking for another scalp. He wants to get into the dressing room and put his feet up.
Again, very good length and line by Greaves. I think this is good bowling. This is really good areas. He's been asking a lot of questions of the batsmen, and so far they have not responded well. Greaves seemed to be really on top of his game this afternoon.
Beaten on top of this one, covers up nicely. So from all on 40, may very well be like Ryan John running out of partners. He's on 40 while Ryan John finished on 51 this morning. So they want to bat as long as possible to get as many as possible.
Yeah, with some 40 odd overs remaining in the day, it's a lot of overs. There's a long time still before the end of the day's play. So these two batsmen would want to stay as long as they can.
Short ball, and it took a lot of effort to get this one over the head of Beaton, who is a tall man, and of a successful over for Justin Greaves, over which he picked up the wicket of Niall Smith, leg before for 1. The Harpy Eagles 145 now for the loss of 9. And Niall Smith opting not to play a shot, hitting him on the back foot, and he was crouching. That one definitely an easy decision for umpire Brathwaite.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Error in judgment by Smith. Again, looking at the deliveries that he faced, and I think this is really good bowling by Greaves. Greaves actually set him up really nicely, because the first few deliveries they left him, and so again he's thinking, okay, that's the swing that he gets, and he was able to change the direction of the swing, get it to swing back in, and had reward. So excellent bowling by Greaves.
Now playing his 35th first-class match, Runsford Beaton has a higher score of 13 not out. Can actually hang around with the bat. Single taking of the forced ball of Ryan John's new over. So Beaton We'll have 5 deliveries, in this over to negotiate. The Guyana Harpy Eagles get closer to 150.
And now I did a bit of bowling in my days, John. And being in this position, having a number 11 there, I would certainly want a man underneath the helmet, even if I'm not going to bowl the short ball, but just to have him thinking, have him wondering what is coming. And so I think Athens is missing a little trick here.
Well, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, and mid-off on the offside waiting. That would be the area that John would want to be bowling, just outside that off stump. Looking to force beaten into a drive to induce the edge. When you said you did a little bit of bowling, I was almost thinking if it's at Lavo Lanes down as we head towards the airport, the Maurice Bishop International. I was just thinking, I wasn't too sure.
Right, okay. Well,
but I'm glad you confirmed.
Okay, John, well, you're on a roll today. You're really on a roll. But yeah, I actually played on the 15 cricket for Grenada, so.
Must be stated. For the records.
That's for the record. Played a lot of school cricket myself. Played some club cricket.
Yeah.
So when I tell you about the bowling, I can actually tell you I know what I'm talking.
So when you played on the 15, who were your teammates that went on to maybe represent the Windward Islands and maybe the West Indies?
Oh, well, we had Troy George. He went on to represent the West Indies at the under 15 level.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a reserve for the under 15 team in that year.
So Beaton is off the mark. Just a single to forward square. And can get overthrows, 4 of them. A little bit of a naughty bit of feeling there. It will not get to the boundary actually. It will stop in front of the ropes, in front of the scoreboard. And that open stand. And there's the fielder apologizing. Looks as if it is Darius Martin, the police officer. Yep.
Yeah, a bit of untidy work there by Darius. And no one backing up. I think no one expected him to throw that ball there. And so he gave away a couple extra runs.
They were seen as if they ran 3 in total because Beaton is not on strike. Kieran Kotoy is on the field as a substitute fielder. Many felt that he should have been backing up. That was not the case. Short ball, good hostility being shown by John, even in the dying stages of day number 2.
Yeah, the field is set. Have 2 men back. One at fine leg, one at deep square leg. So definitely you want to ensure that Pomal, who's looking to lift that ball somewhere either over the onside or over the offside, is expecting that full pitch delivery. And so he had to take evasive action, and well played.
Kotoy, who we just mentioned, is at long off. Just a few meters in from the ropes. Then there's also a deep cover, a few meters in from the ropes as well. Mal takes a quick single to the bowler and could very well get overthrows. Almost lost his wicket via the run of truth. It was very close.
Yeah, good hustle there by John. Having a shy and missing.
So he's kept the strike at the start of the new over, and the 150 is on the board now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 150 for the loss of 9, 53 overs gone. Pamal is on 42, with him is number 11 runs for beaten on 3. How long will the Volcanoes persevere with the fifer? In terms of Justin Greaves, left to be seen. Depends how long the batters can hang around. The last pair now for the Harpy Eagles. I guess Athens will be thinking for Greaves to just dislodge the last wicket so they can go in and put their legs up and leave it to the openers.
That's what is expected. I think Greaves in the form that he's in is definitely expected to, get this last wicket and so that they can rest up. But again, I'm looking at the field and I'm seeing that you're sending men out instead of you're closing it in and forcing them to actually go over the top. So I'm wondering what is the strategy. I'm wondering why, is it that they're not ready to go in, or maybe they don't want to have too many overs to bat this afternoon. One wonders what's the strategy.
I think they're spreading the field so that Pamal can get an easy single. They want to run, they fancy getting the wicket of runs for beaten much easier. Wide signal this time by umpire Brathwaite. That was too high over the head of the batter. Extras 22. Healthy contribution of 22 from extras. I'm sure the Harpy Eagles wouldn't mind that at all.
Definitely the Happy Eagles would not mind that, because you remove that 22 and they're 129 thereabout.
You're the school teacher, I trust your maths. Some 5 no balls from Darius Martin to go with a wide. Wide as well from Preston McSween, and now Justin Greaves with a wide. Had some leg buys, and earlier we had 4 buys from that was given away by the wicketkeeper. So yes, extras playing its part in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings. The best bowling figures this season so far. Pamal 5 for 18. Sorry, Ryan John 5 for 18. We already had 4 or 5 wicket hauls in the first round. Niall Smith 1. Ryan John 1. And Raheem Cornwall 2. So 5 for 18, the best. So if Justin Greaves get a 6th wicket, it will be the best bowling figures across the 2 rounds so far.
It's good to see that the Volcanoes will have 2 bowlers, in the best bowling figures.
Yeah, the Volcanoes, I think they've turned the corner. You've heard about turning the corner so long in West Indies cricket. I think the Volcanoes, they have turned that corner and they're seeing light. They're really on an impressive run right now. And when we were speaking earlier with Junior Murray about the Grenada players that are coming to the fore now, it goes to show that right here in Grenada, lots of players are coming through because of a good system and feeding the Windward Islands as well. Same can be said with the number of Dominicans coming through in their system, St. Lucians, and the number of Ascensions. So it is something good within the Windward Islands, and it's something that they can keep working with. The younger players will come through.
Yeah, the setup in a lot of the Windward Island countries, I think the administrators are taking it a little more serious than they have done before, and so you see a number of youngsters coming through. Although the number of persons playing the game as compared to maybe 10 years back is not as much, but the structure that is there now is geared towards getting those that are interested to really become, top of their class. So it's very good.
Negotiated. And that's the end of Justin Greaves' 18th over 153 now for the loss of 9. Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings. When you look at 425 for 5 declared in the last game without one of the most, if not the most prolific scorer for the Windward Islands, Devon Smith. This innings, this match 294 without Devon Smith. It goes to show that the other players are stepping up, which is very important. Atene's 100 today. We had a Kimani Milius 192. So you need guys to do the heavy lifting and make a big contribution towards a team total that it can work with. And it's the younger players that are stepping up.
Yeah, and it says something about their maturity. It says something about the hard work that they would have put in, and the fact that the administrators back their skills, their talents. They can go out and express themselves. So definitely, we're moving in the right direction. Again, you want to make sure that even at this level, there's a lot of support for these young players that they could continue to do what they're doing.
So Ryan John with 10 wickets already this season, looking for his 11th. Not to be, beaten his long forward. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you definitely want a system where, you know, when you get these really good youngsters, you can actually work with them, you can nurture them, you can, you know, put that sort of system that they would not be afraid, even if they didn't have a good game or if they didn't have a good season, you know, that they would not have that opportunity. So I think it's good where, you know, training and constant training and these sort of things, that's a good recipe for success. I'm often of the view that if we're going to succeed at the higher level, at the lower level, we try to imitate all that we can that is at the higher level. So it's an easy adjustment for these persons getting into the higher level.
So once again, you want to say good afternoon and thank you very much to Dr. Kishore Shallow, Dwayne Gill, Miles Bascom. These guys have really done a lot for the Windward Islands cricket. And there are many other persons behind the scenes that we're not seeing as well. You know, if you look at the coaches around it and persons at the club level, very important. The club level will feed the sub-associations and the associations and, of course, the big franchise. And it's very important that everybody play their part because there's a bigger picture.
Yeah, you definitely need the club structures, and I think over the years we've seen a dwindling in terms of the club structure, you know. But we again, the administrators would want to, you know, help to put some system in place where even if you have 10 serious clubs, you know, at least you can work with these 10 serious clubs to help to develop the youngsters, you know, and bring them through the system. Years gone by, you had many clubs, many teams, but now you recognize, you know, the numbers are not so big. So what we need to do as administrators is to make sure that we have proper structures where, you know, there is integrity, where there is, you know, continuity, where the players themselves, you know, even after they come from a first class game, can fall back into their clubs and help develop, you know, the youngsters that are there. So it's a building process.
Nice confident stroke from Beaton. He's kept on 4. While still there on 43. When you look at resources can mean so many different things to many different people. We have a very good ground. This is a good resource already. Look at players getting uniforms. That's a good resource. Look at the equipment to be used. But we need the human resource to use the facilities, to use the equipment and the kits. And it seems as if lots of persons are coming through that system you just mentioned, which is a very bright sign for Windward Islands cricket. Single to end the over. You're going to walk that single. 154 now for the loss of 9 wickets.
Yeah, and so John, the system, and that's very important, you know, that we get that system, you know, fully operational. We can't, if we're gonna survive and succeed in terms of our cricket, especially, you know, you look around the world and you see that the Test cricket is really challenged by the T20 leagues and the one-day internationals and so on, the shorter formats, the T10s, you know. So we need to have these structures where we can get the youngsters in and get that passion for the longer format, you know, growing again. The T20, which is very lucrative, you know, it is attractive. You have crowds coming in. The T10, you know, there's always that sort of excitement when it comes to these shorter formats. But we need to get the longer formats. We need to have more persons in the stands, you know, and that's pretty important.
So Justin Greaves out of the attack. So he perhaps will end with that 5-wicket haul. So it's going to be Kenneth Demba. Then a bit on the ball, just 2 overs before this, none for 10. And immediately a single is taken off of him. Good quick run in. But Justin Greaves, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 24. By far the best bowler in the Guyana Harpy Eagles' first innings in this encounter. His third first class 5-4. First for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Here's Demba. Last season, Demba with 15 scalps was the best bowler in terms of wickets for the Volcanoes in an otherwise disappointing tournament for the Volcanoes. Down the track, hits him in between the fielders and goes all the way over the ropes for 6 runs. So good use of the feet. Veerasammy Permaul getting closer to his half century. He's now on to 49, but that was a very good hit.
Yeah, good shot. Use of the feet, getting himself really close enough to the ball to make sure that he gets the power that is needed to clear the defense, and actually hitting a good shot.
Strokes him, cannot beat the bowler. The player from Albion on the quarantine coast, on the verge of getting to his 4th first class half century. The 33-year-old Veerasammy Permaul.
It's good to see them by just slowing up, the deliveries, getting a little bit of purchase of the wicket.
Then saw him coming, pushed in quicker, and in the end, just had to defend Permaul. So 49, he will remain. Beaton will take strike at the start of the new over. 161 now for the loss of 9. Demba just finishing his 3rd over there. So more from you, Clyde, and then Jason Skeet could be able to wrap up the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings.
Well, every time Jason comes to the chair, something happens. So I like your statement.
As it could be.
But definitely, Beaton and Permaul will have something to say about that. So far, they've been, really toiling. 16-run partnership. Of course, Permaul being the aggressor of the two. He's looking set to get his 50. Just needs Beaton to see out this over from Hodge, and hopefully he would have that opportunity to get at that 50, yet another half century. So Permaul fighting for the Harpy Eagles, and hoping that they can get as close to the total of 294 as possible.
So Jason was asking what's happening in Guyana in the near future, but I can tell him on Valentine's Day there's going to be a lovely conference that will be opening, the International Energy Conference and Expo at the Guyana Marriott. So Jason, you're invited. My good friends Premier Insurance will be there. They'll take good care of you.
Just tell me who purchases the ticket, where I will stay. I'll feel comfortable at the Pegasus. My last outing there was very good. I hope they're still in operation, and I can stay there. I see you. You've been in very good form, John Ramsing. Been in very good form. Very cheeky. Not how he started his time here in Grenada, so he has picked up a good line and length. He's been in very good form. And a good bit of form there being shown by Ransford Beaton. He's on 6. The Guyana Happy Eagles moving on to 162 for 9. Beaton moves on to 7, and Permaul on the verge of another half century. He no doubt would look for every opportunity to get that now. He will take no chances, leave anything for the next over. If it's there, he would love to have it now. Not yet. He has to wait a little longer.
It's interesting to see the field that is set. have a few men out deep.
Ah, this is living dangerously here. He was really looking for it, looking to go after it, and a quick flash outside the off stump could have proven to be fatal there.
Yeah, good delivery there, good faster delivery there by Hodge. Pomar looking to cut, missing everything, and keeper just checking to make sure that the umpires are there.
Wicket keepers have to do that ever so often, keep everyone engaged. Have to talk to the bowler, send some words of encouragement down to the bowler, speak to the slip quarter next to him, and even a shout into the outfield. And most definitely ensures that there's air in the tires of the umpires.
Yeah, most definitely. You don't want anything to be missed at this stage, yeah?
Start of a new over. Kenneth Denbar from the River Road end. Just into his 4th over. No wickets. Wicket column empty for him.
Yeah, so far this wicket has been proving to be pacer friendly, and so Denver has not been bowling much. And we'll hope that this opportunity can bring some success where he can gather at least one scalp, in this innings.
Oh, it's a good chance there. It was always dipping. Peeled off a very thick outside edge. And always dipping, so first slip really and truly had a slim chance. Hodge was there at first slip, a slim chance.
Beaton looking really solid out there, doesn't want to do anything rash. Would want to stay with Pamal.
Oh, that's the end of the over. 162 for 9. Versamy Permal is still right there. He's been stuck on 49 for a minute now. And Ransford Beaton is on 7. And the Windward Islands in a good position. Another maiden over by Demba. Windward Islands in a very good position. Have the Guyana Harpy Eagles still trailing by 132 runs. It would be really nice for the Windward Islands from their perspective to start another innings with a lead of over 100.
Yeah, having a lead of over 100, is really important. You can gather, if you can grab, some early runs, really put the opposition out of the game, with that 100 lead. So definitely, they would want to get these last 2 men out.
Guyana, on the other hand, would love to chip away at this lead and try to get it down under 100, and by as much as possible. A partnership that has yielded 17 runs to this point, and no doubt they would love to build on that just a little more. A little bit more flight being given, and Versamy Permal is still on 49, well fielded there by, it looks like Kenneth Denbar, who's at mid-on. A little bit more flight, he'll get it now, and that's his half century. Well played, Versamy Permal, another half century, and his half century coming up in, well, decent time, just off 82 balls. It took him just about 130 minutes, and 2 4s and 2 6s. He was really going after it, and he did pretty well, kind of had a very decent strike rate just before he got to about 30 35, and then he was slowed down a little bit, but a good half century by Permal.
Good batting there by Permal, fighting all the way, ensuring that the Happy Eagles, get past 100. He ensured that they got to 150 and is continuing to fight. So he would continue to fight. That's his nature, trying to ensure that the Happy Eagles get as close to that 294 as possible.
A lot of the credit for the Happy Eagles getting to this point should be credited to Versamy Promol. He has done pretty well, as you said, Clyde John. Just trying to get some quick scores for you in the other match being played at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground, the Sir Vivian Richards National Stadium in Antigua. Nice stroke up to long off by Promol.
Promol is really in a confident mode, looking to really be positive. Looking really good. Looks like if he wants to be out there, for a couple more hours doing his thing with the bat.
Coming right arm round.
In the meantime, Denver has changed his line of attack. He's coming right arm around the wicket now.
Yeah, good move. Get that ball going across him and looking to turn it back into him. So that's a good ploy there by Denver. Still a bit full in terms of his length to Beaton. You would want Beaton to be reaching out as much as possible. Beaton right there again, so he needs to bring him forward quite a bit, ensure that he's looking for that delivery.
Darren Bravo got to his 100, and that was where he stayed before he was bowled. And Trinidad and Tobago in a little bit of difficulty out there. They're 250 for 6 against the Leeward Islands. And another partnership being built out there at the moment. The Leeward Islands playing Trinidad and Tobago. Junior Murray joins us. He's back in the chair.
Welcome back, Jason. See if we can build a nice partnership here among ourselves.
Well, in the meantime, Amir Django is on 25, and Imran Khan, who is back in the TNT squad, is on 19, and Trinidad and Tobago in battle with the Leeward Islands over the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground in Antigua at 250 for 6.
The Red Force is fighting. Good century there by Skipper Bravo. And they're fighting all the way. You can see Kevin Hodge continuing, trying to get wicket here, trying to get the Happy Eagle batters back in the hut. I know he won a second chance on this lovely batting track right there.
Well played. Good single. Ransford Beaton keeping the scoreboard ticking for the Happy Eagles.
Keeping the Volcano players over there a bit longer than they expected. Rotating the strike. Well played. Half century by Pamal, the veteran. Been around for a long time. He's just showing all his experience. Being a leg spinner himself, facing up to Cavum.
Sammy's driving, cannot beat mid-wicket. Kenneth Denbar is there at a short mid wicket.
I can see the Volcano players bouncing around. I think they're very excited about their performance in this game so far. They both bat and ball, and they like to continue in the same vein.
So at the start of a new over, Ransford Beaton is on strike, 166 for 9, the start of the 62nd over. And Denbar will continue from the River Road end, and he's forward and very accomplished looking. Ransford Beaton forward and just pushing it up into the offside and not interfering with the scoreboard.
They might continue now around the wicket, trying to get a ball. We see Beaton with a big drive outside the off stump. Get on outside edge and get 2 runs. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking. 166 for 9. They're fighting. The Happy Eagles are really fighting, and they're not going down that easily.
I'm quite sure that Junior, with the Happy Eagles in this position, they would do well. They'll be eyeing a possibly, at least taking it in stages, looking for maybe 175 to start with, and then a possible 200. They'll have to take it in stages. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. It's all about taking it in stages. But I think I would like to see Captain Artenes couple of different plan again. I think the batters they look very easy there with the spin bowling. They can come back now. Either one of the quicks, 2, 3 quick, fast bursts, and is into the tail enders now. The last pair of wicket now, a quick burst. You don't want them. You don't want the Happy Eagles to be chipping away this runs that easily. They're still trailed by 126, but you want to keep it high as possible.
So at the end of that over, 168 for 9. Veerasamy Permaul is on 52, and with him is Ransford Beaton, who's hanging around. He's moved on to 10, and that's the story here at the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. Coming in from the Dabo end, Kavim Hodge will continue, and he's driven past him up to mid-long on, and just one because Ambrose comes off the boundary, does the tidy work there. So the score continues to tick-tock along for the Guyana Happy Eagles, and they wouldn't mind that not one bit.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying the batting. I think you can see Permaul just using his feet to cover him and driving nicely down to long one. The Volcanoes do not want the Happy Eagles to be chipping away too quickly.
Right over at Coolidge, Jamaica playing Barbados, and that game has restarted. A very long rain delay they've been dealing with. They've been dealing with some serious rain delays in Antigua in particular, and over at Coolidge, the Barbados. The Barbados Pride actually, 165 for 4. Dorridge is on 28, and Shane Mosley eyeing another century. He's on 81, eyeing another first-class century. He's on 81. Slow getting there, but based on all the rain delays, he has done pretty well to try and hold Barbados together. Barbados, the defending champions in the 4-day tournament.
And bouncing back nicely after that defeat by the Happy Eagles. Doing a pretty good job of it so far. Batters are getting some runs underneath the belt.
Right now, Barbados Pride leading by 25 runs, and so trying to put some runs on the board for Jamaica Scorpions to go after. So we're following that, and we're going to keep you up to date on that because, of course, this cricket has been streamed right around the world from the Cricket West Indies YouTube page, and it would be nice for Mosley to rack up another century. He's on 81, so we're going to be following that for you. And also in Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground, 250 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago against the Leeward Islands. Here in St. George's, Grenada, the Windward Islands have held the Guyana Harpy Eagles so far to 169 for 9. And he's down and driving stiffly to the bowler and caught and bowl a stiff one. Thought for a moment that Denbar didn't hold on to it, but he didn't hold on to it for too long after he took it. It was firmly struck by Pramal, and it's caught and bowl. So that wraps up the Happy Eagles 169 all out. A very good take there by Denbar. It was as hot as fire, really, Junior Murray.
Yes.
Nice clean strike by Pramal.
I see Pramal coming along to Denver using his feet nicely. But hitting it back, straight back to Denver, who took a hot catch just about midriff. And the Volcano batters will be very hungry out there to go there and put some lovely ones on the board and set up his game nicely, whereby they can't afford to lose. Well done by the bowlers. Justin Graves had a good fiver, well bowled by Justin Graves. The senior statesman in the team, the senior pro. And all along is a good effort by the bowlers. I think they did a fantastic job. Ryan John, and all the other fast bowlers. So well done to the Volcanoes.
All right, well, let's now get ready to really put a wrap on this Guyana innings. It was a shaky one from the start for the Guyana Happy Eagles, and they've had their challenges.
Just to bring you the scorecard for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Chantapal Hemraj 4, Matthew Nandu 2, Tevani Mlack 3, Kemal Savory 20, Leon Johnson 5, Anthony Bramble 21, Kevin Sinclair 23, Shamar Joseph 5, Niall Smith 1 runs beaten in the end, not out on 10. Innings top score 53, coming from Veerasamy Pramal. In the end, 169 all out. 63.1 overs, 22 extras in that innings, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles have avoided the follow-on, but they've also surrendered a lead, or the deficit, of 125. It means now that the Windward Islands Volcanoes will begin to bat in their second innings. 125 runs already on the board for them.
Very good position for the Volcanoes. I think they deserve. They played very well. They bowled very well. Good game by them so far. I think they did a fantastic job for the first couple of days. Well done to the Volcanoes.
So bowling for the Volcanoes in the Harpy Eagles first innings, Preston McSween 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. Darius Martin 9 overs, 1 for 28. Ryan John 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 52. Kenneth Demba 6.1 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Kafim Hodge with his left arm spin, 4 overs, none for 5. And the pick of the bowlers, Justin Greaves, another 5 for this the first class level. First for the Volcanoes, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 5 wickets, 24 runs. Exceptional bowling from the Volcanoes.
Great bowling by the Volcanoes. And the hard work paid off. Their consistency with line and length really paid off. As you can see, Justin Graves and up in a 5 for Ryan John. Did a fantastic job hitting his areas nicely, and all in all, good effort by the Volcano bowlers. They can be looking to relax themselves a bit now. Let the batters go there and enjoy themselves, and come back out again in the second innings, whereby they can force a outright victory.
So maybe about 26, 27 overs still to go in the day's play. We'll have to wait on the official check. The official scores will confirm that. But the Volcanoes 125 runs ahead when they begin their second innings. We'll take a break and we'll come back when we have the start of the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowling effort a second time. Volcanoes in their second innings. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes.
So we are back at the Grenada Cricket Stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. On your screen, you can see a little bit of blue skies to the top of your screen, and that's because the heavy clouds have more or less drifted out to the sea, and over this venue here, still some sunshine. Local time is just a little bit after 4 o'clock, about 18 and a half minutes after 4. And we may just have as much as an hour, just over an hour's play remaining in the day, and that will give the Windward Islands something to work with to add to the lead of 125 that they've got. We're still inside the final session of day 2, and it was a good session for the Windwards, wrapping up the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 169 all out, and the Windward Island Volcanoes leading by 125 as they go into their second innings, trying to build on something here. The umpires are walking out. The roller is still on the wicket, but will be moving off now. At the bottom of your screen very shortly, you'll see the umpires are walking out. You can see them there. So very soon, the players will follow, and we'll have some cricketing action. Junior Murray, what do you think will be the plan now for the Guyana Happy Eagles?
Well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the spot of border, they're behind the 8 ball at the moment. The Volcanoes are 125 runs ahead. That's in the bag. And so the Happy Eagles, they want to do a bit of containing. They want to contain the Volcanoes batters. They don't want to be scoring runs too quickly this afternoon. Just about 20-something overs left in the day's play. When they can contain them, I think they'll be very happy because they're way behind the 8 ball at the moment.
All right, so the Guyana Happy Eagles, they've got a lot to consider at the moment. Is it, in your estimation, do you think that they would go all out full attack in this last over, in this last hour and 10-15 minutes remaining in the day? You think they're going to go a full onslaught, all attack against the Windward Islands?
Yeah, well, I think so. I think it's only an hour left in the day, so I think they need to go there and really blast, show everything behind the volcano batters.
All right, and no doubt the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they would have other intentions, of course, because we've got Robinson and Hodge going out. So it seems as Kavim Hodge going out to open the baton, not the usual lineup that
I think what happened today, earlier today, I saw Milius left the field. I don't know if he has an injury or something, so probably we can get an update up here and see what's happening, because he left the field earlier in the day.
All right, well, we'll follow that. John Ramsing is on the ball. He has been in very good form, and so I'm no doubt he will get the details on that for us for sure. And the Windward Islands opening with Kavim Hodge and Robinson, and so this is going to be very interesting. Hodge, of course, he can hold his own. He's good with the bat. He can hold his own. So opening the batting for the Windward Islands wouldn't be a mammoth task for him.
Yeah, I think it's a task he had done before, probably at a white ball format. So he's used to it. He loves his batting. I know he will grab any opportunity to bat, and the longer he's at the crease, the better he gets. On the other end, Jelani Robinson, he been having a bit of a rough patch here and there. Not much runs behind his belt. So there's an opportunity here now to get some runs on his belt and build some confidence. I think he needs it very badly.
All right, well, Niall Smith is going to open the bowling for the Guyana Happy Eagles. He'll be operating from the Darbo end. Niall Smith, born on the 22nd of October back in 1995. So still pretty young, still has a lot of cricket left in him. He's only 27 years old, and he's done pretty well with the ball, actually, for Guyana. He's had two 5-wicket hauls, first-class cricket. So he is no stranger to making the ball do some damage. He starts against Robinson, and he's down the leg side, and a very good take there by the wicket keeper. A very good take.
Not taken cleanly by the keeper.
Drifting down the leg side, a loosener.
Yeah, I think I can see Niall Smith. He had a rough first innings with the ball, a bit of no balls here and there. First ball in his way down the leg side, not taken cleanly by keeper Bramber. But he looks a bit loose. He looks a bit eager in this spell. Just by judging him by his first ball, he looks like he's ready and up for the task.
All right. As I said earlier on, Bramble is one of the very few wicket keepers that I've seen not using any headgear. He looks very comfortable behind the stumps.
He's been around for a while.
2 runs down to long on. Down to, 2 runs, sorry, down to third man.
Fine leg. Fine leg.
Fine leg. 2 down to fine leg. Still trying to gather my thoughts after a brief moment of indecision.
Yeah, I saw a different side of you there, Jason, a while ago.
I had no clue what you speak of, but this is cricket. We have to remember this is cricket. So Jelani Robinson, he gets off the mark on 2, and Kavem Hodge is there with him.
Yes, and that's me just train on the leg side a bit into the pads of Jelani Robinson. He walks him around to find leg for a single, for too long to fine leg.
So the Windward Islands, they would love to add at least, do you think maybe about a 50, 60 runs within the next hour? You think that's possible with before the end of the day's play? Adding about a 50, 60 runs without losing a wicket?
No, I don't think at least this rushing is important now. This afternoon, I think they have a lovely cushion of 127 runs there. Let's see how it is. I think the batter needs to just stay there, see how this month over this afternoon, and then we can come with a different plan from tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's a lethal delivery there, almost very costly, but good work by Robinson, who got down on it in time. It was, for all intent and purposes, a deadly Yorker by Smith.
Good Yorker, right in the block hole there, and Jelani Robinson equal to the task. He looks as if he's ready and up for the challenge ahead of him. He needs some runs here in his innings here now. He had some very poor scores in the first round and the first innings of his game so far, so he needs something to get a bit of confidence going.
Good work again by Bramble. Down the leg side, he's been called into doing some excessive strenuous work inside this over already.
You can see Niall Smith have his wicketkeeper very busy behind there, way down the leg side. Bramble skipping across his left and collecting very nicely. Niall Smith need to hit his areas as soon as possible. You don't want to be giving away too many extras at the moment. Your team is way behind the 8 ball at the moment, so you want to keep it as tight as possible and build some pressure. Yeah, I can see we're ball again by Niall Smith, hitting his areas nicely there. Jelani Robinson equal to the task.
So that brings up the over at the start of this innings. 2 without loss. Anthony Bramble, we were speaking about him. He's 32 years old. Just took 32, just under 2 months ago. He's played 66 first-class matches, all for his country. 350s has been accomplished with the bat. He's got a top score of 196, so he sees the ball as a batsman and negotiates the ball pretty well. He's been the wicket keeper for Guyana for some time now. He's been, up and about, doing his thing behind the stumps and staying active.
Yeah, he's been around for a while. He's a very big keeper batsman. I just saw you got a bit of him in the first innings. Very aggressive, hitting the ball as firmly as possible. He's a very strong wicketkeeper, very stocky, and he's doing a good job behind the stump so far for the Happy Eagles.
Well left. Beaten, coming in hard from the River Road end. He's generating some pace, so it seems, his very first over of this innings, and seems as though he's generating some pace. He's coming in very purposeful.
Yeah, he looked very well in the first innings. I guess he's continuing from where he left off in the first innings. Ball hitting his areas nicely. Ball is carried nicely to the through to the wicket keeper.
Hodge is on top of it, in control, and plays it out into the offside. The batsmen think about two, but decided against it, wisely so. And it stretches the Windward's lead. The lead stretches now to 128.
Short ball outside the off stump. Kavem Hodge on his back foot and punching it through the offside. Typical Kavem Hodge shot. Looks hungry as always and loves his batting. And once he settled in, and he's in for a good score there today.
Well left again. Good batting by Robinson. Well negotiated.
Well ball again by Beaton. Very consistent in that area. As you can see, Robinson there going on there and tapping that in between length area. Where he just levels one outside the off stump with the gloves of wicketkeeper Bamber.
Well left again by Robinson. Just had some update for you. We sorted an update on Milius, and of course the reason why Kavem Hodge is out there opening with Robinson, we just had some word that he has suffered a groin injury, so he will bat, but only if he's needed, and that will come into play. They would negotiate that that will be negotiated within the first 2 hours or so of the Windward Islands innings. He would bat at number 7 or somewhere thereabout if needed. But really and truly, if the Windward Islands don't need him to go outside there sometime this afternoon or tomorrow, he will not really. But with this comfortable lead of 128 runs, it's very unlikely. But this is cricket. Glorious uncertainties are before us, and anything is possible. And the end of this over, just 1 run coming off the over, and the Windward Islands 3 without loss after 2 overs. The Volcanoes building on a lead after taking down the Happy Eagles for 169.
Yeah, another good over there by Beaton, hitting his areas nicely, well negotiated by Jelani Robinson. Just hope that Millers can recover very quickly and he will not be needed out there for the balance of the game. I hope the batters, with this cushion that the Volcanoes is sitting on nicely, I hope that the Volcano batters out there can apply themselves. No need to rush this afternoon, just set it up nicely. You can come tomorrow morning and take it from there. And I hope that the coach Shirley Clark has his plans and they will be discuss it properly and come out tomorrow morning and bat with a plan.
So Niall Smith will continue from the Darbo end. It's pitched up and just sliding down the leg. He has to get his line right. I mean, his length is good there or thereabout, but his line is not where he would want it to be, not at all. And the captain, Leon Johnson, would not be pleased with his current line.
I think he needs to keep his body upright, head in line, and line up the ball just about on the off stump, heading for the full stump. The 2 steps on the gully, and he can keep it waiting.
What causes that? Do you think it's maybe trying to generate a little bit too much pace?
Yeah, I think he's trying very hard. It's better. And I think he's trying hard. There goes another no ball again. He's suffering from that first inning disease again, that no ball disease.
This time he got the line right, but costly, and the extras pushing the total forward. The umpire just, you know, showing. I think he is in fact trying to generate just a little too much pace. He's trying just a little too hard. He needs to just settle in and find your line and your length and let that work together, because it's early days in this innings for you, and you've got some time ahead, so you don't want to be straying too far. Not this evening, because you stray too much on any side of the wicket, it can be very costly.
Yeah, he looks a different bowler than the first inning. I can see him running in and hitting the deck very, very hard. And that's what I know of Niall Smith. He hits the deck very hard, very consistent, and keep the batters on their toes. He looks a better bowler in this innings, you know.
Better delivery this time, just midland leg, and it's turned away nicely by Hodge, and Beaton does the work down on the fine leg boundary. Just one.
Yeah, Hodge is looking typical Caribbean Hall, look very organized, very hungry for runs. And this flat surface here, you know, is a surface he practices on every day, being the base of the volcano, so he should be really hungry over there. He didn't get much in the first innings, but I think he's looking for a big one here in the second.
More runs here, quick single, good fielding, well backed up, having a shy at the stumps, looking for every opportunity to make something happen. That's Kemal Savory right there in the onside, looking to put some pressure on the Windward Islands and see how many quick wickets they can pick up this evening.
Nice rotation by the batters. You can see they're out there with a plan, keeping the scoreboard ticking. They don't want to be bogged down too much, even though there's much time in the game still, but I think the Volcanoes batters still got to keep that rotation going.
I think that is where he wants to be more and more often, just within that corridor of uncertainty for the batsman. So he's caught in a bit of a indecisive mode, the batsman that is, not knowing where he really wants to go at all times. And if Niall Smith continues on that line and length, it could be very productive for him.
Yeah, so far in this over, he's been doing a good job. You can see there's one there before coming back into the Kevin Hodge, who has been equal to the task so far.
This time Hodge is up on his toes, and good work there, Matthew Nandu, getting into the action, and that brings up the end of the over. 6 without loss for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and the Happy Eagles are being stretched, but they've got the fighting spirit. And if anybody knows about the fighting spirit, as you get closer to the Amazon, you would know that it is something that is critical. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they know about that.
Yeah, well, ball again there by Niall Smith. It's in the deck, hard outside the off stump. Kevin Hodge on top of it. His toes and gets punching it through the offside.
Good delivery there from Beaton, pitched just in line with the middle stump, and just seamed away just a little bit from the right-hander. Jelani Robinson doing well to just watch it, very watchful and very cautious with it. The ball just seaming away from him, and you can see the anxiety in Bramble as he collected it.
Nicely bowled by Beaton. Jelani Robinson don't want to fall in the trap again that he did in the first innings, driving the ball outside the off stump. So he's very, very watchful out there and very hungry to get a score on the board.
Similar delivery again, and this time he's gotten him. This time he has gotten him similar delivery to that of the previous one, just pitched just within the line of the center stump and seamed away just a little bit and collected the edge, Junior Murray. So the Happy Eagles have struck early at that.
Well, ball by Beaton, hitting that length, as we said, Jason, that in-between length. Caught Jelani Robinson just there didn't know whether to come forward or play back.
Yeah, he was.
And he got caught behind.
He was operating on the periphery of indecision, whether to go or whether to come. Wasn't too sure which direction he was going, and that has lured Alec Athenes, the Windward Islands captain, to the wicket. He has decided no more chances. He's going to go out there and lead from the front. So Athenes has decided to offer himself in the late afternoon to steer this ship for the Windward Islands. The Happy Eagles will be very excited to see him come out, knowing that there's a huge possibility now under these conditions that they can pick up the Windward Islands captain as well. But a very good delivery there from Beaton, pitched just in line with the middle stump and just seamed away, and that corridor of uncertainty coming into play, and really and truly Robinson was left in no man's land, really.
Yeah, I think, Jason, if you want to see a ball and hitting your areas consistently, I think you will draw the error from the batters. I think Robinson have the first two games very rough for him. I think he may be very disappointed with his performances in this game and the first one game. But still got a chance, still got some time, still a couple more games to go. So he can go back to the drawing board, take some time to go back in the drawing board and work on his craft. Coach Charlie Clark will be there doing his work as always, and the staff.
Athenes is at the crease, and Beaton comes in, 3 slips and a gully. And he's wrapped on the pads, but the ball always angling down the leg side. Beaton is running in with some fire and some urgency now. And the Happy Eagles are feeling good. 6 for 1, the Windward Islands. No doubt they've got a little cushion, but not something that you can take for granted. We mentioned that earlier on. This Happy Eagles team is not going to go away by any chance. They're going to be always right there asking you questions.
Yeah, I think the Happy Eagles really need to keep the volcano batters quiet this afternoon. Can't afford too much easy runs, and they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. Well ball again there by Beaton, hitting that area nicely. Captain Athenes is equal to the task. And he's about full of confidence, bouncing along in the crease. And we always say he thrives on pressure. So I think this is a moment for him.
Well, if it's one time these Harpy Eagles are going to sing, it's this afternoon, and they will sing songs of sweet melody if they can pick up the wicket of Alec Athenes, because he is doesn't take much for him to motivate himself. He just always runs off to the edge of the crease and nimbles on his feet, and he's right there back into the hunt.
He's a batsman full of confidence, full of form.
So he's driving and turning it into the onside, picking up one. They come back for the second there, yes, and the good long throw coming in from just off the edge of the mid-wicket boundary. So Athenes picks up a few runs here.
Obviously beating on middle and leg stump with Athenes. Athenes just into his wicket, walks him nicely through the vacant mid-wicket position for 3 runs. You look at the batsman, well set and hungry and ready to go.
9 for 1, the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the end of the over. Alec Athenes just picking up 3 runs off the last delivery, and that brings the total to 9 for 1. And the Harpy Eagles are serious about their business here this afternoon. Niall Smith is going to continue operating from the Darbo end. He's been a little bit expensive, well, not so much expensive, but a little bit wayward in his first over. He has brought himself back into the second over, really, his second over, where he pitched a little bit more consistently in that middle and off corridor and, forcing the batsman into something. Let's see what he does with this over to the left-hander. He's bowling to Alec Athens. He's getting a lot of lift there. He's running in hard and hitting the deck, and this wicket is showing that it has some, lift to it. We didn't see this in the previous game against Trinidad and Tobago with the Windward Islands. The bowlers had to really bend and put a lot more into it to get the equivalent to the kind of lift that we're seeing now at the end of day 2.
As we said earlier, before the game was started, a bit of live grass on the pitch, which encourages a bit of fast ball and a bit of bunks and carry to the wicketkeeper.
This time it's well negotiated by Artenez.
Well bowled again by Niall Smith, hitting that area again. Artenez is equal to the task. You see him bouncing around. It's probably something he has in his army now, just skipping around at the edge of the crease. And getting his stuff going. Seemed to be working for him.
This time I think he was maybe just drifting a little too wide. This is Niall Smith, just going a little too wide to the left-hander, off the left-hander.
That's when it's very wide aside the off-stump. Artenez equal to the task, letting it go to the gloves of Bramble. You can see Vice Captain Palmer having a nice little chat with his bowler as he gets back to his mark. The senior statesman in the team, trying to motivate his fast bowler. As you can see, he's coming along the wicket now with a change of angle. Probably that's what Palmer was telling him.
Still well negotiated by Alec Athens. Those footmarks we see coming up from the bowler who would normally operate from the River Road end. On the screen you would see the runway track, but that what is even more concerning is that it goes into just outside the crease of the left-hander, which could cause a little bit of problems for the batters in that area when the spinners come into play.
Yeah, I think it'd be a bit of rough out there. Yeah, so sometime when the spinners get a chance, they can use it very smartly.
I think as a fast bowler, you probably want to identify a spot. Pick something right there, even if it is one of those little rough spots. And as Niall Smith is running in, he wants to identify a spot that when you're bowling, you're pitching. This is where you're looking at. This is where you want to put the ball. And more often than not, with good consistency, good temperament. Well, good temperament would bring the good consistency. You would hit those areas and it would cause some issues for the batters. This time he's a little bit fuller and just guided through the offside by Athens. That brings up the end of the over. And the Windward Islands, Alec Athens, the captain, is there. He has decided to come on out and lead from the front. He's on 4. The Windwards are 10 for 1. They lost the wicket of Jelani Robinson. It's a neat delivery, and he had no choice but to go. He was caught behind off a good delivery from Beaton that was pitched up just right there, and he had to play at it. He had absolutely no choice, and it induced a nice edge and well taken by Bramble, and Robinson was back in the dressing room, which brought out Alec Athens to the middle.
Jason, a while ago you were talking about the bowlers looking at the spot. to give you a story in a while after this delivery.
Oh, it's a good delivery too. This delivery is a good delivery. Beaton rushing in, generating some pace, and Athens watching it through, very cautious, very watchful, almost detective-like.
Yeah, well bowled, by Beaton, well left by Athens. And then look at story, Jason. My good friend Sir Courtney Ambrose, when he comes to the ground before game, he look at the pitch. We just go and look at his area where he wants to put the ball. And at the end of the day's play, you can see that ball mark in that pool. That is his consistency of hitting that length and line consistently. I've kept to him for all of my whole career. I can tell you, Jason, on one hand, how many balls I caught down the leg side. It wouldn't go past 5. That's how consistent he was, hitting a line of length outside the off stump. That's what you want to see from the young fast bowlers these days. Be consistent with a length and line.
Some lateral movement there for Beaton. Athens would get one, but not in very convincing form, because he was driving through, hoping to put it just a little straighter down to long on, but the lateral movement there, and still the ball hitting the bat very hard, has peeled it out to mid-wicket. Some good words of advice there for those of you who are watching and you're a young fast bowler. You want to, adopt some of the trademarks of the greats. These are some of the things that you do to develop. I'd give you a story in a while as it relates to adopting something from those who would have gone before me. As well played, saved a couple, but really was placed under a little bit of pressure there at mid-on.
Well played again by Kevin Hodge. Beaten equal in his task. Full ball on the middle and leg stump. And Kevin Hodge just walking him along through the vacant medical region for a single.
So still 2 slips and a whitish gully for Alec Athens. The time he's driving just wide of that gully, and he gets one, this time in a lot more control of the shot.
Well played again by Athens. Looks very, very hungry, organized. He's a batsman full of confidence, enjoying his batting. I know for sure his teammates, and his friends around the region want to see him go on to bigger things. Sooner or later, probably we'll see him wearing the maroon cap. Let's hope he'll be very consistent with his performances.
This time a quicker delivery, probably the quickest delivery that we've seen in the over from Beaton. Don't have anything here to assess the speed, but just from the naked eye you can tell, and just the way it struck the bat, you can tell that he really generated some pace there. 13 for 1. That's the end of the over. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. Alec Athens is there on 6, and with him is Robinson. Robinson is there on 3. And the Windward Island Volcanoes lead by 138 runs. They lost the early wicket of Kavim Hodge, of Jelani Robinson, that is. Yes, they lost the wicket of Jelani Robinson, who was caught at the wicket by Bramble of Beaton. So Hodge is there on 3. And Athens, his captain, is there with him on 6.
You can see Smith fighting hard for the Happy Eagles, keeping the Volcano batters a bit tight at the moment.
Never flustered, always seems to be in total control of the situation around him. He never seems flustered, never seems worried. It would take a lot to get him off his game. Speaking about Alec Athens, the captain, very good temperament for captaining a regional team. He continues along that line. I'm quite sure his name will come up when it comes to leading the regional squad. But he has shown very good temperament, never flustered really, never shows any signs of bother, always in control.
Yeah, he's been around. He may be pretty young, but he's been around. I think he's hungry for the game. He loves the game. He's very passionate about the game. And I think that helps him along with being so relaxed at the crease and just enjoying his cricket.
Can say the very same thing about Leon Johnson himself, the captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He too always seems to be, just right there, never flustered, always, showing his hands and letting everybody know, don't worry about it. We'll deal with it no matter what the situation is. Guyana was in a serious spot of bother, but looking at the demeanor of Captain Leon Johnson, he always maintained, control of his troops and always kept them right there saying, don't worry about it, it's going to be all right. So very good temperament shown by both captains in this game as well.
I think, as we know, Jason, with good leadership, I think the other players will follow. They're very relaxed in a good environment, and all those helps, the good performances. Once you have a good leader, the team will fight for you. The team will go down for you. So it's always good to see that.
3 slips and a gully. Niles Smith is operating from the Dabo end. Smith is good to make sure he has 3 slips and a gully, especially to the left-hander, because to the right-hander he's been drifting down the leg side, but to the left-handed Athenes he's been getting a lot of bounce and turn just right there in that area. Oh, and this time he's pitched outside the line of the off stump and driven lovely, sweetly, with an immense measure of class and comfort. Alec Athenes just flowing into it, majestic.
A lovely shot there by Athenes, full on wide outside the off stump. Athenes just getting his front foot out, stroking it nicely, just behind point there for 4 runs. Great shot.
Yeah, so 3 deliveries off the over already, 4, 6 runs coming off the over already. Similar shot, similar delivery, and this time he is walking because a thick edge has been called into play. Alec Athenes has gone. It was a ball that was pitched up just like the previous delivery where he got 4 runs, but Niles Smith didn't panic. He put it back right there, same position, looking to entice Athenes with the same shot. Athenes played the exact shot, but this time he was caught at second slip. Good bowling, good thinking, and good temperament there from Niles Smith, and a bit of lapse in judgment from Alec Athenes.
Yeah, that's the result you get for good, consistent bowling. I think Niles Smith looks much better. As we run up, he looked much better. His control in this innings here, and he just keep hitting that length and line outside the off stump there. Athenes went for that big drive and was caught at first slip. Let's have a look at it here now, Jason.
It's pitched up wide and just
very wide,
loose.
full and wide outside the off stump. No feet. The feet were just stuck there and straight into the hands of first slip by bowler Niles Smith.
All right, so Niles Smith is gone, caught by Johnson. Johnson taking the catch. Alec Athenes, captain to captain, both captains coming into play. We was just speaking about them. I need to be careful now because too many things happen when I speak and when I'm in this chair. So we were just speaking about both captains, and Alec Athenes offering what could be a regulation catch really to second slip. That's Leon Johnson, the captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, taking a regulation catch at second slip. So the Windward Islands 19 for 2, and this is turning out to be some kind of story.
Yeah, I think the Volcano batters, they have to be very careful, very watchful here now at the moment. It's the leader 144. They can't afford to lose too many wickets this afternoon. It's a game of glorious uncertainties, as we know. And it seems as the Happy Eagles came out here with a mission, came out here with a plan, and they're executing it very well, putting a lot of pressure on the Volcano batters. As you can see, Ambers makes his way to the crease now.
All right, well, that has induced Sunil Ambers. And Ambers, of course, no slouch. He's been very steady, consistent. He has been. Would love to get some more runs in the first innings, but he has a chance now with the Windward Islands in a concerning position. Ambers wastes no time. He hooks and hooks down, picks up one. He's off the mark, and that brings up the end of the over. A very eventful over. A good shot, wicket, 7 runs, and Niall Smith would be somewhere caught between his emotions with this over. Yes, you picked up the wicket, but it was not off of a very good delivery. But no doubt a wicket is a wicket. But the Windward Islands too, they would be very concerned. No, they should be, because the Harpy Eagles has the tendency to keep coming. They don't give up. They fight to the very end.
Yeah, short ball outside the off stump there by Niall Smith. Ambers went back and pulled him around. Deep scored for a single. I think Ambers, as we know, he's a very busy player. He'll have to keep the scoreboard ticking, but in the same breath, you got to be very careful there. You don't want to lose another wicket this afternoon. 145 runs, lovely cushion ahead, but you want to make sure you're very comfortable. You don't want to lose any more wickets this afternoon.
Well, the focus now would be on starting day 3, and whatever happens here, both teams are considering how they will start day 3. Ambers is there. He's waiting on Beaton, and Beaton comes up just down the leg side. So the Windward Islands, they've got to be very careful. Yes, a lead of 146 now, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles are really and truly not going anywhere. Story we spoke about earlier on, Junior, when we spoke about emulating those who would have gone before you, and I too, in just about every sport or every career that I ventured into, always sought advice from those who would have gone before me. A couple of people that I would always pay credit to in this my professional broadcasting career, Paul Roberts being one of them. He's always in constant contact with me. Called me after the first game, Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windward Islands, and he said, I didn't even know that you did the cricket commentary. He called me the night, couldn't get me. He said, oh, you thought it was easy? Because I fell asleep. After those first 4 days, I had to retire very early. Always warned me that it could be very difficult. So listening to those who would have gone before you, those who walked the path, is always critical to your success.
Yes, I think Paul Roberts is a great man with a golden voice on the radio. I think you are in good hands, Jason, and I think you're taking his advice and you're doing a fantastic job.
I also take the advice of John Ramsing. John Ramsing is my cricket commentating coach, so to speak. I also take his advice. Those of you in Guyana, thank you very much for loaning us John Ramsing for the last few days. I take his advice, and he has been right there leading this commentary team. Captain's knock from the very front, picked up his line and length, and decided to get a little bit smart with us here and there. But he's all right. He's all right. Good guy. Good chap.
I think John has done a fantastic job in the box with us, Jason. He not only you with help, but I think Junior doing this for the first time. I think John, thank you very much. I think you really helped me along the way and probably push me on to bigger things in the future.
I must also say good afternoon to the Grandmaster, as I like to call him, the Grandmaster of West Indies cricket commentary, the Grandmaster. You know who the Grandmaster is, Junior?
He's talking to Joseph Redspur.
You need to put a handle on his name. You need to put a handle on his name. I refer to him as the great Sir Joseph Rex Pereira. If they don't want to give it to him, I'll give it to him.
That's sure. He deserves it.
Of
I think
course.
he's done a fantastic job over the years. That special voice.
Have to admit, I received some communication from him after my very first day of the very first day of the Trinidad and Tobago versus Windward's game, and some very good advice, sound advice, and took my notes. So Reds, thank you very much, and I know that you're enjoying the cricket. You can't stay away whenever there's cricket. So even though you're not here physically with us in St. George's, Grenada, you are here in spirit, and you're here with with the YouTube channel as well. 23-4-2. Kavim Hodge is on 5, and with him is Sunil Ambris is on 3. The Windward Islands would have lost to Robinson already, caught Bramble at the wicket of the bowling of Beaton, and also the captain Alec Athanaze caught by the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain Leon Johnson of the bowling of Niall Smith. So 2 wickets going down quickly for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and the Harpy Eagles are right in the hunt.
Yeah, so for the Happy Eagles, very good start to the second innings, keeping the Volcano batters thinking. Nice mid there, the one wide side, the off-stump Ambus, they leave alone into the gloves of Bramble. I think as we see Sonal Ambus into batting second time around, he's very busy at the crease. Love to rotate the strike, and I know for sure that he's going to keep the scoreboard ticking along with him. Also, Kevin Hodge, who's doing a good job at the moment.
Good day to our friends in India. The West Indies regional cricket has been followed by all cricketing nations around the globe. We've seen some messages coming in from India, and they would no doubt love that shot off the back foot from Sunil Ambris, off the back foot and just guiding it through the offside, picking up an easy single. Sort of like a Sachin Tendulkar style of a right-handed stroke through the offside.
Yeah, well ball again by Niall Smith, well played by Ambers, who was looking for every opportunity to score, to keep that scoreboard ticking, keep that lead, building up as much as possible.
Yeah, so our friends in India and those in Australia, we've seen all the comments coming in, even friends in the United States, not a cricketing playing nation, but they too follow the cricket. Good shot down to back with a square just on the boundary. Hodge is down there. So just one more to the total.
Short ball there by Niall Smith. And Kevin Hodge equal to the task. Short and just pull him around for a single. They keep the scoreboard ticking. They're too busy. They're two busy batters. Two senior players in the team. So Ambus, as a former captain, former West Indies player, so you expect a lot from these two players. Kevin Hodge, who had a tour of Bangladesh with West Indies team, so he has a bit of experience on his belt also.
Wide delivery outside the off stump, and let's take you over quickly to the Sir Vivian Richards ground in Antigua, where Trinidad and Tobago is in an enthralling encounter against the Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago 307 for 7, with Terence Hines on 16, and Imran Khan back into the team after being left out for the first match. He has knocked up a half century in quick form too, of 53 deliveries. So a very good knock there for Imran Khan, coming back into the team and showing why he should not have been left out in the first game, really. And he too has been a stalwart in Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Also Darren Bravo, who picked up another 100. He was bowled on an even 100 today as well. So Bravo and Imran Khan, some of the veterans around the getting of the runs today for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it's good to see Khan getting some runs. Was wondering why he was left out of the first one game against Volcanoes, but I guess the Red Force staff had different ideas.
Also still over there in Antigua in what was a rain-infected day on all levels, and really, the rain was, the weather really played a significant part in these matches. 209 for 7. Barbados Pride 209 for 7, with Shane Dorrich also moving up to a half century. So he's on 58 off 100 balls as well. So some pretty decent knocks around the Caribbean today in the regional tournament. We had some good knocks here in Grenada as well. We're going to give you those details, but Shane Dorrich really holding the Barbados Pride innings together in the latter part.
Yeah, one of the good things I've seen for this first 2 rounds, I think, batters are getting runs underneath the belt, which is always a good sign for the franchises and also for West Indies cricket. We need to see the batsmen seeing where they occupy the crease, rotate strikes, and put runs on the board, which is also very, very good for West Indies cricket.
Well, it's 8 minutes after 5 o'clock local time. Still about 16 overs remaining in the day's play. Not quite sure if we're going to get all 16 overs in. We may very well have an early start tomorrow, but we're going to be monitoring that with the umpires. And the Windward Islands are 25 for 2 with Kavim Hodge on 6 and Ambrose on 4. And this time he's driving. That's Hodge driving well, just through the covers, but being fielded there. No damage done really, just the single. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes now have developed a lead of 150. So they will be very pleased with that. Ransford beaten. He is still racing in from the River Road end. Both bowlers picking up 1 wicket each. Niall Smith picking up 1 in his 5 overs for 15 runs. And Ransford beaten, who is in his 5th over, picking up 1 wicket for 11 runs to the deficit.
Obviously beaten, doing his work. Popper hitting the deck hard, running in. Really
he's bowled him. He's bowled him. He's gone.
No.
Oh, it looked like a clean. It looked very clean there. It looked very clean there. We thought for a moment we saw the off-stump shift, but wow. This guy is generating some serious pace.
Well bowled by beaten again. Amber's equal to the task. Well taken behind by Bamber.
We thought for a moment there, saw the off stump just shifting, but we've seen that before in cricket. The stump moving, but the bail's not falling. We've seen that before, but this was a rocket of a delivery from Beaton.
It was well bowled again by Beaton. Amber's equal to the task, coming forward nicely. But I think he's really enjoying it. He's really enjoying his bowling. He's really having a good time in the first innings and second innings. He's really, really enjoying this time at the moment.
Well, John Ramsing, I know exactly how you feel going for that marathon this morning. Maybe my marathon has been a little bit too long, just maybe. So after this over, Ramsing will take us to the end of the day's play, no doubt. I love his rap. He wraps up so cleanly, so neatly. Always look for the opportunity for him to close out the session because he's very meticulous in his reporting. Always has the fine details down to the T. Never leaves anything to chance. So I always look forward to John Ramsing putting a wrap on any session, of course. I too find myself emulating that. So John, you keep doing that and I'll keep taking notes.
I think we'll have a double change here, Jason. I think John will fit into my chair. John fit into your chair.
Well, let's decide who goes first because we both can't go together, even if it means flipping a coin. And he's hooking him this time. Nice clean strike at the ball. Just rolling out and good work there. That looks like Niall Smith, who does a lot of the work, brings you over to an end. 28 for 2. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes with Kavim Hodge there on 7 and Sunil Ambrose on 6. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are 28 for 2. And the Happy Eagles in a slight spot of bother. The lead has climbed to above 150. And Clyde John, you'll hear from him, and then you'll hear from John Ramsey.
Yeah, good afternoon again, and good going there by the Happy Eagles, really pegging back the Volcanoes, putting a bit of pressure on them right now. But you have two of the most experienced players in the Volcanoes set up outside in Kavim Hodge and Sunil Ambris, and so definitely they would want to, consolidate this position and ensure that they get back here tomorrow. Wouldn't come if he's playing shots like these though. Pretty post shot there by Kavim Hodge. I think he would be mindful of the position and would want to ensure that tomorrow he's out there to work hard and do what he loves to do. So John Ramsey in again.
Thank you very much, Clyde. After this 15 overs still to be bowled in day number 2, so still lots of action. There we see Ambrose telling his partner to be very watchful. Very wide of the mark, and this time it is signaled wide by Gregory Brathwaite, because I saw a few overs ago Smith getting very close to being called wide, but this time he goes a bit too far. Umpire Brathwaite had no hesitation. So extras now 2. Smith also had a no ball very early in his spell, so still struggling for some rhythm. This is the 6th over on the trot with a new ball, sharing the new ball with Ransford Beaton, who has a little more control, a little more pace.
Yeah, definitely he's struggling a bit. Right now you can see that he's down in pace compared to that couple overs that he bowled to Athenes. Just looking to probably get that rhythm going again. As a fast bowler, it's still tough, when you're not feeling the rhythm to really get that ball consistently where you want it. So one would hope that he would get into rhythm, and we can see, a really good expression of fast bowling coming from him.
Delaney Robinson dismissed for 3. Anthony is the captain after 100 in the first innings, 11 second innings. No Kimani Milius. Remember, he suffered a groin injury while the Volcanoes were fielding in the Harpy Eagles' first innings. So he was off the field for just about 2 hours. It means that if he's going to come to bat, you have to wait for that 2 hours time to pass. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, a game that has rules and conditions, and it's good to, be aware of the rules and the conditions, John. Especially for the youngsters who, want to go in and, learn and really be at that level.
Not a wide delivery, and also called wide by umpire Bradford. But look at wicketkeeper Anthony Bramble almost in front of second slip, taking that one very wide again. And we can see now, maybe he's tiring, maybe he's losing more of his rhythm, but Smith not comfortable.
Yeah, definitely not comfortable. He's just struggling to get that ball in consistently in a good area. He's been wide for the last couple of deliveries. I know he's bowling to Hodge and maybe just wanting Hodge to sort of follow that delivery, but I think this is a better area if he really wants him to follow the deliveries. This is the area that he needs to bowl and bowl consistently.
Was expensive in the first over. Niall Smith 1 for 51 from 7 overs against the Barbados Pride in the last game. He went wicketless in the first innings, but a very important 5-for in the second, 5 for 31. So he has some wickets under his belt already, but just seems to be struggling a little bit. Maybe if he switched around to the River Road end, we can see what he can do from that end. Just too wide, not forcing Kavim Hodge to play a shot. Hodge very watchful late on day number 2. We can see now the shadows across the pitch itself from the stands to the east. The stands to the west, that is.
To the west.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smith just around the point of release, just seemed to be losing, that shape that he has. That arm seems to be going across the body a bit more. Not really getting it coming down straight as he would normally have it. That's much better, much closer to the batsman.
2 wides in the over. Over completed 17 runs already conceded from Niall Smith in his 6 overs. And after 11 overs of batting in the Windward Islands Volcanoes second innings, they're 30 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, nice, easy over there. They didn't have much to play at, and so that would be working in their favor as the time goes by. The overs are going down. Definitely this pair would want to ensure that they're there come tomorrow morning, bright and early. They will want to set a nice, decent target that they can defend.
Beaten to continue. This is his 6th consecutive over. Little bit of away movement. He drives up in the face of the bat. Hemraj is down there at a very wide third man position. He collects. So 294 Volcanoes got in the first innings. Guyana Harpy Eagles replied with 169. Batting a second time with a lead of 125. Now 31 for the loss of 2, which means they're 156 runs ahead. So that is a very comfortable position to be heading into day number 3. Good bowling. And when you look at the 2 full days still to go in this game, and at the pace in which it has gone already into the 3rd innings of the match, we can say that without rain, we can have a result very early.
Yeah, certainly, a good position. Still, a bit of worry because you would not want, the wickets to fall too quickly. We scheduled for 4 days. We would love to have that 4 days, but as you say, the pace at which it's going.
Good away movement, but good feel as well from the fielder in the gully, Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, and I want to compliment both teams, at least looking at the fast bowling aspect of the game. The fast bowlers have really done well in these 2 innings. Beaton, we saw him earlier, really bowling a good spell at that first innings of the Volcanoes. He's back again, hitting some consistent lines, asking a lot of questions of the batsmen. And Niall Smith is struggling somewhat, but once he gets his radar right, we know what can happen.
7 of the 22 wickets to fall to date, going to spinners. So bulk of it going to the seamers. Today with a lot of overhead clouds hanging. We had the overhead conditions that helped the fast bowlers. Justin Greaves helped himself to 5 wickets.
Yeah, and that says a lot. On a good batting track to get 5 wickets is always, good, and you would always back yourself, once you're getting movement and so on as a fast bowler.
So Beaton continues to be steady just outside the top stump, probing away. Kavim Hodge remains very watchful. "14 overs after this to go, but with fading light here at the Grenada National Stadium, I'm very much in doubt that we'll get in all 14 overs. Umpires said we'll play until 20 past 5, but then there's also that provision of 30 minutes extra. So you can go as late as 10 minutes to 6 o'clock, light permitting. Steady over comes to an end. There's a single in it. 31 now for the loss of 2. 12 overs in the Volcano second innings gone.
So definitely the batsmen would want to, be aware of what is going to take place. The umpires, we haven't seen the light meters come out as yet, so it means that they still think that, there is good enough light. And we just may see some spin being introduced.
Yeah, where Sammy Pamal has handed his cap to umpire Gregory Brathwaite, and he's having a chat with his captain about the strategy that they're going to employ. So 12 overs with this second new ball. Well, second innings, first new ball. And we're seeing spin. So Pamal with 4 wickets in the first innings, no doubt to be coming in with his tail up. He also had 4 wickets in the first innings in the last game against the Barbados Pride. So 10 wickets already for the champion left-arm spinner. He went wicketless for a long time in the Volcanoes' first innings, but then came back nicely to clean up the tail. 4 for 70 from 22 overs and 5 balls. So here he is now. In fact, he got his first wicket was that of the Centurion, Alec Athanaze, who nibbled to the wicketkeeper Bramble. And then Pamal came back to clean up Demba. No score. McSween this morning for 1, and Darius Martin, no score. So here he is now. His first ball of the second innings. And that lead, 156. Both teams will be looking at that lead very closely.
Yeah, it's an important lead. Yeah. A good partnership here could send that lead further. But as you said, Pamal, champion bowler, will want to ensure that he keeps things tight, keep some pressure out there on the batsmen, not giving them anything free. They will have to work hard for whatever runs that they will get. As we know, he probes. He's always asking questions and has settled in already on a good length, forcing Ambrose to come forward.
Ambrose made his debut against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in 2014 at Providence in Guyana. Very much capable as a batsman who can play spin. In that very first innings of his, he got 114. When the Guyana attack include Pamal and Devendra Bishu.
And that tells you he's very much accomplished.
In that game as well, Narsingh Deenarayan bowled some off spin. So, yeah, Ambrose 100 in debut. Very good start to his first class career. But in the second innings, he got just 8. It's in the air, but over the field at mid-on. Running back, will he be able to prevent the boundary? No, he cannot. And that will roll into the boundary for 4. So Ambrose, like I said, a very good player of spin. Gets an early boundary off the bowling of Pamal. Pamal could be under some pressure very early. Ambrose into double figures now. He's on to 11, 35 for 2.
Yeah, good shot there by Ambrose. Pamal just coming onto the leg stump line a bit, and easy hit for him there, going through the line of the delivery and just picking up 4 easy runs. So good shot. Making use of the deliveries that are not on target.
Still 29 years old. Been around a long time, Ambrose. Over-completed the first of spin in the Volcanoes' second innings. That lead now 160. 36 for the loss of 2. Batting a second time.
Yeah, all eyes will be on the umpires. I think the players, everyone would be concerned as to how long, we would go this afternoon. Still some sunshine, a bit of sunshine coming through. So definitely there is light. It's just that the stands have, invaded the wicket. And so it could prove to be a bit difficult for the batsmen, looking at the ball coming from the bowler's hand in bright sunlight, and then getting a little dark as it gets close to them.
So Beaton is going to continue. He's now picked up 1 for 14, now into his 7th over of the second innings. Here he is. Full. It's turned into the onside. Smith just jogs across, collects. So 2 more to the Volcanoes. They've bowled out the Guyana Harpy Eagles for 169. The Harpy Eagles seem to have struggled against the seam. So what do you think might be a good total that they want to set a target for the Volcanoes, for the Harpy Eagles?
Well, I will be comfortable with a total of at least 290. How long they get it, how long they take to get it will be important. Making sure that you have enough time to get the wickets, ensuring that 290 would be a good score in terms of their defense and how attacking they can be. You do not want to be in a case where you don't have enough runs to defend and you have to juggle between strategies trying to save runs and trying to gain wickets. So you want a comfortable total where you can, safely challenge the batting of the Harpy Eagles.
Beaton perhaps getting a bit tired as well, not into his 7th over. Should be, he is human.
Yeah, and has bowled well throughout his 2 stints. So definitely by now the body will be, and today's only the 2nd day, so it means that he bowled on the 1st day and now he is bowling again on the 2nd day. It's a lot of work for a fast bowler, asking to put all his effort into his deliveries.
16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 50 in the first innings. Once again, string on that leg stump line. And Kavim Hodge helping himself to 2 runs. So Beaton, he was called for a suspect action in his international career, then had to go to remodel, and then came back now, playing after 2016 at the first class level. There was a report that came out and was issued in the Guyana press about his action being cleared by one of the recognized universities of sports science around the world. So he got his opportunity in the last game to play, picked up some wickets, and here he is again. 2 in the first innings and 1 already in the second.
Yeah, I remember him busting onto the scene as a very pacey bowler. And still, after this long break, he looks, very good as a pace bowler, hitting some consistent lines and lengths and then challenging the batsmen. So one would hope that he would, continue to impress and maybe get back to his very best, where, he might just earn a West Indies call-up.
You need the support at the other end to make things a bit easier. Much like we saw when the Volcanoes were bowling. So Niall Smith out of the attack. Shamar Joseph, we haven't seen him as yet. The other seaman's a good Yorker. Just wide of the mark. Good way to end the over. So Beaton continues to be bowling at a high pace. 41 now for the loss of 2. 14 overs gone. And that lead, 166. So the third umpire, the reserved umpire, Guyanese Nigel Duguid, just gave something to the other umpires. Could be the light meter, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like the light meter, so definitely the umpires have it in the back of their mind that the light is fading. How long will they continue?
Let's hope there's enough light for the umpires can see to use the light meter.
Well, there is sunshine, so there is a bit of sunlight. So definitely we know that they will be able to see. It's not a matter that the ground is really in darkness, but it's just the shadows coming across the ground that has brought that bit of darkness.
So Pamal will continue. Not too short. So the report came through about Runsworth Beaton's bowling action from Dr. Mark King, Professor of Sports Biomechanics, School of Sport, Exercise and Health Sciences, Loughborough University.
So
They did a complete analysis of his bowling action and cleared him to bowl again.
and it's always unfortunate for me, John, when we have our young pieces and young bowlers on a whole, going through these sort of rigorous assessments, they tend to lose a bit of focus, lose some of their drive towards, really being the best that they can be, and it could be a setback for them. But it's good to see that Beaton has gone through his stint and is back, playing the game, bowling as well as he used to.
A loose work from Niall Smith and allows the batters to come back for a second run quite easily. I think he was thinking that the batters would just settle on one, but the batters saw him that he's relaxed and they run hard for the second. Pamal not happy at all.
Yeah, definitely, one would not want to be happy with that. Just a little lapse in concentration. They're not really focusing on the batsman, Smith.
We saw a ball going through 19-year-old Machu Nandu earlier. So they need to be a little bit tighter in the field, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They want to keep things tight. They don't want to get that lead too far out of the ridge. So Pamal completes another over. It's now 43. He make it for a loss of 2.
Yeah, good steady stuff coming from the two batsmen. Again, their experience showing. They're looking to just maybe take some time, to get in there. They will want to return tomorrow when the conditions would be ideal. So definitely the umpires are having that discussion. I guess they're thinking of offering the light.
So the umpires will have that decision to make. Umpires Greg Brathwaite and his fellow Barbadian Jonathan Blades. So they're going to go back to their respective positions because they think it's good enough to continue. 11 overs still to go in the day's play. They have until 5:50 local time to do that, which is some 15 minutes away. So they should be able to hold out for 15 minutes. What do you think? Especially with spin operating.
Yeah, definitely. With the spin operating, I think they will hold out as long as they can. Once the light doesn't get too bad, then they will certainly stay out there as long as they can.
2 for 66 in the first innings from 21 overs. Kevin Sinclair is going to be introduced for the first time in the second innings. We're speaking so much about Ransford Beaton. In Georgetown, he plays for the Georgetown Cricket Club, and they'll be having a night of tributes to honor Reds Pereira. We heard so much about Reds Pereira earlier. Yeah, so the Georgetown Cricket Club will be hosting a night of tributes to the legend himself, Joseph Reds Pereira. It's on the 7th of March. All are invited.
Definitely a really good initiative there, by the Guyana Cricket.
Well, it's Georgetown Cricket Club.
Cricket Club, yeah. The invaluable contribution that he has given.
Sinclair down the leg side, punished, but his protection on the onside and that deep backward square boundary. So it's just a single, but that's a very ranked long hop.
Yeah, very lucky to get away with that delivery, although there was a bit of protection there, and I guess that's why he chose that line, because of that protection.
String on the line of the leg stump again. This time Ambrose will just get an easy single. So the 7th of March will be a night of tributes. On the 9th of March, 2 days later, public disclosure on sport and unity. And the day after that will be a press conference hosted by the legend, Joseph Red Sprayer, who now resides in St. Lucia. Appeal for a caught at the wicket.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good to, see that persons recognize his contribution, to cricket, and especially in the commentary aspect of the cricket, making things very exciting for listeners and viewers. He has not had a long career, and it has been a really colorful, exciting career. So definitely it's something to celebrate.
Over 150 test matches. Lots and lots of one-day internationals. And tons more of domestic cricket, regional cricket. The legend himself, Joseph Red Sprayer.
And for any young up-and-coming commentators like myself, you always want to sit at his feet and listen.
So let's leave out the word young for now. 3 overs from Sinclair's first over. 16 gone. It's 4-2 for the loss of 2. Any up-and-coming young commentator like yourself. So we can continue from there.
I tell you, John, you're certainly on a roll.
Oh boy.
I think the Grenada wicket works well for you, John. Yeah, so it's really good. I think a bank of knowledge you would always want to, get from the best. If you ever want to become the best, then I think he's one of the best in the world. When it comes to his game, you would want to compare him to Richie Beno and these guys. They make an excellent team. So definitely you will want to have as much interaction with him. I think he knows the game of cricket inside out.
Inside out. So a little bit of buying time now. We see the substitute fielders for the Volcanoes coming out with towels and helmets and gloves and everything else. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite trying to get them to hurry up as well. I'm not sure they were needing 2 extra helmets.
No.
So Teddy Bishop, the apprentice, came out there. Last season, strange enough, Kimani Milius was injured and then was replaced in the match by Teddy Bishop. This time it's not a concussion, just a groin injury for Milius. Ball continues.
And so Milius will want to make sure that he recovers quickly. Don't want to spend too much time, out from the middle. And so I think the break coming up will do them well.
Yes, after this round, the next round number 3, will begin on the 15th of March. He opens the face of the bat, Hodge, and come back for the second. Sinclair chasing almost right down to the boundary. The legs begin to get a bit rubbery at this time of the day.
Yeah, fatigue will definitely begin to set in.
It's just a matter of time, really, but it's getting a bit brighter. There you see pressure now on Hodge with Kemal Savory sealing it off, and then the other guy in just his second match, Matthew Nandu, sealing it on right in the face of the batter.
Yeah, good pressure being applied there by Captain Johnson. I'm hoping that he can etch out a wicket before the end of the day's play. How many the overs remaining, being able to get another wicket here. The inform and experienced Ambrose and Hodge, having one of these wickets there now will certainly put some pressure on the Windward Volcanoes. And so Johnson will want to try as much as possible to get a wicket here before the end of the day's play.
Well played, Hodge. End of the over. Score remains on 48 for the loss of 2. Hodge holding form on 13. Ambrose on 18. Last year in that tournament I'm speaking of, the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their first innings 339. Harpy Eagles replied at 327. So the Volcanoes had a lead of 12 runs. Slim lead, but very important. Then in the second innings, they were bowled out for 190, setting the Harpy Eagles a target of 203, and they got there with the last pair at the crease. So if the Harpy Eagles can think about bowling out the Volcanoes a second time quickly, they can perhaps have history being repeated. But for now, it's going to be stumps on day number 2. The umpires thinking that they've had enough. Some 9 overs were still remaining, and the umpires have offered light, and the players are walking off. So that stumps on day number 2. The Windward Islands Volcanoes batting a second time, 48 for 2. Hodges on 13, Ambrose on 18. It means the 2 batters dismissed. Jelani Robinson for 3, and Alec Atton is the captain, 11. May feel that they have missed out, but the Windward Islands in a very good position to press for an outright victory. Wicket apiece to Niall Smith and 2 runs for Beaton, the seamers who shared the new wall. Niall Smith 6 overs, 1 for 17. Beaton 7 overs, 1 for 19. It was the final session where the Volcanoes were asked to bat 26 overs, and they have negotiated 17 of those. So 9 overs remaining in the day's play. Will not get those in today, and the umpires can perhaps look to make up time tomorrow. But we had a very full day and a long day.
Yeah, very, very full day. Lots of action happening, started the day, and one expected that the Windwards, they would have gotten over the 300 mark, closing on 292. But eventually they were bowled out for 294, just adding some 2 runs to their overnight score. And the Harpy Eagles came out to bat, were on the back foot from the get-go. And definitely a good bowling performance put in by the Windwards. Now they're back out there, Guyana, looking to ensure that they press towards getting the Windwards out as cheaply as possible before that lead extends too far. It's now 173. So definitely they would be looking to, get some early wickets come tomorrow morning, ensure that they remove the 2 experience in Hodge and Ambrose, and maybe look to get the other batsmen as cheaply as possible, set up a really good finish. But the Windwards, they would have a different mindset, a different plan, and hopefully, this partnership can go on to set a decent total where they can restrict, the Guyana Harpy Eagles and come out with an outright victory.
I notice you're using the word set quite often because we're looking at a beautiful sunset there. As the sun goes down and disappears from us, we try to get out of here as early as possible as well to come back tomorrow. Jelani Robinson with a new opening partner today, Kavim Hodge. Hodge is still there, holding firm on 13. Remember, Kimani Milius suffered a groin injury and did not open the batting and will come tomorrow if needed. So Jelani Robinson caught at the wicket of the bowling of Beaton for 3. Alec Atton is 100 in the first innings. Today caught at firstly by Leon Johnson off the bowling of Niall Smith for 11. Wickets falling at 1 for 6, 2 for 19. Like you said, 173 runs the lead for the Volcanoes in their second innings. 2 days gone, 2 days to go. Scores again in the match. Volcanoes 294 first innings. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 169 in their first innings. Volcanoes batting a second time at stumps on day number 2, 48 for 2, with a lead of 173. My name is John Ramsing on behalf of Clyde John, Junior Murray, and Jason Skeet and the technical team, wishing you well for the rest of the day, and here's inviting you to join us tomorrow when we bring you day 3 live from the Queen International Stadium. Until then, goodbye.